Hello, my dear friends. How are you all? I hope you all are doing good. From this amazing video, we'll start a new amazing course, new amazing journey over an interesting syllabus that how to create a WordPress headless e-commerce store using React.js. So this is our very first video. So in this video, we'll discuss only the project overview, project demonstration that what type of project we'll create inside this complete journey. Let's go back to browser. So let me tell you first thing first, this entire application will be built inside React.js, add a front-end tag, and inside background we'll use WordPress and a WordPress plugin called WooCommerce and its APIs. So this really amazing course will give us a strong knowledge to create a WordPress headless e-commerce store using WooCommerce APIs and front-end tag called React.js. Now let's get started with this project overview. So here we have some navigation menu items. Then here we have banner image. Here we have button. So whenever if I click on this button will redirect to our products page. Then here we have some customer testimonials and a footer section. Now let's click on this button. Successfully, it is loading, and after loading, now we can see that amazingly it has loaded all the products of WooCommerce store. So here we can see that inside this product section, product thumbnail image, product title, product price, product description, category, and add to cart button. So let's say that before purchase of this product, if I go into the single product detail page, click on this product title, and now we can see that here we have a dedicated page of that product. Now let's say that I am interested to buy this product. Simply I will go and click on this button, and now we can see that product has been added to cart. And here, look at here, we have a numeric one value which indicates that I have added one product into my cart. Let's go again into this product section. Now let's say that I want to buy this product. Click on this add to cart button. Successfully I have added one more product. Scroll down. I want to add this sunglasses. Let's say two quantity I want to purchase. Click on this add to cart. Added. Click one more time, and again I have added. So if I go into my cart, now we can see that inside this cart here we have this product which has a quantity of 1. This product, its quantity 1, but this sunglasses quantity equals to 2, which means that if I want to buy all this product, I have to pay like $216 for all these products. Now let's say that I don't want to buy this product. Click on this remove button. Okay, now successfully product has been removed and also cart has been updated. Now let's say that I want to purchase, click on this checkout button. So here we have the process which is asking for login if already an account exists, otherwise we have to create a new account. So what I will do, I'll create a new account here. So let's call it as new user, email, let's say new user @gmail.com, new underscore user. And here, let's say password is from 1 to 8. So I will copy this username, click on the sign up button. Successfully, user has been registered. Now let's log in. So username, and I will pass the password. Let's put 1 to 8. Click on this login button. And successfully I am logged in, and here I have a checkout page. So once you fill all these informations, automatically I will purchase all the products what basically I have added into my cart section. And one more thing, like before login, remember you will see the navigation menus like home, products, carts, and here we'll have a login and sign up. But currently we are logged in, so automatically now navigation updated, and here we have my account, my orders, and a logout button. Now let's say that let's go to our checkout page. So click on this checkout button. So here we have, let's pass some more informations like new user, something sample address, sample city. For the time being, I'll put only the dummy values here. Email value, let's say sample at gmail.com. Phone number, something a dummy value. So after filling all these informations, click on this place order. And now we can see order placed successfully. Now here it has redirected and go into this products page. But whenever if I go into this my orders, And now you can see that successfully it has listed what the products we have ordered inside this e-commerce store. So here we have the order ID, the order date, status, like right now it is pending state. I have paid this total amount, and here we have added two items. Now if I go to its overview page, simply click on this view button, and now we can see that this is order detail. Now if suppose if I want to remove this product from this my orders, click on this delete button. Only completed orders can be deleted. Now here we can see that status equals to pending. But if I go into my WordPress, click on this WooCommerce, click on this orders, and now we can see that successfully here I have received a single order. So pending payment, click on this link here. And if I update, let's say status equals to, let's say completed, click on this update button. So successfully product order has been updated. If I go here, let's click on and let's reload one more time. Click on this my orders. Again, we can see pending status. Click on this refresh orders. And now we can see that order has been completed. So whenever if I click on this delete button, now we can see that message has been changed from like pending status. Now here we have a delete message. Now let's buy some more products. So I will go into this products. Let's say that I want to buy this product. Click on this add to cart button, product added. Click here, add to cart button, product added. Then I will go to this cart, click on this checkout. Let's pass some random dummy values. Click on this place order. Successfully, order placed successfully. If I go into my orders, now we can see that we are still saying our first order. If I click on this button, and now successfully it has loaded our second order. So if I click on this my account, and now we can see that these are some basic informations what I have logged in with this account. So now successfully this is the overall concept of this application that what will create inside this complete course. And one more thing, like we can see that my account, which is a protected route, what basically we can access after login. So if suppose if I click on this logout button, I have successfully logged out. So if I open like my account or my orders, and now we can see that the permission is now restricted and we are now redirected into our login page. So friends, this is the complete project demonstration. What basically we have to create this project from the next video by going through the step-by-step process of React.js and inside backend with WordPress and its plugin WooCommerce with WooCommerce APIs. So I hope that this course will give us the complete knowledge, complete idea that what is the process and how to integrate WooCommerce APIs to create WordPress Headless WooCommerce store using React.js. In this video topic, we'll discuss about the complete course syllabus, what we have to follow step by step to complete this interesting journey, to complete this interesting course, to create headless store using React.js and WordPress WooCommerce APIs. So here we can see that this is our complete playlist plan, complete course plan, what we have to follow to create this interesting project. So as we know that we have to create a React store by using WooCommerce APIs. So here, first thing first, inside this course, we'll see setup installations. So here we have two types of setup installations. First will be front end and we'll do using Vite, and that will be for React based application. So inside this course, we are not going to use any React framework. Instead, I'll use only the simple JavaScript concept of React application, that is by using J6 template. So here the first installation of setup of this course will be React based setup, and the second one will be WordPress. And inside WordPress we'll install a plugin called WooCommerce, and by installing that we'll get APIs endpoints. So first thing first, inside this course we'll discuss about the concept of setup installations. Then after that, we'll discuss about the basics concept of React-based application. Then also we'll discuss the concept of that is something called basics of WordPress, then basics of WooCommerce WordPress plugin. Then obviously, as we know that we have to go from scratch in this course, so we'll discuss step by step all about the basics concept of React application. So here I'll discuss first about files and folders, all about working principle of React application. And inside React Basics, we'll see the concept of components, states, props, and hooks. And also, we are talking about some more basics concept. Also, I will cover the concept of routing and about route parameters. Then we'll see, suppose if we want to create some layout inside our React application, so how to use the concept of Bootstrap. So here, inside this course, also we'll discuss the detailed concept about Bootstrap, its installation, and how to use Bootstrap classes inside React application. Next, after this, as we know that inside this complete course, we have to use the APIs endpoints of WooCommerce so that we can create our headless store inside React application. But before that, before using those APIs, what I want that at least you should have some basic knowledge that how to do API calls inside React application. So for this topic, like how to do API calls, inside this topic, we'll discuss two methods in React application that how to do API calls. First will be that how to use fetch API method, and second will be how to use Axios package by using npm, how to do API calls inside React application. So once we complete all these basics concept of React application, so it will be more easier to go step by step to create such type of application inside this complete course. So here, once we complete all these things, then we will explore all about the APIs and the APIs concept of WooCommerce of WordPress. And additionally, inside this course, we'll cover the concept of JWT authentication. This package will use to authenticate APIs, what basically we have to consume by using our WooCommerce APIs endpoints. So this is the complete course syllabus. What basically we have to follow, we have to cover to complete this interesting journey to create this headless store using React and WordPress WooCommerce APIs. Now, if you are wondering that what is course prerequisite, so let me discuss about course prerequisite. So here, to complete this interesting journey, to complete this entire project, you don't need any knowledge of React and WordPress. It means I will teach about each thing from basics, either of React application or either of WordPress WooCommerce APIs. But if suppose you have some knowledge, you have some basic idea of React application and WordPress, so it's really amazing because it will give you a lots of idea that how to go with the basic things to create this headless store. So here inside this video topic, now we have discussed all about our course syllabus and all about the concept of course prerequisite. So I hope friends from the next video we'll go step by step about with this help of course syllabus. So first I will do setup installations and then we'll discuss about the complete journey so that we can create this headless store in a very interesting way by using React and WordPress WooCommerce APIs. Alright friends, now from this video we'll start the learning process to complete this interesting journey, to complete this interesting project, and that is how to create a headless store by using React application and by using WooCommerce APIs. So to create this headless store, we want two setup installations. First one will be for frontend, that is React application, and second will be called backend, that is WordPress. Later on inside WordPress, we'll install WooCommerce plugin to get WooCommerce APIs endpoints. So in this video topic, first I will go with the first setup for front end, and that is how to install React application into our local system. But before that, let me clear one more thing that before going with these two setup installation, few things we want into our local system that must be installed. So inside React application, we want Node and npm that must be installed into our local system. And to install WordPress, as we know that this is a PHP based CMS, so also we want Apache server. So here, if I go back to our terminal, this is my terminal, and if I verify that is Node version, so in my system we can see the Node version is 20, and here if I type npm, so I can see that the npm also installed into my system and the version is 10.9.0. And to verify our PHP based application like the PHP installation, so if I type php -v, Now here we can see that into my local system PHP also available and the version is 8.2.22. It means that I am good to go with the setup and installation either of React application or either of WordPress. So please make sure that before installation of React application, Node and npm must be available, and to install WordPress PHP must be available. So let's get started about our first installation, that is how to create React application into our local system. So to create React application, the simple process is let's go into browser and search React here. We'll get the first official link, that is react.dev. Simply just click on this learn.react from this landing page, and now here we can see that installation. Click into it. Now here we can see start a new React project. Click on this first sub menu. Scroll down, you can get some command, and by the help of npx you can create your React application. But I will use the concept of wheat. So here inside this landing page, simply I will type Control F, and if I type wheat here, so once we type, we can see that also we can create React based project by using Vite or Parcel. So simply I will use this Vite. So let's click on this link. Now here it is opening a new website. Click on this get started. Now inside this landing page, if I scroll, now here we can see that scaffolding your first Vite project, and here we have a command of npm. So let's copy. Next, once we copy this command, let's go back to terminal, and here now we are inside this D drive x6 folder, htdocs folder. So what I will do, I will go first into folder structure, click on this view drop down, large icons. Let's create a new setup here. So click on this new button, and here I'll call it as, let's say, headless store. Simply, this is the new folder we have created inside this htdocs. Let's go back to terminal. So cd headless store. Now inside this newly created folder, I will paste that command, that is npm create with @latest. Simply after pasting this command, hit enter. Our process has been started. So it is first asking about project name. So I will call it as React app hyphen basics. Hit enter. Now it is asking about framework. So we can see here we have multiple options called vanilla, pure React. So by using down arrow, I will select React, hit enter. Now we can see multiple options again. So we have to use JavaScript. So by using down arrow, I will select JavaScript, hit enter. And now we can see that if I go to the folder structure, go here. Now it has created a folder called React-app-basics. But let me tell you that our installation process not yet completed. So what we have to do, in suggestion it has given 3 lines of code. We can see 3 lines of command. So simply first let's go inside cd, that is react-app-basics, what the folder we have created, and inside that setup we have to execute the command called npm install. So once we execute npm install, it will install the node dependencies of React application. So here first I will clear this screen, and let's execute npm install. And before going with this command, if I go into setup, now we can see that here we have only two folders, that is public and src. But once we execute npm install, it will dynamically create one more folder called node modules, and inside that folder it will install all node dependencies. Let's go back to terminal, hit enter, and now we can see that our process has been started. And successfully, we can see that it has added 254 packages into a React application. So what I will do to verify, if I go into a React application, now we can see that we have one more folder called Node Modules. Now this is our front end. So first thing first, how to execute this application so that at least we can verify the landing page of this application. So to start this application, like the execution process, if I go again back to terminal, and if I type call npm run dev, hit enter, and now we can see that application has started at localhost and the port number is 5173. So if I want to access the landing page of our front end, so by pressing control, if I click on this link, And now we can see that successfully we have installed our first setup of this course, and that is by using Vite. Now we have done our React setup installation. Now in the next video, we have to install WordPress application so that our backend should be enabled to use WooCommerce APIs. So friends, now this is our first basic step to complete this project, that is React application installation. Alright friends, now in this video we'll discuss all about the concept of WordPress installation, which we have to use as a backend to provide APIs of WooCommerce. So to install WordPress, simply let's go back to browser, and here I am on the official website of WordPress, that is called wordpress.org. Simply, if we go here, click on this Get WordPress button. Now it will open the download page, and if I scroll, now we can see that here we have a download button which has the current version, that is of 6.7.1. So before making this video, without having any delay, already we have downloaded, as we can see, that WordPress 6.7.1. So after download, what basically we have to do, let's go back to folder. So here I have that zipped file. Simply I will go and unzip, so extract all, and I will call it as this folder name as WordPress only. Click on this extract button, and successfully the process of extraction now completed, and here we can see a new folder called WordPress. If I go inside it, again we have a WordPress folder. Let's do so large icons. Now inside this WordPress we can see that here we have three major folders, which is the most important folder of any WordPress application, that is WP admin, WP content, WP-includes, and here we have all those important files. So what I will do, simply I will go here. Let's copy all these files and folders. Simply, I will cut by pressing Ctrl X. Let's go one folder back, and I will simply paste here. Let's create a new folder, and I will call it as WP-app. Now inside this folder, let's go and paste all those folders and files. Click here, large icons. Now successfully here we have two setup, that is of React application, and here we have our WordPress application. Now let's delete this folder. Now to execute this setup into browser, because as we know that this is PHP CMS, like WordPress is a PHP CMS, so to execute application, PHP server must be started. So here I'm using XAMPP server. So we can see that XAMPP server behind the scene I have started. So Apache is running at this port, and MySQL is also running at this port. Now next after this, let's go back to browser. So as we know that Apache is running, so here I will type localhost. Let's go back to folder structure. So we are inside this htdocs, and htdocs is the main important folder of XAMPP server. Every application, every project will run from this htdocs folder. So we are inside this htdocs, and here we inside this headless-store. So after typing localhost into browser, just type headless-store, and if I hit enter, and now we can see that inside this folder what we have created inside htdocs, here we have React application, a zipped file of WordPress, and here we have the WordPress application as wp-app. Let's click onto this link, and now we can see that here we have the setup configuration settings of WordPress application. So here we have to choose our language. So by default this is coming. Let's click on continue button. And here it is asking that for the next step, we want a database should be configured into our local system. So database name, username, password, and host must be required to go with the next step. So let's click on this Let's Go button. Now we can see that it is asking for database name, username, password. So what I will do, simply I will go into this phpMyAdmin, because from this XAMPP server, MySQL is also running. So I will go into this phpMyAdmin, click on this databases, and here I will simply call headless_store. Let's copy, or simply let's pass wp_headless_store. I'll copy the database name, click on create button, database created. Let's go here inside this installation part, database name. In my case, the username is root and password is blank. So after passing all these values, click on submit button. And now we can see that now here we have one more step that is asking run the installation. So simply click on this button. It will start the installation process of WordPress. Click here. And now here we have one more additional page which is asking some basic informations of WordPress setup, that is site title, the username of admin, password of admin, and the email value of WordPress application setup. So here inside site title, let's call it as WP Headless Store App. Now inside username, I will pass admin. Now these are the informations like username and password is the login credentials of WordPress admin panel. Now here click on this confirm password because we are using a weak password for this email value. Let's pass some like dummy email value for the time being because this setup is at the local host. Click on this button install WordPress. Now, after taking all these informations, now we can see that WordPress now installed into our local system. Remember, into our local system, we have only created only a database where we don't have any tables. But once the process like completed, so if we go click on this structure, and now we can see that dynamically WordPress has created like lots of tables, 12 number of tables dynamically inside this database. Let's go here, click on this login button, and here we have a login page. This is the login page of admin panel. So remember, we have passed the admin as the username and admin as the password. Click on this login button and successfully here we are logged in inside the admin panel of this WordPress application. Now here, if we want to go to the front end page of this application, simply if I hover over this website title, click control pressing visit site. Now we can see that this is our front end and this is our back end. So inside next video, what I will do, I will install a plugin of WordPress that is called WooCommerce. So once we install WooCommerce into this setup, it will provide much more settings so that we can easily create a WooCommerce store for this WordPress application. And let me give you some basic overview of this WordPress. So here we can see that inside this WordPress admin dashboard, here we have multiple menus like post, media, pages, comments, appearance, plugins, users, tools, and settings. Now, by going through this settings menu, we can do some basic settings of this WordPress application. Once we go into this post menu, so by going through this menu, we can go and create some post of our WordPress application. Now, if we want to install our WooCommerce plugin into the next video, so for that topic, we have to go into this plugins menu. Here we have a button called Add New Plugin. Click on this button. Now here we can see by default it is giving some plugins. But we want WooCommerce, so simply we have to search WooCommerce keyword into this search plugin. And once we type that keyword, automatically it will search that plugin into WordPress repository. And according to filter, it will provide the WooCommerce plugin and also the install now button. So this is the process for the next video. So in the next video, we'll do our WooCommerce setup and installation into this WordPress application. All right, friends. Inside this video topic, we'll discuss the very basic idea, very basic concept about the basics of WooCommerce plugin. The WooCommerce is a WordPress plugin. After installation of this plugin into any of the WordPress setup, automatically the WordPress application will become from its normal state to an e-commerce WordPress application. So in this video, we'll discuss the very basic idea, very basic settings of WooCommerce plugin as a part of installation of this plugin into WordPress application inside this video topic. So to understand, let's go back to browser. So far inside this course, we had done two setup installations, that is React application and WordPress application. As we know that WooCommerce is a WordPress plugin, so to install this plugin, we have to go into our WordPress admin dashboard. To install that plugin, let's click on this plugins menu, click on this add new plugin. Then here inside this add plugins landing page, here we have a search box. Simply we have to type that keyword of that plugin called capital W, like here double O, then e-commerce. So once we type this keyword, automatically we can see that the search process automatically started, and this WordPress application is now searching this keyword into WordPress repository so that all the plugins what will match with this keyword will be filtered and put here inside this search result. So we need to wait for a while. And now we can see that according to the search keyword, here we have the WooCommerce plugin, and also here we have the install now button. So let's go and install this plugin into this WordPress application. So I'm just clicking on this install now button. And as you can see that the process of installation now started. So we need to again wait for a while. And now we can see that successfully this WooCommerce plugin now installed into this WordPress application setup. Now to use all the features of this WooCommerce, simply we have to click on this activate button so that this plugin should be activated inside this WordPress application. So before clicking into this activate button, if I go into pages and open into new tab, so we can see that by default this WordPress application provides only two pages called privacy policy and sample page. But once in a moment, if I click on this activate button, it automatically dynamically creates some tables inside our database as well as some dynamic pages into this pages section. Let's go and click on this activate button. So as we can see that the activation process now started. Now in a moment it will redirect into a setup wizard to set this WooCommerce for this WordPress application. And now we can see that here we have the setup wizard to set up our WooCommerce plugin into our WordPress application. So before going further, if I go here and let's reload this page, and now we can see that dynamically that WooCommerce plugin has created a cart page, checkout page, my account, refund and return policy, and a shop page. Now let's go into the setup wizard. So if I scroll down, here we have a button called Setup My Store. Also here we have a skip button. So simply for the time being, I will click on this Keep Setup button. And successfully, now here we have one more page. It is asking for country. So I will select, let's say, India. And from India, I will select, let's say, Punjab here. So this is selected. Go to My Store, click on this button. And we can see that our installation process is in progress state. And successfully, that WooCommerce plugin now successfully set up into this WordPress application. Now, next after this, if I go into pages or before going pages, if I go and hover over this website, now we have two options, that is visit site and visit store. So if I press Ctrl and click on this link, now it will open our shop page. So right now there is no product inside our WooCommerce. So that's why this page is completely blank. Now here we have two options. Either we can create some products from this products menu. Like here we have the option called add new product. So by clicking on this button, we can create the new products into our WooCommerce store. Also, here we have the second best option, that is by importing our sample data from a CSV file to import some products data into this WooCommerce store. So what I will do, I'll go into this WordPress application setup. So here inside this folder structure, if I go into this WP content folder inside this plugins, as we know that we have recently installed our WooCommerce plugin. So here we have WooCommerce setup. Let's go inside it. Inside here, inside that plugin, here we have one more folder called sample-data. Let's click onto this folder, and here we have a file called sample_products.csv. So once we import this file into this products wizard, so automatically it will add some fake data, some fake products into our WooCommerce store. So what I will do, simply I'll click on this start import. And here we have to choose a file. So automatically this plugin also provided a sample data file. So simply I'll drag this file and drop here. Now this file is now selected. Click on this continue button. And now we can see that in a moment it will start the import process of all those fake data. So here into this next screen, simply I will go and click on this run the importer. And as you can see that the process has been started, so we need to wait for a while. Now successfully, as you can see that the import process now completed, it has imported 18 products into 7 variants into our WooCommerce store. Now this time, if I go and open, let's go inside all products. And also if I go into this shop page, so this page in the last case, it was empty. So if I go and reload, and now we can see that automatically that CSV file now imported lots of fake data into this WooCommerce store. Now let's go here. And now we can see that inside this all products also we have some fake data, which is really amazing that this WooCommerce plugin additionally we have provided a CSV file, and by the CSV file without doing any effort while creating our products, simply we have imported that fake data into our WooCommerce store. And now next, what I will do, I will test some functionality of this WooCommerce, that how basically a e-commerce website will work. So simply, let's go inside this shop page. So for the time being, let's say that I'm interested to buy this cap. So simply, I'll go and click on this add to cart button. And successfully we can see that one in our cart, it means this product has been added. Let's buy this product. So I will go and click on the select options because this product is in like some variants. So if I go click on this button, it will redirect into the single page, like single product page. Here we have some color options. Let's select this one, and here now let's add to cart button. So successfully, we can see that inside this cart we have two products. So if I go and click on this cart button, here we have two products. So simply, I'll then go into this checkout, and into this checkout, now we have to fill some informations like our billing address. Then here we have the payment option. So once we do all these things, automatically we can make an order to this WordPress application. Now here, let's understand one more topic. So if I go into a VS Code editor, so if I try to understand that how basically a e-commerce website will work, so simply inside that website we'll have some list of products. Then after whenever if I click on add to cart button of any product, simply it will add into a cart page. Like it will list all the products what basically we have added into our cart. So once we click a checkout button, which will be available into this cart page, so that button will redirect into a checkout page. And then finally, inside this checkout page, we have to fill some billing informations, some like personal information, so that on the basis of that, I'll do my order to that WordPress website. So here, then we have to fill some billing informations, some personal data, personal data, and some payment method. So automatically from list of products to cart page to checkout page, after putting all this information, simply we can create an order. Now this is overall a flow, that is workflow of an e-commerce website. Now the same process we can see into this WordPress application. But as we know that inside this course, we are trying to create a headless application using React application and WooCommerce APIs. It means all these processes, what we had discussed right here, we want all these things should be implemented inside our React application. So this whole process will discuss inside a React application by using WooCommerce APIs. So WooCommerce additionally will provide some APIs endpoints. By using those API endpoints, we can use the same features, same functionality into a React application. Now the question is how to use these APIs endpoints. So if I go here, click here inside this WooCommerce, click on the settings submenu. Now here inside these tabs, we can see that our advanced tab, simply click on it. And now we can see that here we have the second option, that is REST API. Let's click into the second link. Now in this page we can see here we have a setting to create a API key, which means that whenever if we try to consume or use our WooCommerce APIs into any of the third-party application, for example inside a React application, so in that case we have to also use the authenticated API key from this WooCommerce settings. So later on inside this course we'll see that how to create an API key properly, how to configure inside application, and how to use WooCommerce APIs endpoints inside our React application. Now in this video, we understand that what is the process of installation of WooCommerce plugin into WordPress application setup and how to configure our product section so that the flow of e-commerce website will work into this WordPress application. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss some basic ideas, some basic concept of working principle of files and folders of React application. As we know that this course will go from scratch of either of React application or WordPress application. So in this video, we'll understand about the importance of files and folders, which is really very important to execute a React-based application. Let's go back to browser. So as we know that in this course, we had done two setup installations, that is React application and WordPress application. Additionally, into our last video topic, we have seen that how to install and configure our WooCommerce plugin into WordPress application. Now this time, we have to understand that what is the working principle of files and folders of this React-based application. Now let's go into our VS Code. So what the setup we had installed while creating our React application, that setup I have opened into my VS Code editor. Now we can see that here we have three folders called Node Modules, Public, SRC, and apart from these folders, here we have multiple files. Now I will go step by step to understand all about running this landing page from React application. So first thing first, I will go and see and open called index.html. Now you can see that here we have a very basic file that is index.html. Here we have some simply lines of code like a HTML tag, a head tag, and here we have a body tag, and inside this body tag we can see a div of id that is equals to root, and additionally inside this body here we have a script tag, and this script tag is containing a file link that is from src, that is main.jsx. Now here inside this index.html we have the two most important lines of code, and that is div id equals to root, and also we have a script tag which is containing a file link from src folder that is called main.jsx. So why these two lines are important to understand, let's go inside src folder and I will open main.jsx file. So we can see that inside this main.jsx here we have some import lines of code which is going to import something from these packages. Then after here, we have a create root method, and here look at this value document.getElement by id, and this root is nothing. This is an id value of that div which was at index.html. Now in this div id root, we are rendering all these things by the help of this render method. So by the help of this render method, simply we are rendering app component inside strict mode inside this div id equals to root. So here, what is the component class, means what is the component file, how to create, what is the purpose to create, all these things we'll discuss inside our upcoming video. But for the time being, let me tell you that all the things, all the component, like all the content from this component called app, we are simply loading by the help of this random method inside this div id equals to root. Now next after this, if I go and open this app component, so we can see that this app component is coming from this app.jsx, and this is inside the current folder called src folder. So simply, if I go into this src folder, now we can see that here we have a file called app.jsx. Let's open it. So here we can see that inside this app.jsx file, again here we have some import lines of code which is going to import something from these packages. And here we have a function called app, and inside this app here we have the return method, and here we can see it is returning a set of HTML code. So simply it means that this app component is loading all this HTML code into our div id equals to root element, and these all things are happening inside this main.jsx file. Now again if I go into this app component, So we can see that here we have some file extension that is called JSX inside this app.jsx, and also here we have main.jsx. What basically this extension is. So let me tell you that .jsx file is not a complete HTML file and also not a complete JavaScript file. We can see that inside this file and inside this file extension, here we have some line of code of JavaScript, and also here we have some line of code of HTML. It means that it is in between something of HTML and JavaScript. So simply, this is the HTML code. By the help of that, this app component is exporting this app component, all this content to this main.jsx, and here after getting all these contents, simply we have wrapped inside this stick mode, and this app component is loading all the complete HTML to this div id equals to root element. Now if I go and let's go inside this app.jsx, and for the time being here, if I go into browser, so here we have Vite plus React. So instead of this message, if I type here, let's say plus icon, and let's say headless, and now next, whenever if I save these changes inside this h1 element, so automatically our server will listen all these changes and it will load the updated content into browser. We can see Vite plus React plus headless store. It means for the time being, what the changes we do inside app component automatically gets loaded inside this landing page. Now let's discuss one most important question. So we can see that here we have a file with .jsx extension. As I told you that .jsx extension is not a complete JavaScript file and it is not also the complete HTML file. So it means whenever if we write any code inside these extensions, automatically at runtime, these codes will be compiled by the help of Babel compiler, and Babel compiler will compile these codes and will convert into plain JavaScript code. So automatically, after getting plain JavaScript code, browser will compile all this application and will execute into browser. So this is the complete workflow that how basically a React application will work. Now let's discuss some more cases here. So inside this application, also we can see a file called package.json. So this file is also very clear that what the packages we install into this React application, those packages will go inside this dependencies. And right now we can see that inside this dependencies object, here we have two packages only called React and React-DOM. But in this course, we'll use lots of node packages which we install by using npm. So once we install those packages, it will go inside this package.json file inside this dependencies object. Let me tell you one more thing. Whenever if we install any node package, automatically that package, the internal folders automatically will go inside this node modules. It means this is the most important folder of this application which is going to store all the packages, all the internal files of node dependencies. Then after, here we have the public folder. So whenever if I use, for example, the external CSS, some external JS plugin files, some external images, so those files will go inside this public folder. And the most important folder, again here we have the SRC. Already we had discussed that all the necessary files to execute our application will go inside this SRC folder. So overall, now by the help of this video topic, now here we have the clear understanding about the working principle of files and folders of this React application. So successfully, now we have completed one more interesting topic of this course, and that is about the concept of files and folders of this React-based application. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll continue all about the basics concept of React application, and in this video topic, we'll cover the concept that is what is component, why we create component, what is the use of component, what is the process to create component. Additionally, we'll discuss the concept of props in component. So all these things we'll discuss inside this video topic. Let's go back to browser. So inside last video, we understood all about the working principle of files and folders of React application. Now this time, we'll understand all about the basics concept of component. Let's go back to folder structure. Now here, we'll discuss our first basic question, that what are components? So let me discuss. Components are those files inside React application. By the help of that, we can create application sections, and those sections can be reused inside application structure. So to understand this example, let's open a new tab here. So for example, I'm creating a website. Inside that website, I have some common sections. For example, like top header. Inside top header, as we know that also we have our navigation menu. Then here we have the common section where according to page, here we have some content section. Then after, here we have left sidebar, right sidebar, and then after we have a common footer. So we can see that inside this dummy website, here we have the common sections like top header, content section, left and right sidebar, and footer. Now, if you're talking about in terms of React application, so inside React application, we have some components, and the first component will be for top header, the second component either maybe for this navigation menu, the third component will be for the content section, fourth component will be for left sidebar, the next component will be for right sidebar, and the file component will be for footer. It means all these sections are the part of components inside React application. And now let's say that I have some pages like home page, about us page, and we have, let's say, services page. In the same way, we have, let's say, contact us page. So here, we are not going to create these sections again and again for each pages. So what I will do, simply I will go inside this home page. According to the content of this page, I will only put the dynamic content inside this content section. If I talk about the common sections, so inside this home page, we have the common section like top header, including navigation menu, left sidebar and right sidebar, and the footer section. If we are talking about this about us page, so for this page, only we have the dynamic content for this content section. And the same pattern of set will go for the services and contact us. Overall, I mean to say that components are those files of React application where we can define our common sections, we can define our reusable sections so that it can be reused inside application structure. So right now, as we can see that here inside this application structure, here we have only a single component file that is called app.jsx. Now let's understand that what is the process to create a component file and what is the process to use inside this application. So what I will do, either we can create a component file inside this src folder directly as we have app.jsx, but it's better. I'll go and create one more folder. Let's call it as components. Inside this folder, then I'll create a file. Let's call it as home.jsx. Now this is our component file. Now here inside this file, it's a function home, and let's say that I want to return only for the time being only a static message. So here, let's say return parenthesis inside this h1 element. Let's say welcome home. Now this function is now ready. So what next? Simply let's export default and home. Now, once we write this export default home, now successfully, now this component can be reused inside any of the component file. For example, I want to use this home component inside this app.jsx. So first we have to import. So let's say import keyword home. Like this, we want to import what is home, and it is from like the current folder, like dot forward slash, then we have to go inside components folder, and here we have the function called home. Simply, let's copy this component name. Then I will go and let's remove for the time being all the content from this return statement. So here, in between this fragment symbol, let's say angular bracket home and closing angular bracket. If I save these changes, let's go back to browser, and now we can see that welcome home. Now this is the content which is coming from this home component. Now this is the first syntax to define a component file and the structure of component file. In the second way, let's go create one more component file, and I will call it as site.jsx. And here, let's say const site by using arrow function here. Let's say return. I'll use fragment symbol, and here in between this div tag, let's say h1, and I will call it as, let's say, welcome site. If I save these changes, let's go export default, and here I will call it as site. So once we export, it means that this component now we can use inside app component and home component. So let's say that I want to use inside this app component. So simply import site from Site from like current directory needs to go inside components folder, and then we have to import call site. Let's copy this site component. Then I will go here, angular bracket site and closing angular bracket. Save these changes, and now we can see that welcome site. Now, if we closely look about the code pattern of this like home component, so we can see that here we have the normal function, then we have export default home, but here we have a const site, like here we have variable, but this is an arrow function. Now, this is the function we are returning using this export default. Now, these are the two structures what basically we'll prefer while going through step by step into these code sections. And additionally, one most important thing is that if I go and let's remove this fragment symbol, it means all the content of this return statement. So here, if I write something, let's say div, and inside this div, let's say welcome site again. If I save these changes, let's go back to browser. So we can see that welcome site again. But here, let's say that I want to add one more paragraph here. So what I will do after this div, if I try to add, let's say, paragraph, so this is a normal paragraph. Now you can see that here we have red colored line. So if I save these changes, if I go here, and now we can see that here we have some error, and that is of adjacent JSX element must be wrapped inside a enclosing tag or by means of using a JSX fragment. So this error simply means that if suppose we have two elements, what basically we are returning by the help of this return statements, so all this content will be wrapped either by using a div element, something like this. If I save these changes, now you can see that it is working. Let's go here. And now we can see that it is working. Or if I don't want to use this div tag, so instead of that div tag, simply I can use the fragment symbol, that is our empty curly pairs, and simply paste those two lines. So if I save these changes, if I go here, and now we can see that it is also working. So these are the syntax what basically as a beginner we have to keep in our mind so that no mistake will happen while creating any component, while returning any statement from these functions. Now let's discuss one more thing here. So for example, inside the site component, I want to return one more component. It means I want to attach one more thing here. So how to do that? So simply, if I go and let's say navigation, and I want to use the arrow function. So here, let's say inside this return fragment symbol, it means our angular brackets inside this h1 tag. Let's say welcome navigation. So we can see that here we have an arrow function. Now this function I want to use inside this layout. So how to use that? We have two options. Either we can create a separate component file, and this code will be in that separate file, or if suppose I want to use directly inside this site component, because this is like what we had used inside this app component, so it's better I have used that function here. Let's copy this navigation, and after this p tag, simply I can write something like called navigation. If I save these changes, and now we can see that welcome site again. This is our div tag, this is the paragraph, and this is the message which is coming from the h1 element of this navigation function. Now let's say that here we have some array of elements. So how to iterate over array of elements inside this JSX syntax? So simply, if I write, let's say const, let's say students equals to, here we have some spelling mistake. So let's say that I have some student names. Now I want to iterate, I want to print all these values inside this HTML. How to do that? So simply what I will do after this navigation, I will use the concept of map function. So here I want to use the concept of JavaScript so that I can iterate over each element of this array. So inside this HTML, if I want to use JavaScript, simply by putting this curly pairs, it means that I want to use some expression. So here students, let's copy this array variable students, I will use the concept of map function. Then I will go into it. I will read each single student. And then here the index value, it means the index value of each student. And here, and one more thing, let's copy these two things. I'll wrap inside this parenthesis because I have to use the arrow function. Now what I will do, instead of this curly pairs, I will use li tag, and inside this li tag here, let's say that I want to print this value called Ajay, Sanjay, Dinesh and Rakesh. So each student will come inside a single student. So I want to print this value. So let's go inside this HTML. I want to use JavaScript extension. So curly pairs and single student. If I save these changes, if I go here, and now we can see that all those students into HTML. But inside our console, and now we can see that inside this console tab, here we have some warning that each child in a list should have a unique key prop. It means that what the values we try to print using this li tag. Now we want to add one more attribute here that is called key, and this key prop will help in re-render process of React application. So as we know that each item of this students array has a unique index like this value at the 0th index, first index, second index, third index. So what I will do, simply I will copy this index. Let's go here. I'll add a key attribute, and inside this curly brace, simply put index here. Save these changes. If I go and let's reload, and now we can see that here we have all these values, and additionally we don't have any errors inside this console tab. Now this is like how to create a component file and how to iterate over array elements by using this map function. Simply, let's say that we have a simple object here. Let's say const, let's say employee, and inside this employee, here we have some name value of this employee. Also, we have some email value of that employee. Now, as we can see that this is a simplest object, we have two properties. So if I want to print these values inside HTML, so simply let's go here. So I want to print that value. So curly pairs employee dot name. If I save these changes, if I go here, and now we can see that here we have Sanjay Kumar, which is the name of this employee. Now, if I want to print the email value, simply employee dot email. And once we save these changes, let's press Ctrl S. Let's go back to browser. And now we can see that here we have the value that is email value of that employee. So successfully, here we have the basic idea that how to create a component file, how to export, and how to use inside any of the parent file. Now let's discuss one more concept inside this video topic, and that is what is prop. So prop stands for properties. So for example, if I want to pass some value, some properties from this app component, which is parent component, to these child components, for example, inside this home component, site component, so those values will be known as like properties for these components. For example, if I want to pass the name value, let's say here simple my name here. So this is the value, and here we have the prop name. So this is the value what we are passing inside this home component. Now I want to get this value inside this home component. So simple, let's go inside this function. Either we can use the concept simply, let's say props here. If I go and let's say console.log, and if I type let's say props, save these changes. So if I go, let's open console tab. And now we can see that inside this console tab, here we have an object. And inside this object, look at here, we have the name value. And this name value as a property because we have passed that value from this app component to this home component. And here I will discuss one more syntax like I want to get this value inside this home component. So this is not only the option, also I have one more option that is of D structure. So simply let's say that I want to get this value, and before that let's pass one more prop value that is email, and here it's the email value. I'll go then here, and for the time being, if I go and print all those values, so we can see that now inside this console tab, here we have two properties inside this object that is name and email. Now here, this is the first syntax to get all those values inside this props variable. Now here, I want to get only the name value. So what I will do, destructure, let's say name, because this is the prop value what we have passed from here. Now if I go and print that, let's say name here, save these changes, And now we can see that inside this console tab, here we have only the name value because right now inside this syntax, we have the D structure like here. As we know that these two values are an object inside this component file. So only we are getting the name value from that object. Let's say that I want to get the email value. So here, email, if I go and write email, save these changes, and now we can see that here we have the email value. Now I want to get those two values like name and email. So name comma email, and here it's a name comma email. And once we save these changes, let's go back to browser. And now we can see that the name value and the email value. One more thing we can notice here that whenever if I save anything, it is printing two times. Let's try one more time. So here, if I go and write console.log, let's say hello, save that into this console. Now we can see say hello and say hello. Now the question is why two times we are getting inside this console tab. So to fix this, simple, let's go inside our main.jsx file, and here instead of executing this app component into this strict mode, let's cut here. Let's remove this strict mode, save this file. If I go, and now we can see that here we have the first console that is of name and email, and here we have the second console that is of say hello. So successfully now here we have the complete concept that how to create the component files inside React application and how to pass the props value from parent component to child component. And one more thing before closing this video is that inside React application, we have two types of component, that is functional based component and class based component. But let me tell you that if the application is built, so right now 90% of the website which is built inside React application is of functional based component. So inside this course, we'll follow the pattern of functional based component to create our headless store using React and using WooCommerce APIs. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss another interesting concept of React, and that is what are states and how to use the concept of states management inside a React component. Let's go back to editor. So before going further into this video topic, here I have taken a simplest definition to understand the logical concept that what is the use of states management inside a React component. So here we can see in React, states refers to a built-in object that stores property values that belongs to a component. So it simply means that as we know inside a React application, we'll have the concept of multiple components, and inside each component, according to need, we will have some variables. So at some cases, what we want that whenever any value inside a component will change, automatically the component will be re-rendered. So inside that case, we'll use the concept of states management. So by using states, what basically it will do, so whenever the state object changes, it means whenever the value of that variable will change, automatically the components re-renders. So state allows React components to respond to user inputs, network responses, and anything else that making the component interactive and dynamic. Now, this is the very basic definition to understand the concept of states management inside a React component. Now let's create some simple programs. By the help of those programs, we'll have the clear understanding about using states management concept inside a React application. So I will go into same application what we had installed. Let's open this home component file. Now first thing first, I'll remove these two lines of code, and here let's say const counter variable, and the value of that variable equals to 1. And here if I will go and print that value, let's say counter, and inside these curly pairs, let's say counter. And what I will do, as you know that this is one element, this is second element, so it's better I'll go and wrap these two elements into a fragment symbol. Now here, and one more thing, I'll go and put this counter into h2 tag, and let's say counter. Now if I go to browser, we can see that counter equals to n. And one more thing what we can do, let's open our app component, and here let's remove this side component, and also we don't want these properties. Let's remove, go to home component, and let's remove this name and email value. Save these changes, and now we can see that welcome home and counter equals to 1. Now we want to increase the value, so let's say counter 2. So whenever if we change that value, automatically the compiler will re-render the component, and here we can see counter equals to 2. But let's say that instead of doing changes inside here, inside this file, what I want that we'll have some button, and by using the click event of that button, simply we have to go and increment that value of this counter. And whenever the counter will change, I want that this component will re-render itself so that we'll see the updated value. So what I will do, I'll go and use the states management concept for this React component. Next after this, let's go back to editor. So first I'll create a button here. So button, and I will call it as, let's say, increment counter. If I save these changes, and now you can see that here we have the button called increment counter. So what basically we want that whenever if we click on this button, it will increase the value of this counter. Let's go here. Done inside this button, I will add on click event, and here let's pass the function name called handle click event. Copy this function name. Then I will go here, const function name, arrow function, it will be, and inside this function, we have to increase the value of this counter. So counter equals to counter plus 1. And here, instead of using const, let's call it as let. So we can see that whenever if we click on this button, it will call this function, and this function is going to increment the value of this counter. So if I go and let's say console.log here, counter, save these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's inspect first. Go to console tab. If I reload, now let's click on this button. And now we can see that here the value is incrementing of this counter, but there is no change here inside this counter. It means that component is not reloading itself, or component is not re-rendering. So to avoid this conflict, we have to use the concept of states management so that whenever a value will change of this counter, automatically component will re-render. So how to use the concept of a state? Simply I will go here. Now, before using the concept of states management inside our React component, first we have to import useState, a hook method from React package. So for that, what I will do, I'll go at the top of this file. Let's import curly pair useState, and automatically it will be imported from this React package. Then after, I'll go and comment this line of code. Let's say const array. Here is our variable called counter, and here we'll have a method called set counter. It is something like the state manager of this variable. Then after we'll use the concept of useState, and by the help of this useState hook method, we'll initialize the initial value of this variable. So here the initial value equals to 2. So simply I will put 2 here. It means that now this is a state variable. We'll manage that variable using this manager called setCounter, and inside this variable we'll have the initial value equals to 2. Now next, I'll go into this function. Let's comment these two lines of code, and here let's say setCounter like the state manager, and inside this manager simply counter plus 1. Save these changes. If I will go here, let's reload one more time. So whenever if I click on this button, it will call this handle on click event function. And by the help of this function, by the help of the state manager, actually we are managing the value of this counter. And automatically, as we know from the definition, whenever the value will change, the component re-renders. Let's go here, click on this button, and now we can see that whenever if I try to click on this button, we can see the increment of this counter variable. So it's really amazing concept inside a React component or inside a React application that will have the states management. By the help of that concept, we can do any changes, and by the help of those changes, component automatically re-renders. Now let's see one more example. So let's go to editor, and here instead of this counter, let's remove first. So paragraph, inside this paragraph, we'll have a input type textworks, and I will something call it as, let's say, name equals to full name. So here I will add an event, let's say on change event, and here let's say handle full name. Now I want to manage this input by using a state variable. So I will go here, let's say const full name, full name, and the state manager called set full name. And here use state, the initial value will be equals to empty. So what I will do, let's copy this variable called full name. I'll go here, let's say value equals to full name. And now next, after that, we'll have one more paragraph. And here, let's say full name, or instead I will use h2 tag, let's say h2, let's say full name equals to, and the variable will have called full name. So I want that whenever if I do any changes over this input box, automatically that value will be reflected to this variable called full name. And this is possible by using the concept of states management. Now let's copy this function name called handle full name. Then I will go here, let's say const handle full name. Now next after this, let's pass an event object to this function, and here for the time being, let's say console.log event. Let's save these changes, and one more thing, for the time being I will go and remove this value attribute. Save these changes, let's go back to browser. Now here, if I reload, let's pass any value here. For example, I am pressing A, and here we have an object that is an event. Let's open, and if I go into this target inside this value, and now we can see here we have the a value. It means whatever will pass into this input box, whenever if I will type any value, automatically it will go into this like event target dot value. So here if I go into this handle full name function, and let's call our state manager call set full name, and here let's event dot target dot value. Now let's copy this variable called full name. I will go and let's add here call value equals to full name. Save these changes. Let's reload. Now here, if I try to pass, let's say for example, S, and now we can see that here the value is now printed. If I type A here or something A, now we can see another value. If I pass, for example, book here, and now you can see that whenever what I am passing into this input box, automatically by the help of a state manager, we are updating that value into this variable. And this variable, wherever we have used into this component, automatically gets reflected without having any reload. It means automatically while changing our variable that is called full name, whenever the value changes, this state manager is helping components to re-render so that we'll get the updated value into our application. So this is the real use of states management into that React application. So now friends, I hope that this video has given lots of idea, lots of understanding to understand the concept of states management into a React application. All right friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss one more interesting concept of React, and that is how to integrate, how to call third-party APIs inside any of the React application. Let's go back to editor. So in this video, we'll discuss about two methods by the help of that we can call APIs into any of the React application. So first I will discuss by using the concept of fetch API method, and second by using a third-party package, and that is by using npm. First we have to install and see that how to use the concept of Axios package to do API calls. So first I will start by using the concept of fetch API method. So let's go back to our project setup. Let's open this home.jsx, or simply let's create one more component, and I will call it as, let's say, product.jsx. Then I'll go here, let's close this home component. So const product arrow function, and here arrow function, and here for the timing let's say return react fragment, and into this let's say h1, let's say hello products. Save these changes. So let's export default, and it will be called product. Save these changes. Let's open our app component, and here first I will import. So let's say import product component, and instead of loading home, let's load our product component. Save these changes, And if I go, and here we can see hello products. So this time I have to use the concept of API call. So here we have a dummy website called dummy JSON API. So let's click into this website. This website basically provides lots of APIs endpoints with their fake data. So here I'll use one more basic endpoint. So let's click on this Retalks button. Inside this right sidebar, we can see here we have multiple modules called auth, products, cart, and much more. So simply I'll click on this products drop down, click on this get all products, and here we have the API URL. So what I will do, I will copy this API URL. Let's go back to editor. Then I will go into this product component, and here let's say const get products equals to arrow function, and here I will make this function as async. Let's go here. I will use the concept of try catch block. Let's say const API response equals to await fetch API method, then the API URL, and here let's say const data equals to await API response dot JSON. And for the time being, if I go and write console.log, let's say data. And now this is the function completed. And one more thing, this is only try block. Here we have to include catch block in case of any error. We have to go inside this catch block. Let's say console.log and error. Now this is only the function which is going to fetch all the products from this API URL. But I want that this function should be called on page load. Now this is what we have to use one more hook of React, and that is called use effect. So here what I will do, I will go and import that hook method, import curly pairs, and this will be use effect from React package. Now next after this, let's copy this use effect hook method. Let's call, and after this API call here, let's say use effect, we have to pass some arguments. So its first argument will have the callback function. So let's copy this get products, and inside this callback function, I will pass that function, and we want that this function will be called only on the page load. So inside the second argument of this use effect, let's pass some dependencies. So dependencies will be passed in format of an array elements. So here we'll have the empty value. So this array element means empty array simply means that this function, this callback function will execute only once on the page load. Save these changes. So on the page load, this function will be called, and this function is going to get all the data from this API call, and simply for the time being, it will log all those data into console tab. So if I go to application, let's reload. Go to console tab, and here we can see that here we have an object, and inside this object products, and we can see array of elements equals to 30. So successfully, now here we had seen that how to do API call. Now next what we can do, simply we have to read all those data and bind with our HTML. So for that what I will do, let's use const products, let's say set products, and here let's say use effect initially. Now, initially, the value of this products variable will be an empty array. And one more mistake, this is not use effect, this is use state. Now let's copy this state manager called set products. Let's go inside this function call, and here set products, I will pass data.products. So as we know that initially it will be an empty array, but once this function will be called inside this use effect, automatically all those products will be stored into this products variable. So what next? Let's copy these products, then go into this HTML, and here curly pairs, let's say products dot map. We have to iterate over each product. So single product index index, and here by using arrow function, let's say li tag, and it will be single product dot title. I want to print only the title value of each product inside this li tag. So as we are using this li tag, so I have to wrap this whole inside this ul tag. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and then now successfully we can see that all the products now loaded into HTML. Additionally, we have some error like each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So what basically we have to do, let's go inside this li tag. I will add a key prop and inside here simply pass this index. Save these changes. And now we can see that error has gone and also we had listed all the products from API call. So this was our first concept by using fetch API method, how to call API and how to list all those data into a HTML. Now let's discuss about this Axios package. So it's a third party package. So first thing first, we have to install before using inside application. So what I will do, I will go back to terminal and here let's press Ctrl C, close our development server, and here let's npm install and I will call, let's say, Axios. Hit enter. The installation process started and successfully it has added 9 packages to our application. Now let's start development server. Started. Let's go back to editor and here if I open package.json and now we can see that inside its dependencies here we have the Axios package. Let's go back to our product component. And instead of using this fetch API method, what we have to change, first I will go and copy this, our URL, and let's import our Axios from here. So import Axios from Axios package. Successfully, after import, let's go back to function here. Let's remove all these things. Inside this try block, simply let's say const API response equals to await Axios, and we'll have a get method. And inside this get method, simply we have to pass our API URL. Then after, for the time being, let's say console.log. And if I pass API response, save these changes. If I go and inside this console.log, now we can see that here we have an object and we can see all those data from API call. Now we are getting inside this data object. So what we have to do, simply here API response, if I type, let's say data dot products, save these changes. So into console, now we can see here we have our 30 elements. So what we have to do next after this, let's cut. I'll use state manager. So it will be set products and here API response dot data dot products. Save these changes. And now we can see that by using the concept of Axios package, now we have listed all those products from API call into a HTML. So inside this video topic, successfully we had seen about two methods, that is fetch API method and Axios, that how to do API calls into React application. Alright friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing concept of React, and that is how to use the concept of Bootstrap to create amazing layouts inside React application. Let's go back to editor. So first thing first, what is Bootstrap? So Bootstrap is a CSS library. By the help of CSS classes of Bootstrap and using HTML, we can create amazing layouts in a very simplest way. So let me tell you that if we want to use the concept of Bootstrap and its CSS classes to create amazing layouts, first thing first, we have to install an npm package into this React project. So the package will be called Bootstrap. So by using npm, first we have to install, and once it will be installed, by using its classes over HTML, we can use the concept of Bootstrap into this application. So how to start? Let's go back to browser. And here, simply I will type call Bootstrap with React. So here we can see here we have the first link as react-bootstrap.netlify.app. Simply let's click on this link and here click on this get started. So we can see that here we have the npm package called npm install react-bootstrap and bootstrap. So what I will do, I'll use only this bootstrap package, something called npm install and bootstrap. So let's copy this complete command. Go back to editor, open a new tab. So the command will be called npm install and only bootstrap. Now let's copy, go into project terminal. I will stop this development server. So npm install bootstrap. And successfully, the package installation now completed. It has added two packages into our setup. Let's go back to editor, open up package.json, and now we can see that inside this dependencies object, here we have the bootstrap. So okay, package is available, but the question is how to use Bootstrap classes over HTML into this project. Let's go back to documentation. Scroll down means installation completed. Scroll down. So here we have the line of code that is called import bootstrap.main.css from this path. So what I will do, simply I will copy this line of code. Let's go back to editor, open up app.jsx, it means app component, and here at the top of this file, let's add here. So simply as we can see that this bootstrap.main.css is coming from this path, and this path is exist inside node modules, because as we know that we have installed our bootstrap package. So all the packages while installation it goes inside node modules. So if I go inside node modules, scroll down, search for bootstrap, here we have the bootstrap into dist folder, into next here we have css folder, and now we can see that inside the css folder we'll have the file called bootstrap.main.css. So successfully installation completed, import completed. Now what next? Now, next after this, to use the concept of Bootstrap and the Bootstrap classes, we want some HTML. But before that, before using of Bootstrap classes, also we have to verify that what version of Bootstrap right now we are using inside this application. So it's very simple. If I go and open package.json, and now we can see that after installation we got Bootstrap of 5th version. It means that what the CSS classes we use inside HTML, they are of Bootstrap 5th version. Let's go back to browser. I'll then type Bootstrap 5. Let's open this first link, that is the official website of Bootstrap called getbootstrap.com. And here it's really very simple. Let's open components. Then I will go into this card. So here we have the layout. This is our HTML. So I will copy this complete HTML. Let's go back to our app component. Then I will remove this product component and just paste here. And one more thing, as we can see that inside this div element, inside this code structure, here we have the class keyword to pass our classes. But one more thing, inside React application, already I told you that we have two types of component called class-based component and functional-based component. So inside React application, this class is a keyword, so we can't use this class to pass these classes. So instead, what we have class name as a keyword. So let's copy this class name, and we have to replace each class with class name, and class name, and also here class name. And also inside this image tag, we can see here we have some error, and this is the closing tag of this image is missing. So simply let's add forward slash. And for the time being, let's remove this style attribute from here. Save these changes. Now, if I go back to browser, and now we can see that successfully, if I go and let's reload one more time. So successfully we can see that here we have the card layout, and this card layout is of this HTML, and behind the scene it is using Bootstrap 5th version. To verify, if I go and let's remove this file link from here, save these changes, and now we can see that that design now is now converted into the simplest HTML. So this is the simplest way that how to install Bootstrap package, how to link with this application, and how to use that classes into any of the HTML code. And then now next, let's try some more examples. So simply, let's go back to browser, go inside this getbootstrap.com. So this time, instead of using card, let's use this alert. So here we have some design we can see. So what I will do, if I copy this complete HTML of all types of alert, go here and simply let's remove this HTML and just paste all those code. Now let's do some formatting, and instead of using class we have to replace with this class name keyword. So let's copy Ctrl H, find this class keyword and replace with this class name keyword. Let's replace all. Successfully replaced. Save these changes. If I go, and now we can see that successfully we have implemented one more example that how to use Bootstrap alert inside React application. So this is the way like how to install Bootstrap package, how to link our bootstrap.main.css with any of the component file, and once all the things will be okay, how to use Bootstrap classes with HTML code inside React based project. So friends, in this video we have discussed the simplest way to use Bootstrap inside any of the React application. Alright friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing and interesting concept of React, and that is how to set up or create web page navigation links. It simply means that, for example, I have a website. Into my website, I have some pages, for example, about us, contact us, services and products. So how to create web page navigation links. Let's go back to editor. So if I will open a new tab, so let's say that I have a landing page, and into this landing page, I have some navigation links of about us, products, then we have services, then we have contact us. My question is how to create the navigation link so that whenever if I click on about us link, it will go to about us page. Whenever if I will click on products link, it will go into products page. So here I'll use the concept of multiple components and the concept of a package by using npm, that is React Router DOM. So what I will do, first I will create these pages like these components. So let's go inside src folder, then I will create a pages folder, and into this pages folder, let's create our first file, that is about.jsx. This is about us component. So here const about here arrow function, and let's say that return React fragment, and within h2 tag, let's say hello about us page, and after this, let's say export default and about. Now in the same pattern, let's create few more pages. For example, right here we want something called products. I will copy the same code skeleton. Let's paste here. This is products. Let's copy, put here. Now next we want something for contact us. So contact.jsx. Let's paste all these code again. And here it will be contact us page. And here we have export default contact. And finally, according to need, we want one more page, that is of services. Let's copy, go into pages folder, and here it will be services.jsx. Now what I will do, I will copy the same code skeleton. Let's paste here. This is of services. So hello services page and services. Now finally, here we have all the components now ready. Now next we have to create some navigation links. So to create navigation links, as we know from last video, now we have a concept of Bootstrap. So what I will do, simply I will go to getbootstrap.com, click here, and inside here I will search for navigation. Click on this nav bar, and if I scroll, we can see that here we have some navigation links. So instead of using that, I'll choose this one. So let's copy, click on this copy button to copy the whole code. Copied. Let's go here. And for example, I'll go into this app.jsx. And from this file, first I will remove all these things. Now here we have only the link of bootstrap.main.css. Let's remove this line of code as well. Go inside this return statement. I'll then remove all this HTML code and paste all those code what we have copied from navigation. Let's do some formatting. And successfully, as we know that class is not a keyword, so here instead of class, we have to replace with the class name to pass all these classes, because class is a reserved keyword for class-based component. So what I will do, simply class equals to double quote, simply I will copy Control H and I will replace with class name keyword. Now all replaced, save all these changes. So if I go back to browser, and one more thing, we have to start development server. So npm run dev, hit enter, start it. So if I go and reload, and now we can see that here we have navigation called home, features, pricing, and disabled. And these all navigations and tags we have copied from this getbootstrap.com. Now, one more thing we can notice that somewhere some CSS is coming into this web page. So what I will do, I'll simply go inside this app.jsx. We can see that here we have only the CSS link of bootstrap.main.css. Now from where that CSS is coming, so if I go and open main.jsx, and now we can see that into this file, here we have index.css. So simply let's remove, save this file. Now let's go and reload, and now we can see that here we have the navigation called navbar, home, features, pricing, and disabled. So according to need, what we can do, we want menus, for example, like about us, products, services, and contact us. Let's go inside app.jsx, and here let's remove this navbar with this online web tutor. I'll go and remove this button. Then I will go into this div, and also let's go inside UL Li, and here we can see that here we have the home, features, pricing, and here we have disabled. So what I will do, I'll go and remove these three Li tags. Let's copy this Li, and before that here instead of home, I will call it as about us. Then I will go put this Li again, and this is for products. Then here we'll have for services, and finally we'll have for contact us. So here it will be contact us. Save these changes, and now we can see that here we have the site website link like site title. Then here we have the pagination links of like about us, products, services, and contact us. Now, next after this, to create the web page navigation links, we have to use a third-party package by using npm, and that will be React Router DOM. So that whenever, if I will use the concept of React Router DOM, so it will be very easy, like super easy to go from one page to another page inside React application. So if I go and open package.json first, so Control P, package.json. Now here inside this dependencies object, we don't have any package of React Router DOM. So what I will do, simply I will go into project terminal, and here let's first stop development server. So npm install, it will be React Router DOM. So once we type this package name, let's hit enter. Installation is started, and successfully it has added 6 packages into our application. Let's go here, and before that let's start development server. And now we can see that inside this dependencies object, here we have React Router DOM, which is of 7th version. Let's close this file. Then I will go into this app.jsx, and here instead of listing all this like code here, what I will do, I'll go and cut all these things from here, and instead I'll create a separate component inside this pages folder, and let's call it as navbar.jsx. So here const navbar, and inside here return within this React fragment, and here we have the complete HTML code. And finally let's copy this navbar and simply export default and navbar. Let's go inside this app.jsx, and here import navbar from pages navbar. Let's copy and simply put here as a component. Save this file. If I go here, now we have the same links. We have the same links. Now next, as we know that already we had discussed and installed React Router DOM. So what I will do, I'll create some pagination links like web page links. So here, first I have to import some packages, some from React Router DOM. So what I will do, I'll first go into this navbar.jsx, and here I will import link from React Router DOM. So successfully, here we have imported link from React Router DOM. So what next? So simply, what the anchor tags we have used inside this component file, simply we have to replace anchor tag with link tag. So here we have our first anchor tag with this text value. For this about us, here we have another anchor tag, and so on. So what we have to do, let's copy this link tag. Then I will go with this first anchor tag, and here it will be link tag. Let's cut this text value, put it here. Let's cut this class attribute, put it here. And as we can see that inside this anchor tag for navigation, here we have the href attribute, but inside this link tag, here we have two attribute. Now here, as we know that whenever if I try to click on the site title, we have to go into the landing page, or we may say we have to go into the home page. So simply forward slash. So let's remove our first anchor tag. Then second, I will go into this about us. Again, we have to use link tag. Remember, capital L, it means link tag. Let's cut this text value called about us. Put here. Let's cut this class name. Cut here. Put it here. And here we have the two attribute. And inside this two attribute, we have to go into about us page. So simply forward slash and it will be about hyphen us. Let's remove this anchor tag. So in the same pattern, let's copy, go here for this products route. So it will be something called products, and the page title or the menu title will be called products. Let's go and remove. Now next I will create for this services. So let's copy, go here, put it here. So it will be for services. It is services. Let's remove this anchor tag. And finally, we want one more tag, and that is for contact us. Let's copy, put here, and here it will be contact us, and here it will be contact us. Now let's remove this anchor tag. So successfully, now in place of all those anchor tag, now here we have used the concept of link tag. So what next? Then we have to go into this app.jsx file, and here we have to import browser router as, let's say, router. Then we have to import routes. Then we have to import route from React Router DOM. And remember, from this React Router DOM, also we have imported link tag. Now here we have three more packages, like three more things like router, routes, and route. Now next after this, simply let's copy this router. Then I will go into this app component and simply bind all these things what we have here. So for example, right now we have only navigation. So simply I will cut, let's go inside router and simply place it here. Now next inside this router, we have to create a set of routes. So here we have routes already imported from this React Router DOM. So I will copy these routes. Then I will go here and we have to create a set of routes. And simply while creating set of routes, those routes which will be for this landing page, about us page, products page, services, and for contact us page. So what we can do, simply I will go into this app component. Let's copy this route. Then I will go here. So first we have to create for the landing page. So route, and here the path will be forward slash, it means for the landing page, and which component is responsible to handle the redirection of that landing page. So inside element, simply let's say that we have to create a home component. So simply let's say home. So what I will do, first thing first, we have to create this home component. So let's go inside pages, and here simply home.jsx. Then I will go here. Let's copy the code from this services, paste here, and I will call it as home. And then here, let's export default home. Then I will go here into this app component. First, we have to import. So import home from pages home. Let's import about from pages, import contact from pages, import services from pages, and lastly it will be import products from pages. Now, once we import all these things, simply this home component is used for our landing page redirection. Then here we have the second route, and the path will be, for example, if the path will be something called about us according to this navbar.jsx called about us. So once we get this path, so the element will be, it means component is responsible, that is called about us. Now in the same pattern, here we have the third route, path, and the not page, its path equals to, so inside this path, something called products. So I will copy /path element, and the responsible component will be something called products. And here, let's say route path equals to, and the route will be something called services. So I will copy this path, put it here, element, and here, let's say services. And finally, we have to create one more route, and that is for contact us. So route here, path, and the path will be called contact-us. Let's copy, go here, put it here, and the element will be responsible, and the responsible component, and this will be called contact us. So successfully, now all the paths are configured. So whenever if I click on this online web tutor on the site title, it will go to this path, and according to this path, it will redirect or render this home component. Save all these changes. So if I go, and now you can see that automatically at this landing page, here we have the home page text value. Now if I click on this about us, and now you can see that about us, products, services, and contact us. And additionally, also we can notice here that whenever if we go from one page to another page, also apart from textual changes, also here we have the path change into URL. Here we have some spelling mistake, but no issues at all. So if we click on the services, and now we can see that path changes from contact us to services. Click on the site title, we are on the landing page, about us, products, services, and contact us. Now, by the help of this video, now we have the clear understanding about that how to create navigation links inside React application by using React Router DOM. All right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing and interesting concept of React, and that is how to create a form with some form input elements, and also additionally how to handle form submission inside React application. Let's go back to editor. So let's open a new tab. So what I will do, simply I'll create a form, and inside this form we'll have some form input fields, for example name, email, and let's say phone number. So first I'll create a very simplest form by using some HTML code, and inside that form we have some input fields of name, email, and phone number. Also we'll see the concept that how to handle form submission inside React application. So what I will do, let's go first inside this src folder, inside pages folder, let's create a new component, and I will call it as student.jsx. And here let's go inside navbar, and here I'll create a new path like new li element, and here I will call it as student form, and here the path will be simply, let's call it as form. Now let's go inside our app component, so app.jsx, and here let's create a new route, and it will be path. So whenever if we go to this path called form, the responsible component will be student. And here first we have to import, and before import let's say const student arrow function. So let's return react fragment, and here let's say within h2 tag student form, and then here let's export default and student. Copy this student, then go here inside this app.jsx, import student, and from pages, Let's copy this student. Then I will go and here I'll use that component. Save these changes. So if I go and here we have the student form into this menu items, let's click on it. And now we can see student form. So instead of this text message, also I want a form. And inside that form, we want some form input fields like for the name, email, and phone number. Additionally, we'll have a submit button so that we can handle the form submission inside this React application. So what I will do, I'll go into this getbootstrap.com, click here, and here, if I search, let's say form, click on this very first link, scroll down, and now we can see that here we have a simple form. So what I will do, I will simply copy all this HTML. So either we can select and copy, or simply here we have the copy button. Simply let's copy, code copied, go here, and inside this student.jsx, let's put all these code. Let's do some formatting here. And now we can see that here we have the form tag. And inside this form tag, here we have the email value, password value, and a check me out value. So instead of all these default fields, I want the fields for this name, email, and phone number. So what I will do, simply let's go first and I will change from this email address. So let's say name. Inside this for attribute, let's say name, or simply I will call it as, let's say, student name. And here input type email, it will be into type text. And here let's add forward slash. And as we know that class is not available for these classes, instead we have to use class name for that. So I will first copy this class equals to and double quotes, control H, go here. So we have to replace this one with this one. Let's go and click on this icon, all replaced. Let's remove this D from here. Now here input type text for this name field. Class name is form control. Here we have the ID. So actually we don't need this ID and the other attributes. Let's keep it very simple. Then we want something for the email. So let's remove all these two D from here. Then I will copy, put here. So the second field will be for the email address. So email, it will be for student email. And here input type email, and lastly we want for the phone number, so here it will be phone number, and here student phone number. Also input type text is okay, and here we have the submit button. So if I save all these changes, let's go here. And now you can see that inside the student form, here we have the name, email, and phone number. So instead of something like this design, what I will do, if I go and wrap inside a container, let's go and cut this form tag, and I will use div class name, let's say container. Container is a class available inside Bootstrap. So simply I will paste that form inside this div class name container. Save these changes, and now we can see that student form. And one more thing we can do, also this h2 element should be inside this div class container. Save these changes. So now we can see that student form, here we have the name, email, and phone number. Now next after this, also we have to handle the form submission if suppose we pass data, for example, inside this name field, email and phone number. So how to handle whenever if I submit this form by using this click event of submit button. Let's go back to editor. So here, what I will do, first I will create some state, and by the help of those state, how to handle the form submission. So here, I'll create a state, let's say const form data, and I will call a state manager called set form data. And here, use state, automatically it will be imported from React package. So use state and the initial value of this variable called form data, let's pass an object. And inside our form, we have three input fields like name, email, and phone number. So let's pass name. Initially, the name value will be an empty value, then email, empty value, and password will be an empty value. Now next, here we have the state. Let's copy this form data because form data it's an object, and inside this object here we have three properties. So let's copy this form data. Then I will go into this first input called name, and here the value attribute is equals to form data dot name because form data is an object and name is a property of that. So in the same way for this email, let's say value attribute here form data dot email. Now for phone number, value attribute form data, and here we have not actually password. This will be called phone number. Let's copy this phone number and form data dot phone number. And one more thing, also we have to handle, for example, whenever if I try to input any value to these input boxes, also we have to handle on change event. So what basically I will do here, let's say on change, and here let's say handle on change form data. The same function I will copy, go here in this email field, let's say on change event. This is the same function I will use here, and here on change event, same function I will use here. Now next after this, let's copy this function name called handle on change form data. Then I will go here, let's say const handle on change form data. Then we'll pass a event object, and inside here for the time being, if I go and console.log, let's say event object, which means that whenever if I do any input to all these input boxes, like for example on this name field, this function will be fired, and inside this function simply we have logged this event object into console tab. Save these changes. If I go here, we have the form. Let's click on inspect, go to console tab, and okay, here we have some more errors. And error is of okay, the for keyword is reserved. So instead of using this for keyword, we have to replace with HTML for. So simply, let's copy this for equals to and double quotes, Control C, Control H, and we have to replace HTML for equals to and double quotes. Replace all appearances, and now we can see that for attribute now replaced with this HTML4. Save these changes. If I go, let's reload, and here we don't have any error. So for example, if I do any entry inside this name field, and now you can see that here we have the event object inside this console tab. Let's open. If I go into this target, and in this target, if I scroll, and one more thing, before doing any debug, what we can do, let's add the name attribute inside each input field. So here, input type text, let's say name attribute, and I will call it as student name. Let's go here, name attribute, let's say student email, and for phone number, let's add name student phone number. Save these changes, and one more thing, like here we can see that here we have taken the fields as name, email, and phone number. So it's better instead of calling student name, simply I'll call it as name, like what we have the property name. So name here for email, let's email, and phone number, let's copy this phone number and put it here. So save these changes. If I go and let's reload, let's pass any data, and now we can see that here we have our event object. Let's open. So if I go into this target, and now we can see that inside this target, here we have the first attribute as value, and inside this, like the empty value, here we have inside this name field. But if I scroll, one more interesting thing is that if I scroll, and now we can see that here we have the name attribute of this name field. Whenever if I click on this, for example, into this email field, here we have the event object. If I scroll, go into this target, and as you know that we have done input over this email input field. So inside name field or name property, here we have the email. Let's go to editor. So what actually we have to do, let's go and let's remove first console.log, and here const destructure like name and value from this event dot target. Now next, Here, I'll use the state manager called setFormData. So setFormData, and inside this, previous form data, ref form data, arrow function, parenthesis, curly pairs, and here, let's say previous form data, and here square bracket. Here we have the name field, colon, and the value of it. So successfully whenever if we do any entry, any input over these input fields, automatically those values will be set, like those values will be set into the name attribute. And here the name attribute is nothing, the property name of this state variable. So let's save these changes. And one more thing, if I go and console.log, simply let's say form data. And then now if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser and here let's reload. So for example, if I input any value for this name field, and now you can see that the name value changes inside this name property. If I pass any value inside this email field, and now we can see that the email value changes inside this email property. Let's pass some value inside this phone number, and now we can see that whenever if I do any entry inside this phone number, the value changes of this phone number property. Now let's handle the form submission. So I'll go here, go inside this form tag, and here I'll use an event called on submit. And here let's say handle form submit data. Let's copy this function name, and I will go and comment this console.log from this handle on change form data. Let's say const handle form submission data. Let's pass event object. And one more thing, that here we have the form tag, and inside this form tag here we have a button which is type of submit. So whenever if I try to click on this button, it reloads the page because this is the by default behavior of the submit button. But we don't want any page reload, so for that here we have the first line of code, that event dot prevent default. Then after, simply console.log, let's say form data, which is a state variable of type object which contains the property values of name, email, and phone number. Then after, let's say console.log, and here let's say form submitted. So if I save all these changes, let's go here, let's reload, and if I pass any value to this name field, email value, any of the dummy, and phone number, the dummy value. So after passing all these things, click on submit button. And now you can see that here we have the state variable, which is a type of object. And inside this object, we have all those values like name, email, and phone number. And obviously, by using the concept of some API call, we can send this complete entire object with all data to that API call if suppose we want to save all this data inside any of the data source. So this is the concept, that by using the simplest concept of HTML, how to create a form, and if the form will be submitted, how to handle the form submission inside React based application. All right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss some more basics of React, and that is what is and how we use the concept of use navigate, use params, and local storage inside a React application. Let's go back to editor. Let's open a new tab. So here, first I will use the concept of use navigate. The name itself clears that, for example, if we want to navigate from one page to another page, so in this case, we have to use the concept of use navigate. Then we will see what is the use of use params. Again, the name itself clears that in case if we want to read some parameter values from URL, so in that case, we have to use the concept of use params. And finally, we'll discuss the concept of local storage. And by using local storage, we can simply put or store some values locally to browsers. Now let's get started to see some examples of use navigate, use params, and obviously of local storage. So first thing first, I will go back to browser. So inside last video topics, this is the page what we had created with all these menu items. So here we have about us, products, services, contact us, and student form. So let's say that we are on the services page, and inside this page here we have button and something called back to about us page. So whenever if I click on that button simply will redirect from services to about us page. So here we have the concept of redirection. So this case will be handled by using use navigate. So first thing first, I'll go into the services component. Let's go inside src components, not components, pages, and then I will open services.jsx. And here, let's create a button. So button back to about us page. And here, let's pass on click event. So on click, and here, let's say back to about us page. Simply, if I will copy, go here, let's say const function. And inside this function, simply we have to redirect from services to about us page. So for that, we'll use the concept of use navigate. So const navigate, navigate, and here use navigate. Now this will come from React Router DOM, what we had installed inside our last video topics. So let's copy this navigate, then go here and simply we want to go from services to about us page. So inside this navigate, just pass the path of about us. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload. Here we have the button called back to about us page. So if I click, and now we can see that here we have the about us path, and here we are on the about us page. So Saksan, this is the simplest example. By the help of that, we can understand the concept of use navigate. Now, next after this, we'll discuss the concept of use params. The name itself clears if we want to get some properties from URL. So in that case, we have to use the concept of use params. Let's click on this products menu. So we can see that right now we have a plain URL that is localhost forward slash and products. But in case, if suppose I will pass some value, say 50, which is a product ID. Now the question is how to pass this value and how to get this value inside this products component. Right now, if I go and hit enter, this is not going to work because right now the route of this product is not configured to handle this parameter into this URL. Let's go to editor. So first I will go and open navbar.jsx, and here inside this product, let's pass 50 as a static value, which is a product ID. Now this value we have to get inside product component. So what we have to do now, next we have to go inside app component. Inside this route set, here we have the route of product. Now here, as we know that now in this case, we are passing some value, some dynamic value, which we have to get that value and pass inside this products component. So here first, go inside this path attribute. So forward slash. Now this time we have some ID. So just define a placeholder. So colon and ID. So ID is nothing. It's a placeholder which gets the value that is of 50. Now next, and one more thing that this is not specific. If you want something product ID, it is also okay because this is only a placeholder. Now next, let's open this product component. So I will go and open product component. Now in this component, I want to get the product ID. So simply let's say const, let's say parameter values equals to, and I will use params. Look at here that use params is coming from React Router DOM. And here for the time being, let's say console.log, and here let's say parameter values. Save these changes. So if I go, now you can see that product component is now working with this 50 ID, and into this console tab here, if I go and reload, and now we can see that here we have an object, and inside this object here we have property called product ID, which is containing a value, and that is equals to 50. Now, if we want to get this value, it's very simple. Either we can put product values dot product ID. If I save these changes, and if I go and reload, and now we can see 50, which is the product ID. One more thing also we can do, instead of parameter values, simply we can use the concept of destructure. So this is the ID, this is the property what we are getting inside object. So let's copy, put it here, and simply instead of parameter values, one more parameter, simply product ID. We are directly accessing that object. Save these changes, and now we can see 50 and 50. So it's really amazing that by using use params, what the parameter we pass into URL, simply we can get into our components. Let's try one more case. So inside this navbar, if I pass one more ID, something called 100, now this is the value also we have to get. Go inside app.jsx and here forward slash, the second placeholder is something called ID. Let's go inside products, and again, if I go, let's say params, and if I, let's say, console.log params, and if I reload, let's pass one more parameter, something called 100. And now we can see that into product ID, here we have the 50 and 100. Here we have two placeholders like product ID and ID. So how to get these values? It's really very simple by using the concept of destructure. So simply product ID, this is our first segment, and second placeholder, which is ID. So product ID and ID. Save these changes. If I go and reload, and now we can see that 50 and 100. So this is the use of use params to get and read all the parameters from URL into any of the component. And finally, I will discuss one more concept into this video topic, and that is about local storage. As I told you that by using the concept of local storage, we can store any value locally to browsers. So what I will do, let's go back to browser, click on this about us. So let's say that inside this about us, I will create two buttons, and by the help of first button, I will store, let's say, any value locally to browser, and by using the click event of second button, simply we have to read that local value from the browser. So I will go and let's open, and one more thing, whenever if I store any value locally by using local storage, it will go to browsers. Let's go inside application, and by using local storage, what the value we store, it will go inside this local storage. Right now we can see that we don't have any value, but whenever if I store any value, it will go inside this application tab, inside this storage, inside this local storage, and inside this local storage, on the basis of this application URL, it stores the value. Now let's create some local variables. So I will go here, let's open about us component, and here I'll create two buttons. So first one will be, let's say, store local value, and the second button will be, let's say, get local value. Let's put some click events. So on click, let's say save local value, and here let's say on click, and here let's say get local value. So I will copy this function name, then I will go here, let's say const function name, arrow function, and here simply let's say const, or I will call it as, let's say, let. For example, I want to store the channel name into local, like locally, so name equals to, or even I will call it as, let's say, channel name equals to online web tutor. And here let's say local storage dot set item, it's a method, and here we have to pass two values into this method. First will be our key, like in that key we have to store our local value. So here it's a channel name, and here we have the value called channel name. So simply by click event of this button called store local value, now this is the value we are storing locally to browser with this key name. So if I save these changes, let's go back to browser. And here I think we have some error. Let's go to console tab and get local. Okay, this function actually we didn't define. Let's copy, go here, let's say const function name. And for the time being, it's empty. Save these changes. Let's reload. And if I open here, let's go to our application tab. go to local storage. So right now we can see that we don't have any value right here inside this area. Now let's click on this button, store local values. So whenever if I click on this button, and now we can see that inside this local storage, here we have the first local value called online web tutor with this local key name that is called channel underscore name. Now let's handle this get local value. It means whenever if I click on this button, simply it will get that value and read inside this web page. So what I will do, I'll go here inside this get local value method. Let's say that local storage dot get item, and here inside this get item method, simply we have to pass the key name. And one more thing, let's define a state here. So const, let's say local value, set local value, set local value, and initially it's a use state. It will contain an empty value. So let's copy this state manager and here save local value. While getting that value, simply let's say set local value, and in this set local value, let's say let value equals to local storage dot get item, and here this is the value. It means this is only for the store purpose. So whenever if I try to get the local value after get, simply we are setting that value to our state variable. And let's copy this local value and here simply print inside this h2 tag curly pairs and local value. Save all these changes. Now if I reload this page, so here first I will go and delete this, let's say our local value. Click on this button to store that value successfully. Here we have the value. Click on this get a local value, and now we can see that successfully this local value now we have read into a state variable. Now let's create one more button. So whenever if we click on that button, it will simply remove our local value from this local storage. What I will do, let's go here and let's create our third button that is called remove local value, and here let's on click, let's say remove local value, copy this function name, then I will go here, let's say const function name, and simply let's say local storage dot remove item, and inside this simply we have to pass the key name. So this is the key name called channel name. So by using this remove item, simply this key will be removed from local storage. But one more thing, also we have to update the state variable because state variable is actually setting with this value what we have stored right here. So let's copy this state manager. So set local value, and after remove, it will contain an empty value. Save these changes. So if I go, let's remove one more time. I will go and delete this. So simply select, click on delete button, delete it. So I am clicking on this button. We have the local value. Here we have the local value. If I click on this button and successfully, now local value has been removed. So successfully, now by the help of this video, now we have completed one more basics concept of React, and that is what is the use of use navigate, use params, and the concept of local storage. So successfully, now by the help of this video, now we have completed overall the complete basics of React, so that these basics really very helpful to complete this interesting journey where we'll create a complete project of headless store by using React and WooCommerce APIs. So this was our last video to go and see the basics of React. All right, friends. Now, finally, from this video, we have to focus over the development part of this interesting course, interesting project, and that is how to create a headless store using React and WooCommerce APIs. So far, inside this course, we had done lots of discussion about basics concept, basic idea that how to use React to create a normal application. Additionally, also we had done discussion about WooCommerce. Now, in this video, I'll create a new project of React, and additionally, I'll install some required packages what basically we need inside to create our headless store. So first thing first, I'll go back to folder structure, then I'll open project terminal, and here I'll create a new React application. So simply npm create space with @latest, hit enter. Now it will ask about project name. So I will call it as React-Store. Hit enter. Which framework? So I will use React. So here we have the third option. So React, hit enter. Which variant? So JavaScript. Again, we have the third option. Hit enter. Now successfully the scaffolding of that project now created. So simply we have to go into this setup called React Store. So cd React Store, and now into this folder structure, the first command we have to execute called npm install. So simply let's type npm install, hit enter, and successfully it has added 258 packages into our React setup. So what next? Let's first open its landing page. So npm run dev to verify our installation, hit enter. Development server started. So I am pressing Ctrl, click on this localhost link. And now you can see that successfully we have one more setup into our local system that is called React Store. So what next? I'll then go back to project terminal. Let's stop this development server. Press Y. Now I will open first this project setup into my VS Code editor. So code dot, and successfully I have opened that setup into my VS Code editor. So if I go into this package.json, so we can see that inside this dependencies object, we have only two properties like two packages called React and React-DOM. So we want like some more packages as discussed earlier. So first thing first, I want to install Axios package. Now this Axios package will help us to complete our HTTP request with WooCommerce APIs. So this package will basically complete HTTP request. Then after, I'll use the concept of bootstrap. So as we had seen inside demonstration of this project that is Headless Store, we have multiple layouts like a landing page, products page, cart page, checkout page, so much more layouts we have inside this Headless Store. So to create these interactive layouts, I'll use the concept of bootstrap. Then after, to display some notifications, for example, whenever if I try to add any products to my cart, so it will display after adding a message called product has been added successfully. So these notifications I will display into this store by using a package called React Toastify. So the third package will be called React React-Toastify. Then after, to control over the navigation over the menu items like for the redirection, I'll use the concept of a basic package of React and it will be React Router DOM. For example, I'm on the landing page. If I want to go into products page, checkout page, cart page, so by using the concept of React Router DOM, simply we can go and control all over the navigations of this entire application. Then after, so as we know that inside this application, we have to use lots of APIs concept of WooCommerce. So before using the WooCommerce APIs inside third party, also we have to verify ourselves by digital signature. So to generate a digital signature and the verification, I'll use a node package and that will be called crypto -js. So these are the packages right now what we need to install with this React application. So how to install? Simply, I'll go into my project terminal. So let's say npm install or I, then after the package name called Axios. So as we know that we have to install 5 packages. So Axios, now space, bootstrap, then after again we need React Toastify. So React hyphen Toastify, then after React Router DOM, and finally we need called crypto.js for digital signature. So here it will be crypto-js. So once we type all these packages, simply let's press enter. And now we can see our installation started. And successfully it has added 20 packages into a React application. Let's go back to VS Code again, go inside this package.json, and now we can see that inside this dependencies object, now here we have Axios, Bootstrap, Crypto-js, React Router DOM, and React-Toastify. So successfully now in this video, we have a second setup which will be our core setup to create this headless store. And then after, also additionally we had installed some required packages what basically we need to complete this entire project. Now in the next video, I'll discuss all about the concept of React component. It simply means that what the sections we need to create this headless store. So this interesting concept we'll discuss inside next video. Alright friends, now in this video we'll discuss all about the concept of React components, that is all the sections what we need to create this headless store. Let's go back to editor. Then I will open a new tab. So this is the setup what we had installed into last video to go and create our headless store. Now here I'll discuss the concept of React components. So as we know that inside React application to create any section we want a component file. So here if I talk about our React store, so inside React store we have seen that we have a header. Inside header we have some navigation menu items. Then we have a landing page, footer, then next we have a product page, cart page, checkout page. So we have much more sections, we have much more layouts. So accordingly, we have to create some component files into this application. So first thing first, I'll discuss that we'll have a header file. Either we can call it as a header or simply navbar.jsx. Now this file will contain all the navigation items, for example, home page, even the store name, home, products, cart checkout. So all those links, what basically we want for this headless store, all those links will go inside this navbar.jsx component. Then after, then we'll have a common file called footer.jsx, and in this component file, I will store the copyright messages of this headless store. Then after, if I talk about so these two components like here, like these are the components like the common layouts like by using navbar.jsx and footer.jsx. Now if I talk about the pages, so we want something home.jsx which is going to contain all about the code stuff, all about the code for our landing page. Then after we'll have our product.jsx which is going to contain all about the product listing. Then after we'll have called cart.jsx. Then here called checkout.jsx. Then after also we have called myorders.jsx. Then after also we have called MyAccount.jsx, and also we have auth.jsx. Now by using this auth.jsx we can control the login and the sign up functionality with the use of WooCommerce APIs. Then here, this is for the landing page. This is product listing component file, means product listing page, cart page, checkout page, my orders, and my account. So these are the component files, like these are the reusable component, but here these are the specifically for any specific feature. And also we want one more component file I forgot to add called single product.jsx. It means if I want to open the product detail of any specific product, so by using this component file, we can render the specific informations. So according to need, all these component files, first thing first, we have to create inside this React based application. Now next after this, I'll create all these component files to this React application. So I'll go into this SRC folder. So first thing first, I'll go and create a layouts folder so that we can store this navbar and footer component files. So inside this SRC, let's create a folder and I will call it as layouts. Inside this layouts folder, let's create navbar component, hit enter. So create it. Then I will create footer component. So footer component file. Now next inside this SRC folder, let's create one more folder and I will call it as pages. Inside this pages, I want the first component file called home component. Then after, let's create our product listing. So products component. Then after for single product, so it will be single product.jsx. Then after we'll have a cart page. So cart component. Then we have a checkout page. So checkout component. Then we have our my orders page. So my orders component. Then we have our my account. So my account component. Also, we have called auth component for login and sign up functionality. So we can see that now according to need inside this headless store, here we have the common layouts and here we have our pages component. So accordingly, we have to write some basic code inside each of the files so that I'm going to use some HTML content like from the next video to set up this headless store. So for the time being, what I will do, I'll go into this layouts folder. Let's open this footer component and here let's create a basic skeleton of this functional based component. So const our component arrow function and simply for the time being let's return fragment and I will call it as let's say within h1 tag hello footer and then after let's export default and it will be footer. Save these changes. Now what I will do, I'll copy this simple code pattern, simple code skeleton, then I will go into this navbar and paste it here. Only we have to change this navbar component name. So it will be navbar. Let's copy, paste here and paste here. Save these changes. Again, I will copy. Let's open this auth component and here it will be auth. Let's copy, put here, put here. Then I'll go into this cart component. Here it will be cart, hello cart, and cart. Checkout page. Let's copy and paste. So checkout, checkout, and checkout. Then I'll go into this home landing page and it will be, let's say, hello home. And if I will copy, put here and put here. Now you can see that I'm just copying and pasting each and everything. So my account and my account. Let's copy. Here we have three more component files. So this is my orders, hello my orders, and hello my orders. Copy products page. So products, copy this code, single product. So single product and single product. So finally, if I go and open one by one each file, so footer component is okay, navbar component, auth component, cart component, checkout, home, my account, my orders, products, and single product. Now successfully, here we have all those component files. So what basically we need to create this headless store. And right now, inside all these component files, we have only the basic lines of code. Now what next? I will go and open our app component file. And from this file, let's remove the initial lines because these are the by default generated lines. So I'll remove, let's remove this use state and also inside this return statement, simply I will remove this static HTML and here. So for the time being, let's say import navbar component. So successful. Now this navbar component we have imported from this layouts and navbar. Now here, if I copy, let's go here and call it like this. Save these changes. I will then go into project terminal and here let's npm run dev. Hit enter. Development server started. So I will go and click on this local host. Now successfully, hello navbar. And again, it's coming lots of space here. So what I will do, I'll go and open our main.jsx file. Let's remove this index.css. Save these changes. And now we can see that the extra space now removed after removing index.css file. One more change we have to do before closing this video. Let's go back to editor. Inside the main.jsx, we can see that this app component is running right now inside strict mode. So what I will do, I'll go and run this app component without having this strict mode. Save these changes. Now the output will be same. So successful. Now step by step we are going to complete this interesting project. Like right now we have a setup. Inside the setup we have all the packages what we had installed and in this video we have all the required component files. Now in the next video, we'll discuss all about the conversion of some HTML layout to our React-based layouts. Alright friends, now from this video topic, we'll start the process of layout creation of this headless store. So first I will discuss that how to set up header or the navigation menu items. Let's go back to browser. So as we know that to create this headless store, we want multiple layouts like navigation layout, footer layout, home layout, product layout, so much more layout already we know in terms of component from last video topic. Now also we know that to create all these layouts, also we want some piece of HTML code for all these component files. So here to save the time what I did, let's go back to a GitHub repository called github.com/owthub. Then click on repositories. Now here we have a repository called headless-store-html files. Let's open it. And now we can see that this repository is containing multiple HTML files. And let me tell you that these are the HTML files what basically we have to use to create our React store with the component files. So here inside this video topic, I'll discuss to set up all about the header or the navigation. So inside these files list, if I search, so here we can see navbar.html. And here all these code right now, these all code are using Bootstrap 5 version classes. So what I will do, either copy all this HTML code from this file. Let's go back to a VS Code. Then I will open SRC folder, layouts folder, and then I will open navbar component. And here, what I will do, simply let's remove this h1 tag first from here and paste all this HTML code right here inside this component file. Now, next after this, what I will do, I will go and remove these HTML comment lines first. Let's remove from here, from here, from here, from here. And if I search, now we can see that successfully all those comment lines now we have removed from this HTML. And one more thing, as I told you inside basics class of React that to pass the classes names, class is not the keyword. So instead we have to use class name. So what I will do, simply I will copy this class equals to double quotes and I will replace this class keyword with this class name. So let's click on this button to replace all these occurrences and successfully now we can see that now class is converted into class name. And one more thing, that as we know that this HTML is using Bootstrap 5th version classes. So what I will do, I will open first this app component and here before calling any of the component file, any of the layout, let's first import the Bootstrap package. So Bootstrap dist folder, then CSS folder, and here we have bootstrap.mean.css. Remember, this package already we had installed while installation of our setup. So save these changes. And if I go back to browser and now we can see that the navigation automatically gets updated called My Store, Home Products, and all the items what basically we have inside this navbar component. And additionally, inside our GitHub repository, we have a file called style.css, and that file is containing some additional CSS to do some layout adjustments. So what we can do, let's go back to browser, GitHub repository, and inside these files list, I can see a file called style.css. So just open it, just copy all the code of this file, copied. Let's go back to editor and then I'll create a file inside this public folder which is at root. Let's call this file as style.css. Paste all the code. Now what we want to link this CSS code with this HTML. So right now that file is not linked. So this is our current design. So then I will go here. Let's go inside this app component. Let's link that file. So as we know that this style.css is at the root inside public folder, so import two dots, then public folder, and then after here we have style.css. Save these changes, and now you can see that design has changed, but here we have some transparent background. So for that, let's go inside snapper component, then I will remove this bg-light. Save these changes. And now we can see that here the updated header is much looking better than previous one. And one more change I want inside this header. Let's go to editor. Let's cut all this content of this navigation And here, then I will use a div. Let's pass container class. And here, paste all those code, save these changes, and now you can see that this time this header is much attractive in comparison of previous ones. So here, my store, home, products cart, my account, my orders, logout, and login sign up. Now, let me tell you that what is the purpose of these items. So, home products cart and my account, like home products cart, they are the open menus which will visible without login or with login. But without login, like my account, my orders and logout, these will not be visible because conditionally after login, these menu items will be visible. And this is open because after login, this is not going to visible, but before login, this is going to visible. So conditionally, we have to show and hide all these menu items of this header design. So in this video, now we have created our first navigation, like the first setup of layout, that is of navigation menu items. In the next video, we'll discuss about much more layouts of this headless store. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss that how to set up our web navigation links by means of using React Router DOM. Remember, React Router DOM is the npm package what we had installed inside our previous video. Let's go back to browser. So inside last video topic, this is the header what we had created, and inside this header we can see that here we have the navigation menu items called home, products, cart, my account, my orders, logout, and login and sign up. So in this video, I'll use the concept of React Router DOM so that I'll go and attach each of the component file what we have created with each of the navigation item. Let's go back to editor. So here I'll open src folder, layouts folder, and navbar component. And inside this component file, what I will do, let's say import. Then here I will import link from React Router DOM. And here in place of anchor tag, I'll use link tag. So this is our first anchor tag. So simply let's use link tag. And here let's get this my store. Put inside this link tag, let's get this class name and put inside this link tag. Now here inside this anchor tag, here we have href attribute, but if you're talking about this link tag, here we have two attribute. Now here inside this two attribute, we have only forward slash. Now the first anchor tag now we have converted into link tag. Now next, let's search for another anchor tag, and so before that, let's do some formatting. Now, if I go inside this div tag, so here we have the second anchor tag. So here, let's say link tag, and inside this link tag, let's say home, and here we have the class name called nav link. So simply I'll cut and put here, let's add two attribute, and here forward slash. Let's remove this anchor tag. So I'll just copy this link tag. Let's paste here. Now this time it will be for products. Then here, navlink is okay, and inside this two attribute, let's say products. Let's remove this anchor tag. Then I'll go for this cart here. Let's paste. Now next here, it is cart. And after this cart, it means after this text, also we have this span tag. So I will cut and paste here. And also inside this two attribute, this is cart. Let's remove this anchor tag. Save these changes. Now next we have to set up for this my account. So here, let's say link tag. This is for my account. And here inside this class name, let's copy this nav hyphen link, put here two attribute, and inside this, it will be my account. Let's remove this anchor tag. Let's copy. Then I'll put for this my orders, and here my orders and my orders. Let's remove this anchor tag. Then I'll go here inside this logout. So, okay, let's say logout. And also I'll remove this on click event because at the dynamically we have to add the our on click event to handle this logout function. But for the time being, only we are focusing to create our web navigation menu items. So here navlink is okay, and inside this anchor tag let's remove only this forward slash. Let's remove this anchor tag. Let's copy. Then we have for login and sign up. Let's copy, put it here, and I'll call it as login. So successfully, now we have formatted this navigation menu items. It means this navbar component with this link component. Now next what I will do, simply let's open our app component. It means app.jsx, and here let's import so browser router as router. Then after let's pass routes here, route from React router DOM. Then I will go here, and here simply let's call router, and inside this router first thing first I'll cut this navbar component. Let's paste inside it, and then after let's create routes component, and here I'll create each specific route of each link tag. So here let's create route, and inside this route we have path attribute. So first thing first we have to create for the landing page, so forward slash, and in that case we have to hit our home component. So inside this element we have to pass our home component. And one more thing, before using any component file, simply let's first import. So import home from, and it will come from pages folder and then home. If I go into folder structure, so we can see that inside last video we had created multiple components. So inside this pages folder, here we have home.jsx file. So this is home component. Now in case of landing page, we have to open home component file. Then after, let's create our more route here. And next we have to go inside our, let's say, products page. So inside that case we have to call our element, and inside it we have to call our products component. So if I see the component here, so first thing let's import. So import products from pages folder, and then after we have to include call products. Then after, let's create our route for path called cart. So forward slash cart, and in this case the component file will be called cart. So curly pairs component and cart component. Let's import. So import cart from, and it will come again from pages folder, and then after here we have the cart. Let's import our checkout here. So import checkout from pages folder and then checkout. Then after let's say import, then after we have my orders. So my orders from pages folder, and then after we have to call my orders. Then here let's import my account. So my account from pages folder and then my account. Then after we have auth components. So import auth here from pages folder and then auth component. So successfully, here we have all the needed component files. Let's go here. So after cart, we want for checkout. So let's say path equals to, then here we have the checkout. And in this case, we have to use curly pairs checkout component. Then after we'll have our auth component, or before that we have my orders. So route here, let's say path, it will be my orders. Then after let's element, and here it will be called my orders. Then after we have to create for my account. So route here, let's say path forward slash my account element, its element attribute, and here it will be my account. Then after we have our authentication components, so route here. So in this case, the path will be only login. So / login. And in this case, I will call auth component. Save all these changes. So if I go back to browser, and now we can see that automatically it has called the landing page that is / of this application. And in that case, it has called our home component. If I click on this products, now we can see product component. Here we have cart component, my account component, my orders component. Here we have login and sign up, that is auth component. So successfully, and once we click on the site title, again it is calling our home component. So successfully, we have all these navigations of this nav component now linked with this router of this route section. So in the next video, what basically we have to do, so first I will start with the design of home component. It means that right now here we have only the static message called hello home, but in place of this hello home, I want to use some HTML so that we have the exact same page what we had seen inside demonstration. All right friends, instead of the topic, we want some HTML design, we want some layout design of React Store. Let's go back to browser. So inside last video, we had simply converted all about the anchor tags of navbar component to our link component with the help of React Router DOM. Now in this video, as you can see that for this landing page of this headless store, we have only this static message. But in place of this static message, I want some design, I want some layout. So what I will do, I'll go to the same GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub. Then after click on repositories, then click on this headless store HTML files, and inside this repository, we'll see a file called home.html. Now here we have multiple lines of HTML code. So what I will do, simply I will select all these code and copy, or we have here the copy button. So let's click on this copy button to copy all the code. Let's go back to VS Code, SRC folder, pages folder, and here we have home component. So right now we have only this static message. So what I will do, let's remove this hello home and paste all those HTML lines of code. Now let's do some formatting. So we can see that here we have some HTML comment lines. So first I will remove these. Let's remove and let's remove. And one more thing, let's go and collapse and do some formatting. Now successfully, this is our banner section. We can see that, and it is using an image called mall-image.jpg. Now this image I will find into this same repository, and here it is mall.jpg. So if I click into this image file, and here we have this image here. Now either we can click on this download button to download this file. So before making this video, I have downloaded, and here it is mall.jpg. So what I will do, simply I will go and place that file what I have downloaded to the public folder of this Node application. And next after this, let's go back to folder structure. And here we have those two images. So simply I'll go and cut these two files, go inside our application folder, then public folder, and just paste those two files. So this is mall.jpg, what basically we have to use for the landing page for the home component. And this is the second image what I have downloaded from the GitHub repository. And here it is called washing machine-2.jpg, and this image we have to use for product based component. Now let's go back to editor. So now here we can see that inside this public folder, here we have those two images called mall.jpg and washing machine-2.jpg. So we have to use this image for this home component. So what I will do here, let's first import that image file. So import mall image from, so this home component inside this pages folder. So first we have to go one folder back, it means src, then again one folder back, this is public folder. So 2 dot / again 2 dot / then we have to go inside public folder, and inside this folder we'll find called mall.jpg. And once file will be imported, what I will do, simply I will copy this small image, then I will go to this src attribute. Let's remove this double quotes and file link, then curly pairs, and here we have small image. One more change we can do here, that we can see inside this whole HTML, here we have the class attribute, but instead of using class, we have to use class name. So what I will do, simply let's copy this class equals to double quotes, control H, and I want in place of class, I want called class name. Just click on this button to replace all these occurrences, and successfully we have replaced class with class name. One more change we can do here, that we can see here we have margin top, which is a CSS property inside this style attribute. So what I will do, in place of this margin top, instead of passing something like this, I will pass an object, and here means first curly pair, second curly pairs, then margin top, and here I will pass 30 pixel. Save these changes. Now once we do all these things, let's go back to browser. Then I'll go here, and now we can see automatically the layout of the home page now changed. Here we have the banner image, and here we have all the textual changes, all about the layout, what we have just copied from repository and inside this home component file. Now next after this, also we can do one change here inside this home component, and that is, so before changing, if I go back to browser, so we can see that this image is left oriented. So what we can do, if all the content of this home layout, if I place inside div class container, let's go and update. So we can see that here we have the first div, second div, and here we have the parent div. So what I will do, simply let's go and add class name equals to container. So if I save these changes, and now you can see that here this panel is now shifted from left orientation at the center position. Now this time this layout is much better in comparison of previous one. Now we can see that inside this layout, here we have a button called shop now. So whenever if I click on this button, nothing will happen. So what basically we want that whenever if I click on this button, so we want a redirection from this home component to this product component. So what I will do, let's go back to editor, and here let's use import. It will be use navigate, and it will come from React Router DOM. Then after inside this home component, let's say const navigate equals to use navigate. And then after I'll go into this first div. Here we have the shop now button. So let's add a on click event. So here on click event, so handle product page redirection. Now here, let's copy this function name. Then after, let's say const handle product page redirection equals to. Then after, I will go into this function block, and here, let's say navigate, and inside this navigate method, simply add the path of products page. So forward slash call products. Now save all these changes. Let's go back to browser. Click on this home to go on the landing page. So in this page, everything is okay. If I click on this button, and now you can see that it has redirected from the landing page to the product page. So successfully, now in this video, we have done all about the layout settings of the landing page. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss a very interesting concept, and that is how to create the products page layout by the help of product component. Let's go back to browser. So inside last video, we had done like the layouts creation, for example, this navigation bar, all about the redirections using React Router DOM, and all about the settings of this home component. Now this time, we'll discuss the interesting concept about settings of this product layout. So for this, let's go back to GitHub repository, github.com/OWT hub, click on repositories, click here inside this headers store HTML files, and then after I can see a file called products.html. So what we can do, simply I will go and select all these HTML code from this file, or simply click on this copy button. All the code now copied. Let's go back to VS Code, SRC folder, pages folder, and here we have product component. So what I will do, simply go remove this h1 element and paste all those HTML code in between this React fragment. And here, let's do some formatting. So first I will go and remove this HTML comment line. Let's remove this one and save these changes. And let's replace this class keyword with this class name. So class equals to double quotes, Control H, and I want to replace with this class name. Now successfully, we have replaced the class keyword with the class name. Save all these changes. So if I go and okay, I think we have some errors. So click on inspect, go into console tab. And if I go at the top of this file, if I go, let's reload one more time. So I think that we have some mistake. It means we have some on-click event to this file, and here it is. So let's go and remove this on-click event because we have to handle all these click events dynamically. And one more thing, also we can see that here we have the style attribute, and inside this style attribute, here we have a CSS property called cursor equals to pointer. So what I will do using something like this, I'll use, let's say, curly pairs again, let's say cursor equals to pointer. Now save all these changes. If I go back to browser, let's reload. And now we can see that there is no error inside this console and also inside this products component, inside this products layout. Now here we have a single product layout. Right now we can see that image is missing, so that's why already we have downloaded our image, product image, right here from this GitHub repository into our last video. So what I will do, after download that image, I have placed into my public folder, and here it is, washing machine 2.jpg. So for the time being, I will link this image file right here inside this image tag, and here we can see that the image file name. So what I will do, let's go at the top of this product component, and here let's import product image from. So we have to go one folder back at the label of src, then one folder back to public folder, and inside this public folder, here we have the file name called washing machine 2.jpg. Let's copy this product image. Then I will go to this src attribute. Let's remove this double quotes and file name, then curly pairs, and here we have our image name. Save these changes. So if I go and okay, here we have some error, that is washing machine 2.jpg. I think we have some spelling mistake. So washing machine. So what I will do, let's copy this file name, and here let's save. And now you can see that here we have the product layout with the product image. So right now this is only the static value, but as we know that we have to call WooCommerce APIs. So whenever if I call WooCommerce APIs, it will return multiple products into API response. So those products I will bind with this product layout. And one more thing we can see here, that inside a single product layout, here we have the information of product thumbnail image, product name like product title, product price, product description, and all about the information of category. So let's say that I want to add one more product with the static values. What basically we have to do, let's go inside product component. Then I will go and copy this div class within this row class name. So let's copy and paste one more time. So inside this div class row, here we have two divs. Save these changes, and now you can see that here we have the two products with the static values. But as we know that inside our coming video, we have to fetch all about the dynamic products by using WooCommerce APIs. So whenever if we fetch the dynamic products, those products will be linked dynamically with this layout. So in the next video, we have to work over the component, or we have to work over the layout of single product detail page, so that whenever if I click on this product name, so I have to open the detailed information of a single product data. So for the time being, what we can do, let's set the redirection. So here, if I open this first div class, And inside this product name, I have to handle the on click event. It means I have to click on the product title. So let's go inside this H5 and here let's on click, let's say handle single product details redirection. And here let's copy this function name. Then I'll go here, let's say const function name. Then after arrow function and here let's say navigate. So first we have to use navigate. So import curly pairs use navigate from React Router DOM and here let's go at the top here. So let's say const navigate equals to use navigate and then after let's go inside this function and here it will be navigate. So we have to navigate on to single product, so product here, and then after we have to pass the product ID. So for example, for the time being, if I use the product ID as equals to 100, so if I save these changes, if I go here, let's reload. Now whenever if I click on this product name, and now we can see that here we have the route called product and the product ID. But right now we are not handling this single product redirection. So that's why the whole page is now blank. But in the next video, what basically we have to do, we have to handle this redirection with the component called single product.jsx, because as we know that this component we have created to handle our single product page data. So overall, inside this whole course, now we have the some layout creations of home page, product page, and hopefully in the next video, we'll have the layout of single product details layout. All right, friends, inside this video topic, again, we'll discuss a very amazing concept, and that is how to convert single product HTML layout to single product component. Let's go back to editor. So then after I will go and open SRC folder, pages folder, and single product component. So right now, inside this component file, here we have only a static message that is hello single product. So what we can do, let's go to our GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub. Click on repositories. Then I will click on this headless store HTML files. And inside this repository, I can see a file called singleproduct.html. Now here we have the complete HTML. So what I will do, I'll copy the whole code on click of this copy button. Let's go to editor and in place of h1 tag, let's paste all these code. Now let's do some formatting and here let's remove some HTML comment lines from this page and here it is. Let's remove, let's remove. Save all these changes and also we can see that inside this HTML here we have the on click event. Let's remove also and also we have to change our class keyword. So I will copy this class equals to double quotes and replace with this class name. So successfully we have replaced all the occurrences of class with the class name keyword. And then after here we have the product image. So remember inside our previous videos we had downloaded a product image and placed inside this public folder. So what we can do, let's go here, import, I'll call it as, let's say product image from, so one folder back. SRC means two dots forward slash, then two dots forward slash. Then we have to go inside public folder and then after washing machine dot jpg. Now next I'll copy this product image. Let's go here, remove this double quotes and file name. And then after here we have the product image. Now we can see this is all about the product banner image like the product image. Here we have the product name, product description, product price, and category information. Save these changes. So if I go and one more thing that to open this single product, actually we want to set a redirection. So what we can do in the last video, what we had done, if I open this product component, so here we are navigating from this products layout to single product component. But to handle this, let's open our app component and here now inside this app component, let's add a route. So it will be route. Then here the path equals to path equals to, I will add single quotes or double quotes. So I will add into a symmetric pattern. So single quote, then product, and then after product ID, so colon, and ID is the placeholder, so element, and in this case, I will call our single product. So single product, and this component is coming from pages and single product. Now save these changes. So if I go back to browser, and again we have some error that is failed to resolve this washing machine, and okay, I think that in this file name we have missing like hyphen 2, because if I go into public folder, now we can see that washing machine hyphen 2.jpg. Save these changes, and now we can see that it is working. Click here to go to products page, click here to go to single layout, and right now it is not calling our single component like single product component. And what is happening? Let's go inspect, go to console tab. So we are getting 500 internal error, and here if I go and check all about these products, so here we have product ID, and here inside here product, it is okay if I copy. So product ID, product, product ID, and okay, actually this is not a text, this is a component. So we have to wrap inside angular bracket, save these changes, and okay, again we have some errors. So if I reload, and now we can see error has been resolved, and successfully we are into the single product detail layout. Let's go back to our home component like at the landing page, click on product component, product layout. If I click on this product title to see the informations, and here we have the single product layout. Now finally, we have the layout of home component. It means home layout, product layout, and finally from this video, now we have single product layout. Now one more thing we can change before closing this video. Let's go back to editor. If I go into this product component, so as we know that inside this product component, we have two products. This is product number one, and this is product number two. So inside this product number one, we can see that we are passing this on click event handler, and here statically we have passed product ID. But what we want, I want that this ID should be passed from each product. For example, so if this is 100 number product, so I will pass the ID of product right here inside this function, or this is 101 product ID, so I have to pass the product ID dynamically from this product layout. So what I will do, I'll go, let's cut this event handler function, parenthesis, and then here I will call this function, and let's pass our product ID. So this is product ID of this first div. Now let's go into this second product, and here within this h5, let's say on click, parenthesis, arrow function, and here let's pass 101. So it means that whenever if I click on this first product, it will pass the 100 ID into URL, and it will pass 101. But please wait, because this function is going to take this parameter here. So this is something, let's say product ID, and this time let's copy this product ID which is dynamic now. So here, instead of using double quotes, I will use backtick symbol to use string literal concept. So here product forward slash curly pairs, sorry, dollar curly pairs, and product ID. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to browser. If I go to products layout, so let's click on the second product which has 101 ID, and now you can see 101 ID, and it is successfully opening all about single product detail layout. Let's go back to products layout. Let's click on this first product, and here we have a 100 number ID. So for the time being, what we can do, if I go here, let's go to single product. Now this time I want to read this product ID to this layout. So how to read? So by using the concept of use params, what we have seen inside the basics class of React application. So here, let's import first. So import curly pairs, then I will use params, and this will come from React Router DOM. So here, let's say const params equals to use params, And here, if I go and copy, let's say console.log, and if I write params, save these changes, let's go back to browser, let's inspect, go to console. Now here, if I have passed 100 number here, look at here inside this console, here we have an object, and inside this here we have ID equals to 100, and this is ID like product ID. Now this is the placeholder ID what basically we have passed inside here as a placeholder. Now what we can do is a single product. So instead of using params, I'm going to destructure. So let's say curly pairs and ID. So this is product ID. Let's copy, and here inside this product name, let's go and concatenate and ID. Save these changes. So if I go, now we can see product number 100. Let's go to landing page. Click here. Click on the second product, and now we can see product 101. So all right, friends, in sense with the topic, again we'll discuss a very interesting concept, and that is how to convert products cart page, which is HTML, to a React component file. Let's go back to editor. So far inside this course, we had done lots of conversions. If I go back to browser, so here we have the landing page, products page, and whenever if I click on any of the product, so here we have single products page. Now this time inside this video we have to work over the conversion of cart HTML to carts component. So if I click on this menu item, now we can see that this cart page is right now is empty with this static message. So to create this layout, what I will do, simply just go back first to this GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub. Then go to repositories, click on this repository is called HTML like headless to HTML files. Just click into it. Then inside this files list, we'll see a file called cart.html. And now here we can see that here we have the complete HTML. What basically we have to convert from HTML to a React component. So first thing first, what I will do, simply let's copy all the code copied, then go to VS Code, go to SRC folder, pages folder, and here we have our cart component. So right now we can see that here we have the static message. So let's remove this h1 tag. Now next after this, let's paste all those HTML code what we have copied from GitHub repository, and then after let's do some formatting. So I will select all this HTML code. Let's do so successfully formatted. Then after let's remove some HTML comment lines. So from here and from here. Now let's open this div tag, and inside this div tag also we can see some additional comment lines. So let's remove this one, and this one. Now next after this we have to replace this class keyword, because to pass our CSS classes, class is not the keyword. Instead we have to use class name. So what I will do, simply select class equals to double quotes, control C, control H, and I want to replace with this class name. Let's click on this icon. Now successfully all these classes now replaced with this class name. Now here, if I go to this HTML code, now we can see that here we have the tr tag, and inside this tr tag, here we have the products information. Like here we have the product image. We can see inside this first TD, then we have the product name, product price, product quantity, and an action button. So what we can do for these, because as we can see that inside this first TD, we have to link our product image. But for the time being, if I go into this public folder, now we can see that here we have the product image. So what basically I will do, I'll go and link this image file with this image tag. So here, let's create a state variable. So const, let's say products. Then I'll call the state manager, let's say set products, and initially it will contain an empty array. Now next after this, I'll use the concept of use effect hook method, and here let's pass dependency of blank array, and here let's say set products, and inside this I will pass some object. Now in this object, we have to pass some product properties. So as we can see that according to this layout, according to this tabular format, we want the informations of product like product image, product name, product price, product quantity. So what I will do simply, it's an array. We can see that initially it is initialized with a blank array. Now by using this state manager, simply array of object will store instance variable. So here, this is all about the data of products. So first thing first, this is product image, and here we have some product image name. Then after product name, or we can call it as product title. So let's say product one. Then we want the value something called product price. So it will be price. And inside this price, let's pass a value equals to 40. Now next we want one more property and that is equals to quantity. So here it will be quantity. Let's pass the to value. So successfully here we have the first object which is containing all about the information of product. Now let's copy this object value. Let's put comma, add one more product and one more product. Now let's change the value. So here will be product number 2 and product number 3. Let's say price equals to 60 and let's say 30. Quantity, let's say 1 here, and here we have the 3 value. Now successfully inside this state variable called products, now here we have array of object values. Now next, what we have to do, we have to go and iterate over each object of this array and we have to render inside this t body with the help of this tr. So what I will do simply, let's pass our expression that is curly pairs, and here it will be products. By using this map function, I will iterate over each single object which is containing all about single product information. So single product index, and I want to wrap all these informations like here what we have inside each of the object. So all these values I want to bind with this tr html. So let's cut this complete html. Then I will go right here and simply paste all these code, or simply let's press enter first, and then after here we have the tr. Now simply we have to iterate over each single object, and instead of this static value I want to wrap with the values of each object. So here we have the product image. So let's remove this double quotes and the file name, use expression single product dot image. Then here we have the product name. So expression single product dot title. Now here we have the product price. So curly pairs single product dot price. And here we have the quantity. So curly pairs single product dot quantity. Now if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser. And here I think we have some error. So I will go and inspect, go to console tab, and we can see that each child in list should have a unique key prop. So for that, let's go inside this tr tag. Let's copy this index, add a key prop and pass it here. Save these changes, and one more thing, here we have the width equals to 50 pixel. So instead of passing inline css, I'll use an object value. So let's say width equals to, and this is equals to 50 pixel. Save these changes, and now we can see that if I go and reload, so no error inside this console. Now here we have the cart layout. Right now we can see that image is missing, and also here we have the static price. But later on, when we go and do our functionality implementation, so at that time we have to replace this static value with the dynamic price of each product multiplication with the quantity value. Now next after this we have to work over a few things more, that is all about this missing image and also about redirection on click of this checkout to checkout page. So first thing first, for this missing image, what we can do, as we know that here inside this public folder, here we have an image file called washing machine 2.jpg. So for that, what I will do, simply I will go here and this image, like right here, if I pass, let's say public forward slash, and if I type, let's say washing machine hyphen 2.jpg, if I save, if I go here, and now you can see that image is available. Now in the same pattern, what I will do, I will copy this image file name, then I will go here and replace with this no data with our image file. Save these changes, and now you can see that the missing image now fixed, and these images right now is coming from public folder. One more thing, now if I go to the development server, and here we can see that here we have some warning inside our console that what the image, what basically we are using from public folder. So the best option, like here, what the images we are using from this public folder, the best way to use that, simply we have to remove, like we have to move this file from public folder to this assets folder of src. So it's better to link all these images what we are using right now from public folder. All these images must be used from this src folder. So how to fix? Simply let's open this assets folder, then I will go and move this file to this, and here now we can see that our image file now moved from public to assets folder. Here inside assets folder, now next, instead of public, simply write src. Let's copy src and src. And one more thing, that this image washing machine hyphen 2.jpg is not coming from this src. Instead, it is also coming from this assets folder. So it means after going into src, also we have to go into this assets folder. Let's copy, paste here, and paste here. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and now we can see that here successfully we are getting these images now, this time from src folder and assets folder. But in this case, now we have moved our product image from this public folder to this assets folder. So hopefully our product component and single product component will not work to import this file from public folder. So why basically I am telling, if I go into this product component, so go into pages, let's open product component. So here we can see that this image, what basically we are importing from this public folder, and this time this image file is not available. So if I go click on this products component, and if I hard reload, and now we can see that failed to resolve import because this image is not available inside this public folder. So what basically we have to do, simply let's remove this import line from here, and product image, what basically we have used here, let's remove double quotes. So we have to go into src folder, assets folder, and here we have the file name called washing machine hyphen 2.jpg. Now let's copy this image file, go here, here we have one more, let's copy and replace. Save all these changes. Now if I go and reload, and now we can see that again this time we are getting the same error inside a single product component. So what basically we have to do, let's open our single product component. Let's remove first this import line, and here we have our product image. Let's go and paste the same path, but in this file again we'll have the same error. Save these changes, and our product component is working because this file this time is coming from src folder. But if I click on this product name, now we can see that product image is missing. Why it is missing? So if I go and inspect, so if I hover this src, now look at here that this is finding the product image inside product folder inside src folder. But as we know that there is no product folder, actually this image is coming from src folder. So what we have to do, let's go here, add two dots and forward slash, save these changes, and now we can see that there is no error inside console, and also landing page is working fine. Product page is also working fine. Single product page is also working fine. And here we have the cart page. And now inside this cart page, here we have the product images, product name, product price, and product quantity. Now next we have to work over one more function over this page, and that is all about redirection. Whenever if I click on this checkout, it will go into a checkout component. So if I go and open this tab into duplicate tab, and instead of cart, if I type checkout, so here we have the page. So I want to open this component file. I want to open this page on click of this checkout button. Let's go back to editor, and if I go into this cart component, let's go and close. So here we have the checkout button. So on click, let's say handle, or simply go to checkout page. Let's copy. Then I will go here. Let's say const, go to checkout page. And here I'll use navigate. So first thing first, we have to import. So import use navigate. This is from React Router DOM. And here, before using navigate, let's go and let's say const navigate equals to use navigate. Let's copy this navigate. Then I will go here. It will be navigate, and here inside parenthesis, simply we have to go into a checkout page. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, click on this button, and now you can see that successfully from this cards page, now we are going to this checkout page. So in the next video, we have to work over this checkout component so that instead of this static message, we'll have some layout where we can pass some additional informations of our shipping address values. Alright friends, in this video topic, again we'll discuss a conversion concept, and that is how to convert our checkout HTML page to checkout component file. Let's go back to editor. Inside last video, we had seen the concept that how to convert our cart HTML page to the headless cart component. So before creating this checkout component or using our HTML layout, let's go back to browser first. So this is our headless store. Here we have the landing page, and this landing page we had converted using our home HTML to home component. Let's click on this products here. So we can see that here we have the product layout, and this is coming from product component. If I click on any of the product title, so here we have the single product layout, and this is handled using single product component file. And finally, inside last video, we had done the conversion of cards page that was HTML to cart component. Now this time we have to work and we have to handle our checkout HTML to checkout component file. So for example, if I click on this button called checkout, now this time we can see that inside this file, right now we have only a static message called hello checkout. So to create the layout of this checkout component, what basically we have to do, let's go back to a GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub. Then I will click on this repositories. Then next I will click on this repository called headless store HTML files. And then here inside all these files list, let's see a file called checkout.html. And inside this checkout.html, here we have lots of HTML code. So what basically we have to do, this layout like this HTML should come in place of this static message. So let's copy all this code by click on this copy icon button. So code copied. Let's go back to editor. Then I'll go into src folder, pages folder, and here we have our checkout component. Now next, let's remove this h1 element that was static message. Let's paste all those HTML code. Now next we have to do some formatting. So I'll close this form tag. Let's go and do. So successfully we have formatted this HTML. Now next we have to go and replace this class keyword with the class name. So simply I'll select this class keyword equals to double quotes control C pressing control H. Now this time I want to replace this class keyword with this class name. Click on this button. Now successfully we have replaced all these occurrences. So if I go, let's verify. So class name, so all things are replaced. So if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser, and if I go, and now we can see that inside this checkout page, Let's go to cart page, click on this checkout button, and here instead of that static message hello checkout, now here we have the complete checkout form. Inside this checkout form, we can see that here we have a form to pass the first name, last name, address, and all the informations where the product will be delivered. So if I go and click on inspect, go to console tab, so we can see that here we have some error and it is asking that okay. If I go and reload, so we can see that also the for is keyword inside React, so we have to replace the for attribute of HTML with HTML for keyword. Let's go back to editor. So we can see that inside this label tag, here we have the for attribute and for is a keyword. So what basically we have to do, this for we have to replace with HTML for. So here, let's copy this for equals to double quotes control C, control H. So this will be replaced with this HTML for. Go and replace all these occurrences. Save these changes or replace now. And if I go, let's reload, and now we can see that there is no error inside console, and here we have the checkout form. So now next what we have to do, simply we have to handle this form by using the concept of state management, so that whenever in future if I will use the WooCommerce API, so whenever if I click on this button called place order, so we have to pass all these informations, like we have to send all these informations by using WooCommerce APIs to WooCommerce database. So now next after this, I will start the concept to manage this HTML form by using the concept of states management. Let's go back to editor. Then I will go at the top of this file. So here, let's say const, let's say form data, or we may say, let's say checkout data, let's say set checkout data. And here, let's say use state. And in this form, like HTML form, we have the properties like the first name, last name. So here, let's say first name, initially it is blank. Let's say last name, initially it is also blank. Then here we have for the address. So for address, it is empty. Then here for the city. Now next we want something for state. Then here for the postcode or zip code. Then here we want country, email and phone. So country, email, and after email, I want for the phone number. So successfully, now next what we have to do, these properties should match with the name attribute of each input field. So for first name, let's remove and let's call it as first name. Then here we have the last name. Then I will go to this address. It will be address. Then here for the city is okay, state is okay, postcode is also okay, country, email, and phone is also okay. And also we don't need this ID attribute, so let's remove from this HTML input fields. And here we have two more, so it has been removed from this address. Then here we have from the last name and first name. Then after, I'll go into this first input type, and here let's say on change event, and then inside this on change I will pass the event name, so let's call it as handle on change input. So simply let's copy this handle on change input, let's copy this complete code. Then I'll go to this last name, put here address, then here for the city, then here for the state value like postcode, let's say country, email, and finally for the phone number. And one more thing, also we want an attribute over each input field like value. So here, let's say value, and inside value, curly pairs, because we are using the concept of states management. So checkout data dot phone. because this is an object. If I go to this state variable, so checkout data is in a state variable, and inside this state variable here we have all these properties what basically we have initialized. So here we have the phone property. So here checkout data dot phone. Then here for email, let's say value checkout data dot email. Let's copy this value attribute. Then I'll go here. Let's checkout data dot country. Then here for the postcode, so checkout data dot postcode. Then here for the state, so checkout data dot state. Then here for city dot city. Then here for address, so checkout data dot address. And if we want two more, that is for the last name, so it will be last name. And here we have for the first name. Then after, let's copy this event handler name. Then I will go here. So first let's close this one. Now here, let's say const function name like event handler name. Then I will go here. Let's pass event object. So whenever if I type anything inside any of the input field, what basically we want to update, like we want to first get that value, like what I typed inside this input boxes. So first we have to get that value and update that value inside this each property of this state variable. So for example, if suppose I pass or I type any value inside this first name, so after reading each value of this input box, simply we have to get and put the value inside this first name of this state variable. So here, let's say const curly pairs, so destructure name. Here we have the value equals to event dot target. Then after, I'll use like set checkout data our state manager. Then I'll go here. Let's pass previous form data. And here, let's pass previous form data. And here, let's say name. And here we have the value. So it means whenever if I type inside any of the input fields, simply we have to get date value, like that value, as simply we have to put inside that property of this state variable. So this is the concept. And last thing, what basically we have to do, let's go inside form tag. So here it will be on submit. Let's say handle checkout submit. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go here. Let's say const handle checkout submit event. And here I don't want to reload our page. So first thing first, let's event dot prevent default. And then after for the timing, if I go and console.log all the values of that state variable to the console, so it will be checkout data. And finally, I want that like whenever if the form submitted, all these input boxes will be empty. So here, let's pass checkout data like such checkout data. And I want to empty each value, each input of that form. So simply let's copy the empty value and put it here. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, inspect here, go to console tab. Now let's pass some value. So here, sample, sample city, then sample state, something dummy zip code, sample country, sample email value, and sample phone number. So once you pass all these values, click on place order. And now you can see that form has been empty. But here inside this object, we have like each property, like what value we have passed, each value. Now inside this each property of that state variable object. All right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss one more conversion concept, and that is how to convert our My Orders HTML page to the React component of My Orders. Let's go back to editor. So far, we had done lots of conversions like the home layout, then we have the product layout, then we have single product layout, cart layout, and checkout layout. Now, this time we have the layout of my orders. So, simply, my orders means that what basically I ordered into my account, all these orders will go and display into my orders layout. Let's go back to browser. So this is our headless store. What basically so far what we had created. So here this is landing page. This is product layout, product page. If I click on this product title, single product page, then here we have the cart page. If I want to go into checkout page, click on this button. So this is our checkout page. Now this time I want that whenever if I ordered, for example, multiple orders into my account, so whenever if I click on this button, it will list all the orders of my account. So to create that layout, if I go to this GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub, then click on repositories, click on repository called Headless Store HTML files, and in this files list, also we can see a file called myorders.html. So we can see that here we have lots of HTML code. So simply this HTML code we have to convert from this HTML layout to React component. So first thing first, what I will do simply, I'll copy the whole HTML by clicking over this copy icon, code copied. Let's go back to VS Code SRC folder, pages folder, and then I will open my orders component. So here, let's remove this h1 tag, paste all those HTML code, and here, if I do at first some formatting, let's go and do some formatting. Then after, let's remove some HTML comment lines of this HTML layout. So that comment we have removed. Let's go and open this div tag. So here we have one more. Let's remove, let's remove this one. And here we have one more. Let's remove this one. So successfully, now as we can see that now right now in this HTML layout, there is no HTML comment lines. Now next after this, simply we have to go and remove or replace this class keyword with the class name keyword, because previously as I told that if we want to pass some CSS classes, to pass CSS classes, class is not the keyword inside React. Instead, we have to use class name. So let's copy this class equals to double quotes. Let's copy Control H, and I want to replace with this class name. Click on this replace button. So successfully all the class keyword now replaced with this class name. And if I go here, let's scroll. So we can see that right here also we have a model, and this model should be handled by using on click event whenever if I click on this view button. What basically I mean, so let's save these changes, and before going to browser, if I go and let's remove this inline CSS and I want to convert into the object format, so it will be display equals to none. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload. And now we can see that what the code what we have copied from this file link from here to our my orders component, now it is rendering like this. So we can see that here we have the model, but before model, behind this model also we have some layout. So before fixing some issues, like as we can see this click event is not working. So before fixing all these issues, let's go first to this console tab. So here we can see that here we have some on click event like error, and also here we have tab index. So what basically I have to do, let's go back to editor. So first I will search for tab index, and here we have, so inside React, simply let's convert this tab and index like I in capital. And also we can see here we have on click event, which is an error. So let's remove this. And if I search on click again, so here we have one more. Let's remove this one also. Save these changes. And if I go and reload, there's no error inside console, but still it is not working. So how to fix? simply we have to go inside this layout, and I want to open this model like what basically we are saying. So I want to open this model on some conditional statement. So let's go at the top. So here let's say const show, let's say details model, like product details model, and here our state manager. So set show details model, and initially this state variable is going to contain the false value. So here let's pass the false value. So simply let's copy this state variable, then go at the model, and here now I want to open. As you can see that by default it is opening, but I want to open whenever this state variable this state variable is going to contain the true value. So state variable double ampersand, then parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis, let's cut this complete HTML and just put inside it. Save these changes. So if I go, and now we can see that there is no model. So I want to open that model whenever if I click on this view button. So automatically I have to also handle on click. So it means whenever if I click on this button, so by using the event handler function, I have to convert the state variable value from false to true value. So let's go back to editor. So if I go and search for view button, so here let's say on click, let's say simply show details model, and I want to pass, let's say, the true value. So before using something like this, let's pass parenthesis arrow function, and here save these changes. So by using our state manager, let's copy this state manager, and simply by using state manager, we are toggling our state variable value from false to true. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, click on this button, and now we can see that here we have the model. But if I click on this, like the cross icon or the close button, it is not working. So it means also we have to handle the same cases, same like the state variable value conversion from true to false value. Let's go back to editor. So if I go and search inside this model, so in this model, here we have the close button. So in this close button, it means whenever if I click on this button, simply parenthesis arrow function, let's say set show details model, and I want to make it as a false value. So if I go, let's copy this on click, scroll down. Here we have also a close button. So let's add that code here, save these changes. So let's reload, click on this view button, model is opening, close here, model is closing. And additionally, also you can see some buttons called refresh orders, delete button, and also here we have message called no orders found. So what basically these means, so for the time being, as you can see that only we are converting our HTML layouts to the component files of React. But later on, whenever we start the process of integration or implementation of WooCommerce APIs with this headless store, so all these things will be handled dynamically or conditionally on the basis of some conditions. But for the time being, successfully we have converted our MyOrders HTML layout to MyOrders component file. Alright friends, in this video topic, again we'll discuss the same conversion concept, but this time we have to convert our MyAccount HTML page layout to MyAccount component file. Let's go back to editor. So far inside this course, we had done lots of conversions from HTML page layouts to the React component files. If I talk about the pages, so successfully we have converted our home page HTML layout to home component, and we had converted our product layout, single product layout, then we had converted our cart layout, checkout layout, and finally inside last video we had seen the concept of my orders. Now the next point where we have to work with the conversion of HTML layout to the component files, and that is for my account. And then after we have one more page left, and that is called authentication, which is going to contain the layouts of login and sign up page. And in this video, I will discuss the conversion of my account HTML page layout to my account component file. So for that, let's go back to a SRC folder. pages folder, and here we have my account component file. So right now we can see that only we have this static content, that is hello my account. So before doing any conversion for this component, first thing first, what basically my account component is. So as we know that we are creating a headless store, so obviously there is a process of login and sign up. So after login, what the user has the information like first name, last name, the email value. So all those personal emails will fetch by using our WooCommerce or WordPress APIs. So after getting all these personal informations after login, we have to put all these informations to this my account component file. So this file is basically like this layout is basically to show all about the personal details of logged in user. Let's go back to browser. So to create our my account layout, which is right now a static value like a static message. So to show or create a layout, let's go to a GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub. Click then on repositories. So here we have a repository called Headless Store HTML files. Now in this files list, also we can see a file called myaccount.html. Simply here we can see some HTML code. Let's copy, click on this copy button, code copied. Let's go here, remove this h1 tag and paste all those HTML code. Now next after this, let's remove these comment lines from this HTML. So I'm removing from here. Let's remove from here, and I will see one more here. Let's remove. So successfully, we have removed all comment lines. Now next, let's do some formatting. So here, let's do some formatting with this HTML code. And next after this, I will replace this class keyword with the class name keyword. So simply select to replace all the occurrences of this class equals to double quotes. Just copy Control C, Control H, and I want to replace this class with this class name keyword. And successfully, we have replaced all those occurrences. Now next, as you can see that here we have the inline CSS. So instead of using inline CSS, I want to prefer our object value. So here it will be display equals to none. Save these changes. Let's open this user info. And now you can see that inside this user info div, here we have a form tag, and inside this form tag, here we have label tag, and also it is containing for attribute. But as we know that inside React application, for is a keyword. So here to use this for keyword, we have to use HTML for keyword. So simply let's select this for keyword equals to double quotes Control H, and I want to replace this for keyword with HTML for keyword. So it will be small HTML capital F, and here let's click on this button. So successfully we have replaced all those for attribute from this HTML4 attribute. Save these changes. And one more thing, like here we have read only, but as we can see that it is containing two words like read and only. So if any attribute is containing the two pairs of words, so in that case it will be in camel case. So read only, so read is okay, but for only O will be capital. So what basically I have to do, let's copy this read only, then go here for this email field, put it here, and for this username, put it here. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. And now we can see that let's go and reload. There is no error inside console. And here, if I click on this my account, and now you can see that inside this my account layout, here we have the informations of logged in user like name, email, and username. But right now, this is only a static HTML, what basically we have converted from HTML layout to this my account React component. But later on, whenever if I call our WordPress APIs, so by using WordPress APIs after login, we have to fetch all these informations and dynamically we have to put inside all these input boxes. So successfully, now we have converted one more layout, and that is my account layout of this headless store. In the next video, I'll discuss that how to create the layout of this authentication page, which is going to contain the login page as well as the registration page from where any user can register into this headless store. Alright friends, in this video topic, again we'll discuss the conversion concept, and that is this time we have to convert our authentication page, that is login and sign up HTML layout, to our authentication React component. Let's go back to editor. So far inside this course, we had done lots of layout conversions, and inside last video topic, also we had done the conversion of my account layout. Now this time we have to go and convert our last layout of this headless store, and that is our authentication page, which is going to contain two sections like a login layout and sign up layout. So to create that layout, I will go into src folder, then we have to go into pages folder, and then I will open this auth.jsx. Now inside this auth component, right here we can see only we have a h1 tag with a static message. Let's go back to browser. Then I will go to this GitHub repository called github.com/owthub. Click on repositories. Then I will go and click over this headless store HTML files. And here, if I scroll, we can see a file called login.html. Now, the name itself clears that it is login.html, but in this space, also we can see a code of registration. We can see that login and sign up. So this is the section of login. But if I scroll, now here we have one more section inside this HTML layout, and that is of sign up. So simply, let's click on this copy button to copy all the code copied, get back to editor, and inside here, instead of using this h1 tag, let's remove and paste this HTML code. Now, next after this, let's do some formatting. So let's go at the top, and here, if I close this div, let's do some formatting of this HTML. Now it's okay. So if I go and open this div class row, now you can see that here we have a login form. This is inside this call MD6, and here we have one more call MD6, and it is containing a sign up form. It means that by using this auth component, here we have the two layout. Either the user will be login from this login form, or the user can sign up from this sign up form. So let's use the concept of states management to handle this login form as well as this sign up form. But first thing first, let's go and replace this class keyword with the class name keyword. So simply I will copy Control H, and I want to replace with this class name keyword. Let's click on this button. So successfully we have replaced all the occurrences of class keyword with the class name. Also, let's check for the for attribute, and here we have the for attribute. So this attribute also must be replaced with HTML4 attribute. So let's copy this for equals to double quotes, and I want to replace with this HTML4, and successfully the for attribute of this component file now replaced with HTML4 attribute. Save all these changes. Let's close this login form, and here we have the sign up form. Save this component file. Let's go back to browser. Go and click over this login and sign up. And now we can see that inside this auth component, we have two sections. Like here we have the login section, which is containing two input fields like username and password. And here we have one more section called sign up. And inside this section, look at here about the input fields called name, email, username, and password. So this is login to login into this headless store. And this is to create a fresh account to this headless store. Now let's use the concept of a states manager, so that by using a states management of React, we can go and handle this form submission like login form submission as well as the sign up form submission. Let's go back to editor. Then I will go at the top of this file, and here let's say const login data. Let's say set login data equals to use state, and initially it will contain an object, and inside this login form we have the fields of username and password. So it means inside this login data we want to store only two properties called username, which is initially blank value, and the password field. Now next, also we want one more states manager, and that is for the sign up form. So here it will be sign up data. Let's say set sign up data And to the sign up data, so it will be user state. And inside this user state, if I go to the sign up form, so we can see that here we have the field of name, email, username, and password. So it means inside the sign up data, our state variable, the property will be for name, which is initially empty. Then we have email, which is empty. Then for the username, empty, and password. So successfully, we initialized all about the properties of login form as well as sign up form. Now next after this, let's scroll down. First, I will go and handle our login form. So here inside this login form, we can see that here we have the first input for username. So I will remove first this ID attribute. Then I will add here, let's say name. And inside this name, I will call it as username. And one more thing, this username belongs to this login form. So let's add one more prefix and I will call it as login underscore username. And once we add this prefix, let's go here and we have to update, let's say login underscore username. And also for this password, login underscore password. And for this user state, for the sign up data, let's add a prefix called sign up underscore name. And here, sign up email, sign up username, and sign up underscore password. Let's go and to this login form. And here we have the username. So name is okay now. So value, inside this value, it will be login data dot login username. So in the same way, if I go for the password, so here, first I will remove this ID attribute, then here, name equals to, let's say, login underscore password. And here, let's say value login data dot login underscore password. And one more thing, I want to bind with this login form inputs like for this email, like for this username and password. So here it will be, let's say on change, let's say handle on change login form data. So simply, let's copy this on change and put here inside this password as well. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go at the top of this file and here let's say const. And before that, let's add a comment that is on change event for login form. And here let's say const event handler name. Let's pass event object. And here let's say const name value and equals to event dot target. Remember the same piece of code what basically we did remember inside our checkout component. Then after here, let's say set login data and inside this, let's pass our previous form data. So prev form data arrow function parenthesis curly pairs and inside it, let's get our previous form data. Then after, let's say square bracket, name and value. So successfully whenever if I do any entry inside our login form inputs, all those values automatically gets stored inside this login data, which is a state variable. Now, then after that, let's go inside this form tag of this login form and here it's on submit. It will be, let's say handle login form submit. So simply, let's copy this event handler name and here, let's say form submit or even I'll call it as, let's say login form submit. Let's say const function name event object. Then here, it's event dot prevent default first, prevent default. Then after, let's for the time being, if I type console.log, let's say login data. And here, I want to clear the login form after clicking on the submit button of login form. So here, let's say set login data. And inside here, let's pass object. Let's call it as login username will have the empty value. Login password will have the empty value. So successfully, this is all about the handling of on change and the submit event functions of login form. Let's go back to browser and do one more testing. Let's go and reload, inspect here, go to console tab Now, next after this, what I will do some entry over this login fields like for the username and for the password. Let's press any value inside this username. And okay, here we have some errors. So this error basically generated whenever if I try to input the value inside this username. Let's try for this password. And again, here we have some error. And this error is coming from this event.target. Okay, actually, here we have the mistake. Let's go back to editor. Actually, we have to destructure. So instead of using this array format, it will be curly pairs. So name and value. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's reload one more time. Go to console tab, no error. Now let's pass some value. And as we can see, no error. So successfully, I'm able to pass this username and password. Let's click on this login button. And now we can see that form is empty. But here we have an object which is containing the username and the password value. So successfully now we have handled the login form of this authentication. Now let's start with the sign up functionality. Let's go to VS Code and here I'll close first this call MD6. Then I'll go to the second call MD6 of the sign up form and here let's remove this ID. Then after let's say name attribute and here I'll call it as sign up underscore let's say name, then I will go and add, let's say, value attribute, and here it will be sign up data dot. Here we have the sign up underscore name. Next, after this, I will add one more attribute inside this input field for sign up form, and that is very important called on change. And here, let's say handle on change sign up form data. Now next I will copy these three attributes from this name field. Let's scroll down for this email. I will remove this ID attribute, put it here. Now this is sign up underscore email. And one more thing, the name attribute we are keeping as same as what we have inside this use state all about the property name. So here sign up email. So that's why our name attribute for this email field is equals to sign up underscore email. And here the value equals to sign up data dot sign up underscore email. We have the same function for this on change. Let's copy, go for the username. I'll remove this ID, put here. So this is sign up underscore username. Then here we have sign up data dot sign up username. We have the same function on change. Let's copy these three attributes, go inside password, remove this ID, and here it will be sign up underscore password sign up data dot sign up underscore password. Now let's copy this handle on change sign up form data, go at the top of this file. After this login form submit, let's add this is sign up form on change event, and here let's say const event handler name, let's event object arrow function. Let's say const, instead of using square brackets, I'll use curly pairs because we have to destructure. So name value equals to event dot target. Then after let's say set sign up data, and here I have to first get our previous data. So it will be let's say previous form data arrow function, and here parenthesis curly pairs. It's a three dot, and here previous form data. It will be called name colon and email. So successfully, whenever if I try to input any value inside our fields of sign up form, all those values automatically gets stored inside these properties of sign up data. Let's handle our submit function of sign up form. So here we have this form tag of sign up. Let's add on submit. Let's call it as handle sign up form submit. Let's copy this event handler name. Go at the top here. Let's say handle sign up form, submit. Then after, let's say const, event handler name, event object, arrow function, and then after, first thing first, event dot, let's say event dot prevent default. Then after, I want to print only the value inside console tag. So here, let's say sign up data, and I want like after click on submit. Also, I want like the form should be submitted and all those fields gets blank. So simply let's copy this property object with empty values, and here let's set sign up data, and inside this let's pass this object with empty values. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's reload. First, I will go and put some values inside this login form. Click on login. It is working. There is no data, but here we have the complete data. Let's go inside the sign up form. So I am passing some values, and here I try to pass the values, and automatically it has gone some error. So email is not defined, and it is coming from this. Okay, actually, this is not email. This is value, and here we have the value. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, go to console tab, let's pass some value. So name here, email, username, and password. Click on sign up. Form has been reset. It means there is no value inside this form. But look at here, inside this object, we have all those values. What basically we can send by using WordPress APIs to create this user inside WordPress database. Now successfully, if we include this video topic, so here we have the complete layout structure of this headless store. So we can see that inside this authentication component, here we have two sections, that is login form and sign up form. So for example, if any user will register themselves to this headless store, so simply they have to pass like the name, email, username, and password. So by getting all these data by using WordPress APIs, this user will register into a WordPress database. Then after, if we proceed with this login form, so the same user or any user of this headless store will pass the username and password. So after successful login, we have to fetch some personal information using WordPress APIs to this My Account component file. We can see that here we have the personal information of user like name, email, and the username. So this is the overall flow of this login sign up and my account page. And if you're talking about the e-commerce type, so here we have the product listing, which will come from WooCommerce APIs. So whenever if I go click on this product title, it will list the single product details, and obviously it will comes from WooCommerce APIs. And whenever if I try to add all these products to my cart, so in that case this cart page will gets updated with the updated data. And next after this, if suppose I want to buy all these products of my cart, so simply click on this checkout, and by filling all these address parameters, if I pass, so automatically by using WooCommerce APIs, we have to send this address data with product data to WordPress database. And once order will complete all those data, we get inside my orders. And if I want to get some detail, click on this view button, and it will display all the information inside this model. So successfully, now we can see that here we have the complete layout structure, what basically we have completed up to this video topic of this headless store. Alright friends, now successfully we have completed all about the layouts of component structure, what basically we need to complete this headless store. Now from this video, we'll start and plan to integrate WooCommerce APIs with this React application. So first thing first, in this video, I'll generate the WooCommerce APIs keys. Those APIs keys will be very helpful to authenticate WooCommerce APIs with our React application. Let's go back to editor. So to generate WooCommerce APIs keys, we have to navigate our WordPress admin panel. So remember, inside our previous video, also we had done the WordPress installation, and inside this WordPress setup, also we had installed the WooCommerce plugin. So after installation, here we have the WooCommerce menu. So just hover, click on settings, and inside these tabs, we can see an option called advanced. Just click on it, And once we go inside this advanced tab, now here we can see an option of REST API. So let's click on this REST API option. And here still we don't have any API keys generated. So that's why the list is totally empty. It is asking about create an API key. So let's click on this button. And once we click on that button, so here we have an interface all about key details. So here we can see some fields like description, user, and the level of permission. Now, next after this, description is nothing. It's only all about the API key name as a unique identifier. Then here we have the user. So what the keys we generate from this interface. So those keys once we use inside API's authentication. So behind the scene, by the help of token and the keys values, this user automatically gets authenticated. And here we have the permissions. So we can see that here we have three type of permissions like read operation, write operation, and read write operation. So we'll select read write operation because what the keys we generate, what the APIs we use to create our headless store, we use read write operation. So for example, read operation something like product listing, order listing, and for example, if I order something, so for that, we have to create a new order for WooCommerce. So here we can see that here we have two types of operation like read operation and write operation. So what the keys we are generating right here, those keys will be essential or responsible to perform read-write operation. Let's put a description or something API key name. So I will call it as store API key. Then this is all about the admin, like the admin of this WordPress setup. Then here we have read-write operation. Let's click on this button. And successfully we can see that it has generated consumer key and consumer secret. And one more thing, so if I click on this button like settings again and go at the list of REST API, so these keys will not be visible. So what basically you have to do after generate, just copy these two values like consumer key. I have copied. Let's go back to editor, open a new tab. So this will be called consumer key. Put here consumer secret. Let's copy, go here. So consumer secret. Now once we copied these two keys values and again if we go back here to this REST API, and now we can see that now here we have a key generated and we can see a tabular format. Now this time if I want to see these keys from here, so there is no option to see those keys again. So it means whenever if you generate any key value, simply you have to copy and put somewhere as a backup, because right here inside this tabular format we don't have any option to see that value. So successfully, now this is the option like how to generate API keys from WooCommerce and the REST API section. So once we generate, let's go back to editor. Then we have to configure this API with this React application. Then I will go into this src folder. Let's go inside here and I will create a file called api.js. Now in this file, let's say const. I'll create some constant values. So let's say consumer underscore key. And inside this constant, let's get store this key value. Then here, let's create consumer and I will call it as secret. And inside here, let's store that key value. So here we have the consumer key and the consumer secret. And also if I talk about the project URL of this WordPress application, so here we have localhost, headless store and wp-app. So let's copy this project URL. I'll go here. Let's create one more constant and it will be, let's say project URL. And here we have the URL value. Now next after this, I'll go and open our app.jsx file and here at this root component, let's import this api.js file. So it will be called import. As we can see that this api.js file is at the root of this src. So simply we are adding this file api.js inside this app component. So it's very simple. import single quotes or double quotes, then dot forward slash, and here we have api.js. So once we include this library file inside this app component, so later on inside our coming videos, what the methods we create inside this file, those methods will get accessed automatically from this app component or from its child component. Alright friends, now we have the WooCommerce API's keys in our hand. Now in this video we'll understand the concept that what is the API endpoint, what is the API URL, and how to use those keys what we had generated to call those APIs from React application. So this is all about a step-by-step API analysis process of WooCommerce with Postman. Let's go back to editor. So inside last video, remember, we had generated some keys and placed inside this API.js that is called consumer key and consumer secret. So in this video, we will analyze that what is the API URL, what is the API endpoint, and how to use these keys to call those APIs from Postman. Let's go back to browser. So here, I will navigate to the WordPress admin dashboard. Let's open our front end. So here we have the front end of this admin panel. So after this project URL, simply I will type called wp-json. So once we hit enter, it will basically open a JSON formatted documentation of WordPress, and this documentation is going to provide all about the APIs endpoints of this WordPress application. So whenever if you install WooCommerce plugin into this WordPress setup, and once we open this wp-json after this project URL, so it will give a namespace right here inside this namespaces array, and here we have WooCommerce that is wc/v3. So this is the namespace of WooCommerce API's endpoint. Then what I will do simply, let's copy this wc/v3. I will open this tab into a duplicate tab. So let's open a duplicate tab. Then after this project URL of WordPress, then wp-json, and after wp-json, let's type our like the namespace of WooCommerce APIs. So once we type, hit enter. Now it will open the complete list of APIs of WooCommerce. So we can see that inside this routes object, here we have wc/v3. Then here we have wc/v3 marketplace. So if I go and close one by one about each API endpoint, so we can see that here we have the multiple APIs, like here we have for the marketplace, then here we have for the coupons, then customer. So also we can see the list of, as we can see, orders, and then after orders, also we can see the list of APIs endpoints of product section. So let's say that I want to try call our first API from this API list, so that we'll have some idea that how to call any WooCommerce APIs call from Postman or from React application. So for example, if I go back to this WordPress dashboard, let's click on this products menu. So remember, inside our last video topic, also we have imported some sample data inside this products store. Now simply, I want to call a WooCommerce APIs and I want to list all these products. So what is the process to list all these WooCommerce products? So simply, first we have to go inside this APIs list, and here inside these APIs list, if I go and close one by one again, so here we have the API endpoint as WooCommerce like wc/v3/products. So if I open these routes, now we can see that it is containing two methods. It means that this API we can call using either get request and post request. So this time I am interested to list like all the products of WooCommerce by the help of API call. So simply it means that I have to use get request type. So simply let's copy this wc/v3/products, and then I will open again a duplicate tab. So here we have the WordPress project URL, then after that wp-json, then after that wc/v3, then after that here we have the API endpoint as called products. So if I copy this API URL, let's go to VS Code, open a new tab. And if I simply paste, so look at here the API URL as this is all about the project URL of WordPress. Then we have to type WP-JSON to open the JSON documentation of APIs. And here we have the APIs endpoint as wc/v3/products. And remember, this API endpoint only we can access after installation of WooCommerce. When you uninstall or deactivate WooCommerce plugin from a WordPress setup, this API endpoint is not going to available anymore to call from WordPress application. So here, let's copy. Now this is if we use get request type, and also to authenticate if I use the concept of keys, simply it will list all the products what we have inside WooCommerce product section. So I will copy this API URL, then I'll open a Postman like this is API testing tool. Let's click on this new, open a HTTP request. Now here, simply I'll go and put that API URL right here. I will select get request type. Then I will go inside this authorization. Here we have a drop down, and inside this drop down we can see here we have the types of authentication. So for WooCommerce APIs we have to use auth 1.0. So without having any authentication, if I simply copy this URL, if I go and open it directly, and now we can see that WooCommerce REST cannot view, sorry, you cannot list resources. It means also we have to pass additionally some type of authentication to authenticate and call this API endpoint. So what I will do, simply let's go here, select from this authentication type drop down like auth 1.0. So here we have the consumer key, consumer secret option. So what I will do, simply what the keys we have generated, let's copy this consumer key. Then I will go here, let's replace and paste this key inside this consumer key, consumer secret. So once we pass this consumer key, consumer secret, here we have the signature method as HMAC, SHA1. So after passing all these values, click on the send button. And now we can see that inside this API response, here we have an array of objects we can see, and each object is containing all about products information. So this is the process. It means whenever if I try to call any API endpoint of WooCommerce from React application, so we have to use an authentication for that, and it will be auth 1.0. And inside that authentication, also we have to pass this algorithm like signature method, consumer key, and consumer secret. And whenever, for example, if I will not use any authentication, click on the send button, and now we can see that it is not going to access that API endpoint, and here we have no data. So simply let's go and pass this auth 1.0, pass the valid keys values, click on send button. And now we can see that here we have the products information. Now let's try one more experiment with one more API endpoint, and this time I will try to create a new product inside WooCommerce store. Let's go back to browser. Then I will go to the JSON documentation here inside this wp-json /WooCommerce like wc /v3. Now we can see that this is our API endpoint, and here this API endpoint also we can hit using post request type. So if we want to list all the products of WooCommerce product store, simply we have to hit this API endpoint using get request type. But this time I want to create a new product, so I will hit using post request type. So first thing first, we want some idea that what are the parameters, what are the arguments we can pass to create a product inside WooCommerce product store. So simply to get that idea, let's close this object. Now inside this API's endpoints, like inside this endpoints, here we have the second object which supports post request type to get the idea of arguments all about the parameters. And here we have the arguments object. We can see name, slug. So all these arguments, actually not all these parameters are required, but yes, when we pass some arguments, some parameters while hitting this API endpoint using post request type, we can easily create a product inside WooCommerce store. So apart from this JSON documentation, also here we have a API documentation of WooCommerce, that is WordPress, like woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce hyphen Rust API docs. Now from this documentation, also we can get idea that how to use WooCommerce APIs and APIs endpoints. So for example, I want to create a product inside WooCommerce store. So inside this left hand sidebar, we can see an option of products. Let's click on it. And inside this products menu, now we can see a sub menu called create a product. So simply let's click into it. And now we can see that this is the API endpoint called wp-json /wc v3 /products. If I make some zoom, and again click create a product. Now here this is our API endpoint, and if I talk about the parameters, so if I scroll or go here inside this Node.js, PHP or curl, any of the languages, so we can see that while creating any product, these are the parameters what basically we need to pass, like name, like product name, product type, regular price, description. So what I will do, first I will go, let's go to Postman. Then I will copy. Let's open a new tab. Put here the same API endpoint, but this time I'll hit using post request type. Go into authorization, authentication dropdown, auth 1.0. Let's copy this consumer key. Put here. Then I will copy this consumer secret, and here it is. So if I use get request type, click on send button, we can see that it is working. Now let's try to change post request type. Then I will go inside body, go inside raw, click on it like JSON, because this time I will pass our body parameters into JSON format. So go inside body, select JSON, and then after I'll go here. Let's copy all this object of data. I have copied. Let's go here and I will pass all those parameters into JSON format here. Let's try to wrap into double quotes, double quotes to this regular price, description. Then here we have sort description, categories, ID. Then here we have the images, and here we have ID and SRC. Now this time, if I copy this whole object, let's go here, open a new tab. We are hitting the same API endpoint, but this time we have to use post request type. So here the parameters of what we are passing called name, type, regular price, description, sort description, categories, and images. So once we go here, let's click on send button, and now we can see here we have like invalid image ID. So for the time being, what I will do, let's go and remove this image, and categories, only I need to pass like this information. So let's copy, remove this comma from here, just copy, go here, let's pass this body object, click on send button, and now you can see that successfully we are able to create a new product inside WooCommerce product store. The newly added product has an ID of 111. Let's go to WordPress dashboard and I will confirm from here. Let's go and click on this product section. And now you can see that a new product has been added called premium quality. If I again go here, let's change something sample, or let's call it as new product. Click on send button. Now this time we had created one more product called 112. If I go and check, let's click on this products again. And now we can see that successfully we are able to create one more product inside this WooCommerce product store. Let's try some more API. So this time I want to delete a product from this product store. So what I will do, let's go back to this documentation. This time I want to delete a product. So from this product sub menu, here we have an option called delete a product. So simply the same API endpoint, but this time we have to pass product ID into URL, and the method type we have to use called delete request type. So simply I'll go here inside this Postman. Let's copy this API endpoint, open a new tab. Let's select delete request type, and after products, also we have to pass product ID. Let's go inside JSON documentation of APIs, and here let's close. So we can see that this is our API endpoint called WooCommerce like WC V3 products. Here we have the product ID, and this URL we can hit using all these request methods. So when we use get request type, it will return single product information. Whenever if I want to update single product data, so in that case we have to use put or batch request type, but inside this API endpoint also we have to pass product ID. So on the basis of product ID and the request method, by putting all these things we can update existing informations of this product into WordPress database. But by using delete request type, this product ID will be deleted like from WordPress. Let's try this API. So here I'll go inside Postman. So I want to delete, for example, let's say this product, and this product has an ID called 112. Click on edit link. So if I go to the URL, after click, so if we can see that inside this URL, post equals to 112. So this is product ID. I want to delete this. So let's go to Postman again, and here just pass 112, and also inside authorization I have to use auth 1.0. We have to pass the consumer key and consumer secret. Now this time these keys are valid. The request method type is delete request type, and we are passing product ID. Let's click on this send button, and successfully this product now moved from published state to trash state inside WordPress dashboard. If I go here, let's go and reload this product section, and now we can see that premium quality new product now moved from published state to trash state. We can see that it has removed. But in case if I want to delete a product permanent from WordPress database, how to remove? So for example, if I want to delete this product called premium quality permanent from WordPress like 11 ID, so let's go here, pass 11 ID, and additionally we have to pass question mark force force equals to true. Now this is the additional parameter what we have to pass as a query string. We are just instructing that this time we have to delete this product forcefully permanent from WordPress product store. So simply click on the send button, product deleted. If I go and let's reload, and now we can see that premium quality product has been removed from this list, from this published section, and also we are not able to see that product into this trash. So successfully, this is all about some API analysis of this WooCommerce APIs endpoints. So now we have some idea that how to use these APIs while using inside our React application. So in the next video, I'll try to use our first method. By the help of that method, actually we'll generate some digital signature. Because as we can see that while calling any APIs from Postman, we are using the concept of authorization like auth 1.0, and additionally also we are passing some informations like signature, consumer key, and consumer secret. So in the next video we'll create a method inside our React application, and that method will be very helpful when we want to authenticate with WordPress WooCommerce REST APIs. All right, friends. In this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of settings of your setup with digital signature. Let's go back to editor. So inside last video topic, we have seen that if we want to call WooCommerce APIs endpoint, what is the process to call via Postman? Now the same process we have to configure inside our React application, so that if suppose I want to call list products API, even if I want to use create auto API, what is the basic configuration that I have to configure inside React application? So remember, inside last video topic, before calling any API, we have to pass authorization like authentication type, that will be auth 1.0. Additionally, we have to pass signature method, consumer key, consumer secret. So how to do these settings inside React application? This concept I will discuss inside this complete video. Let's go back to editor. So here I will open our file called api.js. Remember, this was also the file what we had created, and inside this file we have three constants, that is consumer key, consumer secret, and the project URL. So here what I will do, first I will import two packages, that is called import Axios, and we have installed the Axios package. Then after I will install means import crypto.js, and this is from crypto-js. Then after importing these two packages, let's define one more constant, that is of API URL. So const API URL, and I will concatenate with this project URL plus, and remember what is the API endpoint of WooCommerce. So if I go inside Postman, so here we have wp-json. So if I copy, let's go here. So this is our like project URL. So here we have the project URL. Then after that, here we have wp-json, wc, and v3. So this is our API URL. Now next after this, what I will do, so overall I will use the concept of Axios package throughout this application, either for post request type, get request type, and delete request type. But remember, before accessing any APIs of WooCommerce, also we have to pass a digital signature. So here, what I did, if I go back to our GitHub repository, that is github.com/owthub, click on repositories. Then I will click on this headless store HTML files repository, and inside this repository I have placed a file called signature.txt. Simply let's open this file, and inside this file we have a complete code. Let's copy first the code from here. So code copied. If I go back to editor, now in this file, simply I will paste all those code what basically I have copied from signature.txt. So we can see that that file has containing a method called generate auth signature, and this method is taking some parameters like URL. Then here we have the method and additional parameters. So for example, in case if I want to use or I want to call this products API, so simply what basically we have to do, just copy this method name, and here inside this generate auth signature, simply we have to pass our API URL. So in this case, API URL is something like this is API endpoint. So simply we have to pass concatenate, and the API endpoint will be something called products. So automatically when we pass this URL to this method, so automatically it will bind some parameters. As we can see, auth consumer key, this is the key what we had written here. Then here we have the auth nonce, then signature method, and this is the method what we are using inside this postman. We can see here. Then after, here we have the timestamp value, which is generating the dynamic value. And here we have the auth version, that is auth 1.0. Additionally, here we have few lines of code more, but don't worry at all about this method, because this method is going to bind this URL, like the API URL, what we are passing with all these like authorization parameters. So behind the scene, this method is going to generate some digital signature, which is automatically gets added with this API URL. So here, this is only for the understanding. So let's remove this. Now, next after this, I'll create an instance of this Axios setup. So here, let's say const API equals to Axios dot create method, and inside this create method let's pass an object, and here it will be base URL, and inside this base URL I will pass this API URL. So inside our next video, if suppose I want to call the list products API of WooCommerce, so simply this is our simply products, because overall this is the API URL what we have configured right here. So this will be called API dot get method, and here it will be something called this products, because automatically, let's say products, so automatically this will be attached with this base URL, and base URL is nothing, this is all about the project URL, like the project URL. Then after wp-json, wc, and v3. And one more thing, like before calling this method, also we have to pass this URL inside this generate auth signature. So this is somewhere the combination like the together working of this generate auth signature method and the Axios package. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of first API integration of WooCommerce with our React application, and that will be how to get all the products from WooCommerce and how to bind with our products component. Let's go back to editor. So here I'll go and open src api.js, and here I'll create our first method, that is get all products from WooCommerce store. And here let's say const get products or simply get all products equals to, this will be async method because I will use the concept of try catch block. So async function block, here we have some spelling mistake. Then after, let's use first try catch block, and here in case of any error, then I will go inside this catch block and let's say simply console.log, and simply we will print those errors inside our console tab. Otherwise, we have to go inside this try block. So here, let's say const URL equals to, let's copy this API URL, which is the concatenation value of this project URL with this wp-json wc3v3. So here, inside this, let's say backtick symbol, then here I will concatenate this API URL because this time I have to get only the products. So API URL /products. Then after, if I go back to Postman, so this is our API URL, and inside this API URL also we have to pass this authorization like auth 1.0, signature method, consumer key, consumer secret. So all these things we can generate from the method of digital signature what we have created inside last video topic. So this was the method. So simply let's copy, go here, let's say const auth equals to, or simply I will call it as auth params equals to method, and inside this method, look at here, we have to pass the URL as a parameter, and by default request method is get here, so no need to pass because we are hitting this products API using get request to list all the products. So simply I will pass this URL here. Now in return, it will return the authentication parameters if I go. So it will return the consumer key, then nonce value, signature method, timestamp, and the auth version. Let's scroll down here. Now next, let's say const response equals to await, and here we'll use the Axios instance, that is API. I'll use get request method. So here get method is used to inject with get request type. Then here let's pass URL. So URL is containing API URL and the products endpoint. But remember, inside this Axios instance also we have configured this base URL. So no need to pass API URL here. So simply we can pass /products. Then after, inside the second argument, let's pass an object. And before passing this second object value, if I go back to Postman, so we can see after passing all these things inside authorization, automatically this Postman has converted all these values inside this parameter section. We can see inside this params tab, like here we have the consumer key, auth nonce, auth signature. So it means all these signature value now assigned inside this params. So simply let's go here in the same step, and inside the second object, let's say params equals to, it will be auth params. And remember, this authorization parameters we are generating from this digital signature method. And inside this digital signature method, we are passing the API URL. Now next, simply here let's say return response dot data. Now the method concept is complete because in this method, whenever if we call this method, it will return the complete list of all the products of WooCommerce product store. Save all these changes. Let's go and open our product component file. So I will find that file inside pages folder. Then here we have products.jsx. So we can see that right now we have some static values, static products. So what I will do, I'll go here. First, I will use the concept of user state. So let's say const products. Let's say set products, our state manager equals to user state, and initially it will contain an empty array. Then after, here I will use the concept of use effect. So let's say use effect, and inside this use effect, simply I'll go and define a method called const. Let's say fetch products equals to. Now, next after this, we have to call this method called get all products from this API.js. So how to call? So first thing first, let's go inside this method signature and add called export const get all products. Now this method will be available. So let's copy this method name. Then go here inside this component file. Let's say import export here. It will be get all products from. So this product component file is inside pages folder. If I go here inside this pages folder, so to include this file api.js, we have to go one folder back. So it will be 2 dot forward slash and then api.js. Now successfully, we are able to call this method. So let's copy this method name. Then I will go here. Let's say const data equals to, and here it will be await. It will be get all products. Now before using this keyword await, let's use async keyword. So once we get all the products, also add this dependency as an empty array. Let's call this fetch products, and one more thing, I will copy this state products, which is initially the empty array of this state variable. So after getting all the products inside this data, simply here let's call it as set products, and inside this set products I will pass simply the data, and here in return, like this method, as we can see that this method in return, it is returning the response of the API, and the response of the API is nothing all about products information. So simply after getting those responses, those data, those products, simply we're setting inside this state variable called products. Save all these changes. Now here, if I go and let's say console.log, and I will add console.log data. So simply we are getting all the products, and for the time being I am printing those values inside console tab. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, go inside application, let's reload. Now if I inspect, there is no error inside console tab. Let's go inside this products tab, and here, okay, here we have some error. So if I go into this network tab, here we have the API call, and inside this API call, look at here, we are passing the payload informations as the consumer key, auth non signature, timestamp, version number, and signature value. But inside this preview response, we are getting some error message that is invalid signature. So why we are getting? Let's go back to editor. So first I will go into this api.js, and here let's copy this auth params, and if I try to log, let's say console.log, save these changes, and now we can see that inside that auth params, here we have all these values. So I think it is working. So where is the mistake? If I go to check all about the settings and the configurations, so here we have the API URL, and okay, inside this API URL, we don't need to pass this forward slash at the end of this path. So simply project URL, then here we have wp-json, wc, and v3, because as we know that this API URL we have concatenated with these products. So automatically, if we have added forward slash here, so this URL is adding one more extra forward slash inside this products. So that's why we have to remove this forward slash from here. Save these changes. So if I go back to browser again, let's reload. And now we can see that this time we have all the products from WooCommerce store. If I go into this network tab, and here we have the API call with all the payload informations, and in response we can see that successfully here we have all those product data. Let's go inside console tab. Let's open any of the object, and now we can see that here we have much more informations, and by the help of these properties, these information, simply we can bind those data with this static HTML. So if I see here, so this is all about button text, catalog, then here we have the categories information, then here we have product description, external, this is product name, product permalink. So much more informations we are getting from this API call. So what we have to do, let's go inside this editor. Let's go inside this product component. So all those products successfully we have set inside this state variable. So what I have to do, let's copy this state variable. Then I will go here. So this is our first product information. This is our second product information. So I will go and remove this second static HTML. And here, before this first static HTML, first product of HTML, here I will use the concept of map method. So curly pairs, this is products dot map method. I will iterate over each single product. So single product, and these products we are getting from WooCommerce API. Let's iterate over those. So let's cut this D from here. Then I will go here. Let's pass parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, let's put all this HTML code. Now here, what basically we have to do, we have to bind the dynamic value in place of these static values. So for example, first I want to display this image like image file. Let's go here, and if I go and let's open any of the object, for example, this 0th index, and if I search for the image path, so inside this images, we can see here we have at the 0th index. Let's open. Now it is containing the source of that product image. So simply we have to go inside images property. Then we have to go at the 0th index, and here we have the SRC. And now next after this, inside this HTML, let's go inside this SRC attribute. So I will remove this static image path, and here use curly pairs. So single product. Then we have to go inside our images property. Then we have to go and access our 0th index, and inside this 0th index we have to read the SRC attribute. Save these changes. So if I go, and now we can see that once we change the SRC path, now we can see successfully we are getting all the products images. Also, we have to change the product name. So if I go and search for product name, so we can see that inside each object, here we have the name property. So what I will do, let's go here, and inside this HTML, here we have the product name as well inside this alt attribute. So first let's update. So let's remove this static value, curly pairs, so single product dot name. Save these changes. So in the same way, let's copy this value. Then I will go here. Let's remove this static value and simply put here. Now next, if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser. And here, now along with the dynamic images like the product thumbnail, also we are getting the dynamic product name. Now let's do for this product price. So if I go into each of the object, so we can see that here we have the price property, and also we can see here we have the regular price, and one more key we'll see called sale price. So here we have the price value and the regular price. So regular price is the normal price of each product, but let's suppose that if any product is in discount, so the discounted price will get inside this sale price. But for the time being, I'll go with the regular price value. So let's go here, and in place of this static value, let's remove curly pairs. Let's a single product dot regular price. Save these changes. And if I go here, and now we can see that in this value, here we have the dynamic price value, no value, it's okay. Here we have the value, and overall inside each product, now here we have the regular price value. But in this case, the price value is missing. And why it is missing? Let's go and reload. I'll go into the second object. because inside this second object value, here we don't have any price value. So let's open at the first index, and here if I go and search, so this is price, which is okay, but inside this regular price, we don't have any value, and inside the sale price, we don't have any value. So in this case, if this is empty, we have to read the value of this price. So what I will do, let's go here, put double pipe symbol, and here it's a single product dot, and I have to read the sale price, not sale price. This is only the price value. Save these changes. So if I go, and now we can see that this time we are getting this value as well, and all the products now this time have the dynamic thumbnail image, dynamic product title, and also have the dynamic product price. Now let's do the update for this description. So if I go here, and inside here, if I go, so here we have the description property. So let's copy. Then I will go here, and one more thing, inside this description, also we can see that it is containing the HTML tags. So here, what basically we have to do, let's go and remove first this description. Then I will go into this p tag, and here I will use a property called dangerously set inner HTML. And inside this object, let's pass HTML attribute. And here we have it's a single product dot description value, because this description is containing some HTML tag. So that's why we have used one more property inside this p tag, that is dangerously set inner HTML. And inside this object, here we have HTML property and the value of it. Save these changes. So if I go, and now we can see that, let's go and reload. Now here we have the product thumbnail image, product title, product price, and all those product. Here we have the products information. Now next, I'll do the categories. Like here we have the category 1 and category 2, which is static. So if I go and open any of the object, for example, this first one, and here we can see, here we have the categories array. Let's open at the 0th index. Now we can see the name of the category. So what we have to do, simply we have to go inside categories property. Inside categories, we have to get the 0th index and the name value. But one more thing, as we can see that inside each object of product, here we have the categories, which is an array, which means that any single product can be linked with one or more categories. So what we have to do, let's go back to editor. So simply, let's first remove this, like the static categories, then curly pairs, and here it's a single product dot categories. So first I will get all the categories, then I will go and loop through by using this map method. And here I'll read each category. So here category, and I will get the each category name. Let's say category dot name. So after getting all the categories name, for example, at the first index, second index, third index, so I will use the concept at lastly by using this join method. It means that whenever a single product have more than one category, so in that case, all the categories name will be linked with that product by using this comma. Save these changes. So if I go, let's open into duplicate tab, let's reload. And if I scroll, now we can see that this first product is of this category, this category. So each product now linked right now with a single category. So successfully, now here we have the dynamic product thumbnail, dynamic product title, product price. Here we have the product description as well as product category. Now successfully, by the help of this amazing video, now we have the complete idea that how to use the APIs endpoints of WooCommerce with the concept of digital signature, so that after calling that, after getting all the responses, how to bind with our component file. So inside this very first API integration topic, now we have the clear idea about API integration of WooCommerce with the React application. Alright friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very interesting concept, and that is how to display the sale price and the regular price of any product if the sale price is available. Let's go back to editor. So before implementing this concept, if I go back to browser, let's go and inspect our products list. And here, let's go to console tab. Here we have some errors, so I will fix also instance period topic. Let's go inside this array, and inside this array, for example, if I open this ID called 83 of this product, and if I scroll, and now we can see that inside this properties list, here we have the price called 18. Then here we have the regular price, which is 20. And also here we have the sale price equals to 18. So it means that this product has the normal price of $20, but in sale price, somehow on discount, it is in sale of $18. So in this case, how to display the product value? Because as we know, here we have the $20, which is the regular price, but this product is also available on discount, which is of $18. So how to display? Let's go back to editor. Then I will open src, pages, products component, and here if I scroll, so we can see that inside this price here, that is single product regular price and the price value. So instead of using the value something like this, first I will remove. Let's put curly pairs, and simply I will call a function called render product price. And inside this, let's pass the complete object that is of single product of this map method. And here also inside console, we are getting some error of our key prop. So let's go inside this div tag and let's add key. And inside this key, I'll use simply the index. Now I will save all these changes, and for the time being this method is not defined, so let's cut this method, save again. Let's go back to browser, and if I reload, and now we can see that there's no error of key prop inside this console tab. Now let's work for our sale price or the regular price. So here is the method. So let's copy the method name, then I'll go here. So return like product regular price along with sale price value. So here const method name, and this method is taking the product informations, and here let's return react fragment, and inside this fragment, or simply let's return dollar. Here we have called product dot, and inside each product we have the property called regular price. Let's get this value. I'll wrap inside React fragment. So if I save this value, let's go back to browser. And if I reload, let's go inside our product list. And now we can see that it is listing all the regular prices of each product. But in this case, also we have the available value as the sale price. So what to do? In that case, this regular price will not work because at the time sale price will be the real price of that product. So here what I will do, let's say if product dot sale price, if this property has the value, so in that case let's say return react fragment, and here I'll use span tag. Let's use some class name. So class name equals to text muted of bootstrap 5. Then here it's a text decoration. I think class name is not coming, so text decoration, it will be line through line through, and inside this span tag simply we have to display the regular price first. So I will copy, put here inside this span tag, and additionally also we have to display the sale price. So let's add one more span tag, not spam, it will be span tag, and here let's add the class name as text danger, and here let's product dot sale price. Save these changes. So if I go here, and now we can see that it is okay. It is also okay. Now this time we can see $20, which was the original price. Now it is cut. Now the real price of this product is $18. So here we have the $18. If I scroll, now we can see that this product was of $3, but originally now on the discount this product is available in $2. So here we have all the things working fine. Only we have the price missing of this product. So what I will do, if I go here, we have the third value as well. It means it is coming from here. So let's add logical or, and in this case, product dot sale, not product dot sale. It was product dot price. Save these changes. Now if I go, and now we can see that here we have the price value. Here we have the price value. It is also okay. So if I scroll, and now we can see that every product has the product thumbnail, product title, product price, and also the product categories and description. Now next, we have to work over the functionality. So for example, if I click on any of the product, we can see that right now we are opening the single product information page with the static values. So what basically we have to do, so whenever if I click on any of the product, so on the basis of dynamic product ID, first we have to fetch the single product information of that product, and we have to go and list those informations inside this single component file. So this, all right, friends, inside this video topic, we will discuss a very amazing concept of API integration, and that is how to get single product informations on the dynamic basis by product ID. Let's go back to editor. So before implementation of this API, if I go back to browser, so inside last video topic, we had done all about the products listing of WooCommerce APIs with our React store. Now in this video, for example, if I click on this product here, so for the time being, we can see that this page is containing the static value 100 into URL, and also we can see that this page is containing all the static values. But what I want that first thing first, we have to pass the dynamic ID value on product basis to this URL. Then we have to get this ID, and by using one more API of WooCommerce, we have to get single product data. After getting those data, simply we have to bind with this static HTML. So what I will do, so first thing first, we have to create the API's integration with this React store of single product. So for that, if I go to this API's documentation of WooCommerce, that is woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce Rust API docs. So if I go here, let's go and click on this product section. And inside this product section, for example, if I want to retrieve the single product information, so the API endpoint will be WP-JSON WCV3 products, and after products, by using get request type, we have to pass the product ID. So on the basis of product ID, it will return the single product information. Let's go and implement this concept into our React store. So simply I'll go here and I will open first our api.js, and here let's close this one because this will get all the products of a store. And here let's say read single product data by ID, and here it will be export const, let's say get single product data async here, and in this case I will pass the product ID. So let's say product ID, and here let's use try catch block first, so that in case of any error, simply we have to go and console that error log message into our console tab. Now let's go inside this try. So first here, let's say const URL equals to, and here API URL, and I will not use directly this API URL. Instead, I will use first backtick symbol so that I will use the concept of literal. So API URL, then after here we have to pass products, then after here we have to add product ID. So dollar curly pairs and product ID. Then after let's go here const. First we have to generate our authentication parameters. So auth params, equals to, then here we have the method that is generate auth signature, and inside this let's pass URL because by default it has get request type, and this time also we have to hit this URL using get request type, so it's okay. Then I'll go here, let's say const response equals to await API dot get method, and here we have to pass the URL. So this time we have to get the product's information of single product. So it's better let's use backtick symbol to use a string literal concept. So it will be forward slash products forward slash dollar, then curly pairs, and here we have to pass product ID. Inside the second argument, let's say params equals to auth params, and in return, this method will return, let's say, response dot data. So successfully, the concept of method now completed. Let's copy this method name. Then I will go into our single product component file. So inside pages, here we have single product.jsx. But one more thing, also we have to get the dynamic value from URL as well. So first I have to open our product component, and instead of passing the 100 as the static value right here, we have to pass the dynamic value. So the dynamic value we get from the single product dot ID, because each product has the ID attribute which is containing individual product ID. Now successfully, if I open now this time single product component, so here let's say that const our use state hook here. So it's a single product. Then here, let's say set single product. Now I will use the concept of use state hook method, and initially this state variable will have an empty object. Then after, let's use effect hook method, and here arrow function, and additionally this time this hook method is dependent on the product ID, what the ID we are getting from URL, and here we have the ID. So let's copy, go here, dependency array, and let's pass it here. Save these changes, and one more thing, inside this products listing also we have to use the dependency array like here, but this is empty because on page load, I want each product will be listed inside product component. But this time inside single product, as we know that before accessing this component file, also we have to pass the product ID. So after getting product ID, then we have to go and call this API method to get our single product data. So simply let's copy, go here, and here let's say const fetch single product data. So fetch single product equals to async, and here let's pass the ID value. Then after I will go inside it, and here let's say const data equals to wait, and here we have the method. But before using this method, let's import first our api.js. So import this method will be from, let's say from, so let's go one folder back, and it will be api.js. So here we have the method, and inside this method we have to pass the dynamic product ID. Now for the time being, if I go, let's say console.log data, let's copy this method name, and here simply let's call here. Now next after this, I will save all these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's close this inspect first. Go at the products tab. So here we have all the products listing. Let's inspect. So for example, I want to open the detail page of this second product logo collection. Let's click into it. And here inside console, I think we have some error, and we can see that request failed with a status code 404. So 404 simply means that we have some mistake while sending some parameters. So if I go into this network tab, and okay, here we have like the API URL, and after products, like inside this product ID, we are getting undefined. So why we are getting undefined? Because product ID is available into URL. Let's go back to editor, and here ID. So actually this use effect is dependent on ID, so no need to pass here. Let's remove, save these changes. Now this ID is directly from here, like here, what we are getting from URL. So if I save, let's go and reload one more time. And now we can see that this time here we have the correct API URL like the API endpoint, and here we have the product ID. So if I go inside preview or response, and now we can see that here we have the complete object of that single product whose ID equals to 84, and this object is containing all about products information. So on the basis of all these data, all these properties, now we can bind these informations with this static HTML. So first thing first, we have to get rid of this product name, which is the static value. So I will go here, but before that, let's go and set our state variable. So set single product, and here let's pass data. Now this time, this is a complete object which contains the information of this product ID. Let's go here. I will remove this static value, curly pairs, and here we have single product dot title. So if I go, let's go and go to console tab. So if I open, now we can see that we are getting the name of the product inside this name property. So if I go here, instead of title, it's a single product dot name. Next, after this product name, then we have to go and update this description as well as the product thumbnail, product price, and the categories information. So step by step, let's update. So first I will go and remove this p tag of description, because as we know that each object will return a description property which is a HTML code. So here what I will do inside this div last name mp4, let's add one more attribute that is dangerously set in a HTML, and inside this object I will use HTML, and here single product dot description. Save these changes. Now here we have to update the image path. So let's remove, and before that if I go and verify, so here we have the images, and inside these images now we can see that here we have multiple images for this product. So for example, I want to display only for this first value. So here let's remove this one, curly pairs. So single product dot images, zeroth index value, and we have to get the src attribute value. Save these changes. Now next I want to display this price value. So if I go and search for product price, so here we have the price, and here we have the regular price, and the sale price is also empty. So this time here we have the price value, but as we know that in case of some product also we have the value of regular price as well as sale price. So what to do? Again we have to implement the same concept of render price method what we had done with this product component. So I will copy this one, because this price is on basis of regular price and the sale price. Let's copy, go here, and I will use that method again inside a single product component. So simply let's copy, go here inside this static price, let's remove curly pairs, and I will call it as render price, and I will pass the complete product information. And here we have the categories, which is right now static value. So as we know that inside that object also here, and here we have some error that is single product, that is called export default. If I go, I think we have some error, and from where it is coming, and okay, the parenthesis is missing like the curly pairs of this render product price method. Save these changes. If I reload, and again we have some error that is of single product, but no issues. I want to display, for example, the categories. So for the time being, if I go and comment these code, let's go and remove these codes as well, save these changes. And here, I think we have some error inside these images. So let's go and remove, save that one. And now we can see that it has been fixed. So somewhere we have the error message in terms of images. So if I go and check, so here we have the images. And inside images, inside each object, like the zeroth index, here we have the src property. So what I will do simply, it's a single product question mark dot images. First, we have to check the images property. Then at the 0th index value, let's get the src attribute. Save these changes. And now we can see that successfully we are rendering the image file or the product image. Now next, I will go here for the product price. So let's go and uncomment all these code, copy the method name. Then I will go here. And then after here we have render product price, and inside this method I will pass single product information. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. If I reload, and now we can see that again we have some error. Let's click on this component file, and it is giving error at the same line of code, that is of product thumbnail. Let's go here. So what I will do, first I will check that if inside images here we have the 0th index is available or not. If it is available, then we have to get the src attribute. Save these changes. And now we can see that this time we don't have any error, but also the price value is also missing. Let's go inside console tab. Let's open this object. And if I check the value, so here we have the price property, which is getting the value. There's no value inside this regular price, and there is no value inside the sale price. So what to do? If I go inside this method, and here I think that incomplete code we have copied, because here we have one more return line. So let's copy and put after this if code. Save these changes. And now we can see that successfully here we are getting, but $2 are coming, and this is because we are returning dollar from here, as well as we are concatenating that value here. Save these changes. And now we can see that successfully inside a single product detail page, here we have the product title, product description, product image, product price. Now we have to work for these categories. So these categories are coming inside these categories. And here we have at the first index. So what I will do, let's go here, remove this static value. So curly pairs, single product, I will first check that if categories will be available, then I will use the map method. So it will contain each category like single category. And inside this single category, simply I will go and let's go inside single category, and I will take the name value, and here at the 0th index, the category name inside this name property. So single category dot name. And one more thing, like each product can be linked with multiple categories. So I'll use the concept of join method, and I'll join each category name with this comma. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, and here we have some error. If I go, it is off here like single product categories. So I think that some property error. Let's remove this one. And if I could, let's check first inside this object that what is the name, and it is categories. Let's paste, copy these categories. And one more thing, like after getting the categories property, also let's check that if any value exists inside it. So simply question mark dot if this categories will contain any value inside each of the index, simply it will go and map with each category and take the name value. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. If I reload, and now we can see that successfully on the basis of product ID 84, here we have the image, title, description, price value, and the category title. Now let's go back to products page, click on this t-shirt with logo, or simply on this third number product. And now we can see that on the basis of 83, here we have the product image, here we have the product name, description, here we have the regular price, also the sale price, and the category title. Now in this video, now we have one more API concept, and that is how to get single product information by passing product ID from WooCommerce API endpoint. Inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept that how to add the footer inside our headless store, as well as how to load a loader while loading all the products, as well as whenever if I open single product detail page. Let's go back to editor. So before going to the implementation of footer and loader, if I go back to browser first, so we can see that inside this, our headless application, we don't have any footer. But remember, we had created footer component file. As well as if I go to this products tab, now we can see behind the scene, products are loading, but there is no loading icon. As well as if I go into single product detail page, for example, this product, we can see that product is loading, but there is no loading icon. So in this video, we'll do two minor settings. First of all, we'll add our footer, and second, before calling any API, I want a loader should be available so that user will get some information that okay, the ongoing process is in processing state. So let's get started. So first let's go back to editor, and here if I go into src tab, like src folder, layouts folder, so here we have our footer component. So here for the footer component and its content, let's go to our GitHub repository, click on repositories, click on this first repository, and inside files list, I'll see a file called footer.html. So as simple as that, we have to copy all this content. Let's copy. Just go here instead of this h1 tag, simply I'll paste all these HTML code here. Now next we have to replace this class with the class name keyword. So simply class equals to double quotes, and I will simply replace with this class name keyword. Now successfully, here we have our complete footer component. Now next I will go into this app.jsx file, and here let's import. So import footer component. It will from layouts folder. Let's copy, and here after this router, let's paste, or simply after this routes, I'll use our footer component. So it will be footer, and next I will save all these changes. Let's go back to browser, and if I reload and add footer, we can see, let's inspect, and here now we can see that footer is coming like footer tag, and here we have the class properties. But inside this footer, here we have a CSS and it is of white color. So if I uncheck, and now we can see that our footer is available. So what I will do, like this footer, like this color is coming from somewhere. So let's copy this footer, and I will go and let's open our style.css from assets folder, like sorry, from this public folder. And if I search, and now you can see that here we have color equals to white color. Simply I will remove, save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and if I reload, and now you can see that successfully into the single product detail page, here we have the footer. So in the same way, if I go to the landing page, if I scroll, now here we have the footer. So inside each of the component, inside each of the page, because this is a common file, this is the layout. So this footer will be available across all the pages of this website. So here, if I go into this products page, and now we can see product loaded, and here we have our footer text. Now, next after this, we have to work over the loading icon. As I told you that whenever if I call any API from WooCommerce, so before processing, I have to display a loading icon over the screen. So for that, let's go to editor first. And here, I'll close this style.css as well as footer.jsx. And here, what I will do, so first thing first, let's open from this pages folder, let's open this home component, and inside this home component, we can see that we are using this div class container. And also, if I open, let's say inside this product component, also we can see that here we have div class container. So what I will do, instead of using div class container inside each of the component file, it's better. Let's go inside this root component, that is app.jsx file. And here, let's go cut these routes, and I will wrap here, let's say div class container, And inside this div class container, simply I will put all these routes, save these changes. So if I go and now you can see that we'll have the same layout, but this time if I go to this landing page, now from this home component, let's go inside this home component. I will remove it's a div class container because we are using at the global level from app component file. So save all these changes. If I go and now you can see that this time it is much better because div class container we have added inside app.jsx file. Now in the same way, if I go inside a product component, so here let's cut this h1 and div class row. Let's remove this div class container and paste without div class container because automatically all these things will come inside this div class container. Now next after this, let's go back to browser and here if I reload to this home page, let's go inside this products tab. Products are loading. Now here if I go and inspect and now you can see that here we have the div class container and inside this container look at here we have the h1 tag as well as here we have our row and inside this row our products are loading. Now next we have to work over the loading icon. So what I will do, just go to editor, go inside this pages or even I will go into this layouts folder and let's create a component and I will call it as loader.jsx. Now here let's say const loader and inside here let's say return JSX fragment and simply export default and here it will be loader. And one more thing, again go back to our GitHub repository and here if I search for a file called loader, so we can see that loader.html. So here we have the simplest code. Let's copy this div class and here I will paste inside this JSX fragment. Save these changes. Now one more thing, also we have a CSS file so that a loading icon should be visible by using this div class and here we have the file called loader.css. So what I will do, let's copy the whole code of this file. So here code copied, then I will go into this assets folder and let's create a file called loader.css and here I will paste all those code of that GitHub repository to this CSS file. Now next after this, simply let's go inside this app.jsx and here let's say import and this time it is coming from assets folder so no need to go outside of this src. Instead I directly link that is dot forward slash assets and here we have loader.css. Save these changes. Now once we included, then I will import our loader components. So import loader from layouts and loader.jsx. Then after, let's copy this component and after this navbar, if I type or even let's go inside this div class container and here let's say loader. Save these changes. If I go and now you can see that here we have a loading icon, but this loading icon right now is coming over the page, but we have to use this loading icon conditionally like when we call any API. So how to do? Let's go here and I'll create a state variable. Let's say const loader. I will call it as set loader and here let's say use state and initially it will contain a false value. It means that inside this state variable we have the initial value as equals to false. So let's copy. I'll go here. Let's use curly pairs. So if the loader value will be true, so in that case only we have to display this loading icon. Save these changes. So if I go and now you can see that there is no loading icon and why it is because the value of this loader is equals to false. So whenever if I try to convert from false to true and now you can see that here we have the loading icon. So it means on the condition spaces we have to toggle only this boolean value of set loader like the state variable fall from false to true and true to false. Now for this loading icon, what I will do here, I will create a function. Let's say const set loading icon, or simply I will call it as set page loading. And inside this function, I will take status as a value like boolean value, either it will be false or true. And on the basis of that, we'll update the state variable set loader, and I will pass this status simply into it. So here we have the function. So let's copy this function like set page loading. And as we know that here we have the product component. Inside this product component, we are calling our first API to load all the products from WooCommerce product store. And secondly, here we have the second like component file where we had called our single product API. So what I will do inside this component, let's pass a prop, and that is set page loading equals to curly pairs and the function name. Remember, this is a function, and inside this function, either we can pass a true value or false value, and on the basis of this value, simply we are updating our state variable. Now, next after this, let's copy the same pattern of code. Then I will go here inside a single product and just paste here. Now next after this, simply let's copy this prop value. Then I will go into this product component, and here we have to receive. So simply inside this product, I will destructure, and here we have set page loading. Remember, it is containing a function name. So let's copy, and here as we know that inside this use effect, we are calling our API. So before calling API, simply let's say set loading equals to true. So whenever if we go and do true value, so automatically after getting the true value, this loader will be available. And then after, once the product will be loaded, what I will do, let's copy. And after this console.log, simply here set page loading equals to false. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's go back to browser, and here, let's click on this home tab. If I go back to products tab, now I can see loading is coming, and successfully after product load, now the loading icon is hidden. So this is the successful implementation of how to display a loading icon whenever we are calling an API. Now next after this, let's do the same pattern of code with a single product, because right now whenever if I click, there's no loading icon. Let's go here. Now in the same way, I'll copy this prop value. Let's open our single product component from pages folder. And inside this single product component, first we have to receive. So inside this parenthesis D structure, the prop value, it is containing a function. And here we have inside this use effect, we are calling our API. So before calling, simply set page loading equals to true. And after API data, so here set page loading equals to false. Save these changes. So if I go click on this products tab, click on this t-shirt, now you can see loading icon and product has been loaded. So successfully in this very short video, now here we have two concepts, that how to link the footer component inside our headless store, as well as how to display a loading icon. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of add to cart functionality. Let's go back to editor. So before discussing the concept of add to cart, if I go back to browser, so as we can see that this is our product listing page. So inside this listing page, we can see here we have a button that is called add to cart. And also if I go into single product detail page, for example, if I click on this product, now here inside a single product detail page, also here we have a button called add to cart. So first thing first, what is the functionality of add to cart button? So simply, as you know that this is a headless store, so simply I want to proceed to buy some products from this store. So for that, we need to add some products into our cart, so that I'll go then into our cart, and into that cart we'll have a checkout button, and by proceeding over checkout button, we can simply buy these products from this headless store. So for example, if I want to buy this product, simply I have to click on this add to cart button. So this product automatically gets added over this cart section. So as you can see that right now, this cart is containing all about the static products. But whenever, if I try to add any products from Headless store, those products will go into this cart section. And then after, I'll work on the functionality of this checkout. So for the time being, if I go into this products menu, simply, if I want to buy this product, simply we have to click on this add to cart button. If I want to buy this product, simply we have to click on this add to cart button. So these products will be added into our cart section. And one more thing, for example, I want to buy this t-shirt two times, it means quantity will be two. So in that case, this single product will be added into this cart section, but inside quantity will have total equals to 2. So these are the sections I will handle inside this video topic. Let's go back to editor. So here I'm going to open this src folder. Let's go again inside this pages and I want to open this product.jsx component. As we know that we have add to cart button inside product listing as well as inside single product page. So what I will do, first I'll go into this product component and here if I scroll, so go inside this div, class name equals to row. So here we can see that here we have add to cart button. So we have to create a common function like inside app.jsx, and that common function I will call inside this product component as well as single product component. So what I will do, let's go inside app.jsx and here if I go and first create, let's say state variable, something called const, and I will call it as cart, let's say set cart, our state manager, and use state initially, this cart will have an empty value. Now let's go here, let's say const add to cart or simply add products to cart, and here inside this function I will pass the instance of like the object of product. So simply we have to pass the complete object, complete product object, and here what I will do, simply let's say product, or for the time being if I go console.log, let's say product, save these changes. Now then after, simply I will copy this add products to cart, go here inside this product component, and as a prop let's pass on add to cart equals to, and let's pass the function name. And then next after this, let's copy this drop value. Then I'll open our product component. So go inside pages folder, product component, and then after first thing first, we have to receive that prop value. So here inside this D structure, let's say on add to cart, this is the prop, and inside this prop we are passing the function name. So simply if I scroll, now inside this add to cart, let's use on click event, and here on add to cart, and inside this function we have to pass the entire single object of that product. So for example, if any product will be clicked on into this add to cart, so inside that case we have to pass the entire object that is inside a single product. Save these changes. So if I go back to browser, let's go inside this product menu, let's inspect. So for example, if I want to click, let's say for this album product, click on this add to cart button. So whenever if I click on this button, so after I click, it will pass the entire object inside this function. And inside this function, simply we have like console.log equals to product. So if I go, let's click on this button. And now we can see that inside this console tab, here we have the entire object, and this object is containing all the values, all the properties of that product. Let's click one more time inside this first product, add to cart, and this is the object value. So now next what we have to do, let's go here and inside this app.jsx, simply instead of console.log, I will add one more property into that object, and that is, let's say, product.quantity equals to 1. So simply, this is our entire object of single product, and whenever if we go inside this function will add one more like property inside this object, and that is called quantity. So if I go, let's go one more time, and let's click on this third product, add to cart. If I go and if I search for the quantity, and inside this object, if I search, and now we can see that quantity equals to 1. Now here, let's go again into this single product. But for the single product, also we have to handle. Let's go here. Let's copy this. Add products to cart. Then I will go here and let's say on add to cart equals to this is our prop value. Let's copy the prop name. Let's open single product component destructure. And if I scroll to add to cart button, and here it is, let's pass on click, and inside this function, let's pass single product. So if I go, let's reload. And for example, I want to click over this product, add to cart, and it's not working. And I think that actually we removed console.log, and here it is on add to cart, single product, on add to cart. Okay, actually, here we have some error. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now let's click on this add to cart button, and now we can see that it is working. And one more thing inside this entire object, if I search for the quantity property, and now we can see that quantity equals to 1. Now next after this, let's go back to editor. So instead of console.log, this time I want to store each product into our cart. So what I will do, let's say const cart equals to an empty array. Then after here we have product.quantity equals to 1. And then after let's say cart.push. And here we have the entire object of that product. And simply what I will do, let's say local storage dot set item, and here let's say cart or storage key, and then after json dot stringify, and here I want to store the complete array into our local storage. Now the question is why we need this line of code. So as we know that we have two add to cart buttons into two component file, and also all those products, so what we add into our cart, those products will be displayed into our cart section. So to read all the products from cart, I want to store first those products into a variable, and that is the key of local storage. So that simply I will go and read all the products from this storage key into a cart component. Now next, after this line of code, let's say set cart, and I want to store all the products of cart simply inside of state variable. So here let's pass cart, save all these changes. Let's go back to browser. I'll go and reload. So first I will go into this products component like products menu. Let's click on this first product. So if I click, we can see product printed. And if I go into this application tab of this Chrome browser, so now we can see that inside this local storage, here we have a cart key. And inside this cart key, like inside this local storage, according to the local host, because this application is running inside localhost, so inside local storage, localhost URL, this is the key called cart. And inside this key, now we can see that here we have an array, and inside this array we have single object of that product value. Now let's click on this any of the other product. For example, this one t-shirt with logo. Click on this add to cart button, and now we can see that here the same product now replaced inside this local storage. But what we want that whenever if I click on any of the products, simply it will insert a new object into this cart variable. But here, as we can see right now, we have the value of 82. It means this product. But whenever if I click on this clothing category like this product, click on this item, and now we can see that the same product now replaced into this local storage. But I want to store all those products what we have added into this cart. So for that, what I will do, let's go here. So instead of initialization directly, let's say that local storage dot get item, and here this is our cart key. And after getting the local storage value, simply I'll go, let's say json dot parse, and here simply when we parse, it will store all those values of cart into this cart variable. Save these changes. So if I save, let's go here, let's reload, and let's go first inside this application tab. I will delete this category key like the cart key. Simply let's select, click on delete button, delete it. So let's click on this first product. As we can see, now first product has been added into cart. Let's click on this fourth product. And now we can see that here we have one more key inside this local storage, and that is our second product. Let's click on this third product. As we can see, one more product. Now let's go into this single product, and here, so whenever if I click on this single product add to cart button, and now we can see one more product has been added. But here we have a catch. For example, if I want to click again into this add to cart button of the same product which already exists into this cart, so in that case, instead of updating the quantity, it actually inserts a new object into this array. Let's click on this button. And now we can see that instead of adding the quantity of that product, it actually inserts a new object into this array. So how to fix this issue? Let's go back to editor. I'll go then inside this callback function, and instead of product.quantity equals to 1, what I will do, first I will check that if product exists into our cart. So here, let's say cont means const product exists, product exists equals to cart, which is an array. This array containing the product objects dot find method. So I will iterate over each object of this array. So let's item, and if item dot id, it means the existing product dot id. If it is matches with the new product dot id. So in that case, what I will do, simply let's say if product exists, and here just go inside this else block. Let's copy or cut this product.quantity, and simply I will paste here inside this else block, and inside this if block product.quantity plus equals to 1. And one more thing, I'll cut this line that cart.push, and I will insert into this else block. And one more change, let's cut this line and simply I will paste it here. So in this case, first we are matching that if what product we are adding, if it exists, simply we are increasing the quantity. Otherwise, we have to go plus means quantity equals to 1, and then we have to push that product into our cart. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, and let's delete this cart variable from this local storage. First, I will go into this products. And here, for example, if I want to add this first product into our cart, click on this add to cart button. As you can see, product added. Let's add the second product. We can see product added. But whenever if I click again on this first product, if I open, so initially if I search for quantity, so we can see that quantity equals to 1. But whenever if I again click on this first product, now, if I go and open the zeroth index values, because this time we have clicked on this first product 2 times, so hopefully inside this zeroth index, quantity equals to 2. So if I scroll and search, now again we can see quantity equals to 1, and it is an issue. Let's go back to editor. So product exists. Okay, instead of this product dot quantity, let's copy this product exists. So product exists dot quantity plus equals to 1. Save these changes. So this was our mistake. If I go and reload, and let's clear this cart one more time. So here, click on this first product, product added, zeroth index, click on this fourth item, product added. Now, if I click again on this fourth product, click on this add to cart button, and if I go and open this one number index, And here, if I search for the quantity, and now you can see that quantity equals to 2. Let's go close this object here, go inside the second object detail, like the second product detail. And if I go click on this third product, now you can see we have one more object. Again, if I click on this button, add to cart, click 2 times. So if I go and open the second number index value, now this time we can see quantity equals to 2. So successfully, now here we have the functionality of add to cart button. If product does not exist, it will add a new object into our array. And if product already exists, it will increase the quantity value. Now inside next video, simply we have to get all those values of cart from that object value and we have to list inside this cart tabular format. Alright friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very interesting concept and that is how to display a user notification whenever if we try to add any product into our cart. Let's go back to editor. So before implementation of this notification concept, if I go back to browser, so as we know that successfully we have completed add to cart functionality into our last video. So for example, if I want to add this logo collection product into our cart, so let's first inspect, go to console tab. So here, if I click on this product, as you can see, product has printed and also inside local storage, this product has been stored. But we can notice that there's no notification that this product has been added into our cart. So in this video, what I will do, so for example, if we add any product into our cart, so after addition of that product, also we have to display a notification to the user that successfully product has been added into cart. So for that, let's go back to editor. First, I will open this package.json. So as we know that while installation of this React application, also we had installed a package called React-Toastify. Now this is a package what we had installed to display user notifications. So what I will do, let's go inside src folder. Then I will open this app.jsx file. And here, let's say import destructure. So I will import, let's say from, and here we'll call it as React Toastify. And from this package, I'll get, let's say, toaster container and here called toast. So first, let's copy this toast container. I'll scroll. Look at here, we are inside this app.jsx. So before this loader or after loader, simply let's call this toaster container. Now, next after this, let's go back to the function. So this is the function. By the help of that, simply we are adding any product into our cart. So add to cart function, and at the last of this function, like here, nearby inside console.log, let's say toast, the object what we have destructure dot success method, and inside here we have to pass the message what basically we want to display as a user notification. So simply I'll call it as, let's say, product added to cart. Now here, if I save these changes, let's go back to browser. If I go and reload, so simply if I go and click over this first product add to cart button, click here. And now we can see after click product printed, and also we can see that here product added to cart. So it means that successfully product has been added and a notification we have handled on the basis of add to cart functionality. Let's close this inspect, go inside our single product, for example, t-shirt with logo. And here, if I click over this button add to cart, product has been added and also we can see product added to cart. So successfully, now here we have handled two cases. First, that is how to add any product into cart and also how to display user notifications. Alright friends, in this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing concept and that is how to display our cart items from local storage to the cart components inside a tabular format. Let's go back to editor. So before going into the implementation of all those data into tabular format, what exactly I mean, if I go back to browser, let's inspect. So if I go into console tab either or inside this application tab, local storage. Right now we don't have any cart key, but whenever if I try to add this product into our cart, click on add to cart button, and now you can see product added, and here we have the first index of that product, and that is the first product of this cart. Now again here, if I click on this fourth product, we have one more object. So successfully we can see that here we have two items into our cart. But what exactly I want from this video, we want that what the products we add into our cart, those products automatically will get listed into this cart tabular format. So right now, as you can see that here we have static values, but instead of static values, I want those products what I have added into cart. So let's go back to editor. Then I will go into this SRC component. Let's go inside pages and let's open our cart component. And here, this is our state variable. So by using this use effect, here we have the static values. So what I will do, let's go first remove this product state variable. Also remove this use effect. And here, let's say const cart items. I'll create a new state variable. Let's say cart items. Here, let's say set cart items equals to user state, and it will contain the value, let's say local storage dot get item. Remember, we have stored a key called cart, and what I will do, it will return the string value. So here I'll use JSON dot parse JSON.parse, and it will return the complete array, and that array is going to contain the array of object. So simply let's copy this cart items, and here I'll go and replace this cart items.map. So instead of using products.map, now this time we have cart items.map. So if I save these changes, if I will go here, and now we can see that right now we have added two products into our cart. So that's why here we have two products listed. Now again, if I go and click on these products, for example, I want to add this product, click on add to cart, one more product added, click on this product title album, go here, click on add to cart, one more product, successfully we have added one more product. Again, if I click, the quantity has been updated. Let's go inside cart, and now we can see that successfully inside our cart we have three items, but here the quantity of this item equals to 2. So dynamically we have to iterate over all those products what we have stored inside our local storage and get listed inside this tabular format. Let's go back to editor. So inside this cart items, let's copy this cart items, and here use effect. And initially, if I want to print the values, let's go inside use effects, so console.log, and simply let's call cart items. Save these changes. If I go and inspect, go to console tab, let's reload. And now we can see that inside this array of object here we have three items. So here we have the first product, second product, and third product. Let's open this first product which has ID equals to 85. Now we can see if I go into quantity, so we can see this product has been added into two times. So what we have to do, we have to iterate over each object of this array, and according to need that I want image, product title, product price, product quantity. So we have to get each value from each object, and we have to display inside this tabular format. Now next after this, to print all the values of cart inside this tabular format, what we have to do, simply inside this cart items we have to iterate over each object. So first thing first, we want the image of that product. So if I again go back to browser, let's open any of the object. So inside this object, hopefully we'll find an image property, and now we can see images property, and inside this images here we have the 0th index, and at this index here we have the src url. So what I will do to get the thumbnail image of that product, so single product question mark dot images property, first I will check that if 0th index is available, then we have to go and open this src url. Then after inside this alt attribute, what I will do, I have to read the single product title, it means product title. So simply single product, and if I check the product name, it exists inside this name property. So simply single product dot name. Save these changes. If I go back to browser, and now we can see that successfully inside this image column, here we have the product thumbnail images. Now next we have to get the product title. This time it's really very simple. So instead of using title, let's pass the name value. Save these changes, and now we can see that product image, and here we have the product title. So for the product price, as we know that pricing is here something a price property, a sale property, as well as a regular price property. So inside each object, we can see, let's open the 0th index value, scroll down. So for the price value, we have three properties called a price. Here we have the regular price, and here we have the sale price. So for this interesting concept, what we will do, if I go here, let's open again our product component. And remember, we had created a method that is called render product price. So what I will do, let's copy this whole method, go inside cart component, and I'll just paste it here. And this function I'll simply call here. Let's go here inside product price. Let's remove, and inside this curly pairs I will call, and inside this function simply I will pass this entire object, and that is single product. Save these changes. If I go and if I reload, and now we can see that on the basis of the price value, here we have the $11, $18, and the $15. And these pricings now rendering from this render product price. Now next we have to display the quantity. So remember, quantity is dynamic because this is the same property what we had put inside each of the object inside our cart items. Now successfully, while iterating over each product, now this time we have the dynamic values of each product like thumbnail, title, like the product price, and the quantity. Now let's add one more product. So if I go here, click on products. So for example, if I want to add this cap, click on add to cart button, product added. Now if I go into a cart section, and now we can see that successfully here we have the cart image, the title, the price value, and quantity equals to 1. For example, if I want to add one more item of that cap, let's click again add to cart button, product added. If I go into this cart menu, and now we can see cart equals to 2, means sorry, quantity equals to 2. Now, next after this, after displaying all those cart items inside a tabular format, now the most important thing, also we have to display the total price of all these items. So the calculation is very simple. Here we have the price and here we have the quantity. So each unit price will be multiplied with the quantity, and overall the total price of this cart will be displayed right here in front of this total. So instead of calling price, if I will call it as, let's say, unit price, so here, let's add unit price, save these changes. It's better. Now, next we have to work over this total calculation of all these cart items. Let's go back to editor. Inside this cart component, let's create a function that is called const. Let's say calculate total items price equals to, and inside this function, like we have all the products into this cart items, so let's copy this state variable. Then I'll go here. So cart items dot, I'll use the reduce function, and here let's pass a variable which basically stores the total price. So total, and here we have each single item, and this single item is basically an object, and inside this object, as we know that it also contains a property called item dot price. And then after, if this has a value, so in that case I'll use parse float, and simply let's say item dot price, otherwise it will return a zero value. And then after, let's say return total, it means this is the variable total plus, and here the total price multiplication with the quantity, and the quantity we can find inside this item dot quantity. And then after, I will use the concept of two fixed methods so that I will make the round off to two decimal places. And one more thing, let's cut this value, wrap inside parentheses, and finally, I have to return this total value. So return cart items and the total value. And I think we forgot to add the arrow function. Save these changes. Let's copy this function name. Scroll down. So here we have the total which has a static value. Let's remove curly pairs, and here we have the function name. Save these changes. So if I go and now you can see that according to the price and the quantity of all these products, here we have the total price of all these products. And one more thing, here we have your cart is empty. Right now it is a static value. So on the condition spaces, let's go cut this value, or simply if I go and let's copy this cart items, copy that, go here, and here, what I will do, let's say curly pairs. So cart items dot length if greater than 0. So in that case, we have no value. Otherwise, we have to display this p tag. Let's cut from here and simply put here. Save these changes. Now we can see that there is no message like your cart is empty. So successfully, let's go again into this product section. Let's add one more product. For example, this single. Click on this add to cart. We have added. Let's go click on again add to cart button. So successfully this product we have added two times. If I go into cart, and now we can see single we have added two times. So here we have the total price value. And one more thing, we can see that right now here we have the zero value in front of this cart. But as we know that we have some products into our cart, so on the basis of total products what we have to fix this value, so that we'll get like the idea that how many products successfully we have added into our product cart. So for this, what I will do, let's go here, and if I go inside app.jsx, and here, as we know that all those data of those products we have stored into this state variable called cart. So what I will do, let's copy this cart, and here we have the navigation bar. So simply let's pass here. So let's say cart items equals to, and I will simply pass, let's say cart. Simply let's copy, go inside our layouts. Let's open our navbar component, and here I will destructure, let's say cart item. Let's copy, and in place of 0, let's put curly pairs, and here it will be cart item dot length. Save these changes. So once we save and go, and now we can see that here we have 5, which indicates that inside our cart we have 5 product items. Let's go here inside this products menu, click here, go to single product tail page. Now if I click, and successfully here we have 6 items. If I go into cart, and here we have 6 items listed, and overall their price value. Now in the next video we have to work over the functionality. If suppose if I want to remove any product from this cart, how to remove and how to update the existing cart value so that our cart will be updated. All right friends, in this video topic again we will discuss a very amazing concept, and that is how to handle remove cart item functionality. Let's go back to editor. So before implementing this concept, first thing first, if I go back to browser, so inside last video topic, we have handled that how to display total items in terms of a numeric value inside this cart menu, as well as like what the items we have inside our cart also we have displayed into this tabular format. Now this time inside this video we have to handle this remove button functionality. It means that whenever, for example, if I click on the remove button of this product called t-shirt with logo, so simply it will remove this product from this cart. Also, it will update the total price of this cart as well as the numeric value. So this complete functionality we'll discuss inside this complete video. Let's go back to editor. Then I'll go and open our src app component, and inside this app component I will create a function, and that is, let's say remove item from cart. And here let's create a function that is called const remove items from cart. And whenever, if I call this function, simply we have to pass the product item. It means which product we want to remove. Now, next after this, let's first take the user confirmation. So if window.confirm, and here, let's say, are you sure want to remove question mark? If they presses Y, it means like const updated cart equals to cart, which is a state variable. Remember, inside this state variable, we are storing all the products. So cart.filter, and here we have to iterate over each item. So item.id is not equals to products.id. So not products, let's call it as product. So product.id. Now next after this, it means successfully we have removed that product from cart. So after that, let's update our state variable. So set cart, updated cart, and then after let's the local storage dot set item, and here cart equals to json dot stringify, and here updated cart, and finally toast dot success product removed from cart. Save these changes. Now let's copy this function name. Then I will go into this cart component, and here I will pass two variables here as a prop. So first on remove product, and here this is the function name, and one more like cart equals to, this is a state variable called cart. Now what I will do, this is the function name we have passed as a prop. Here we have the prop key, and this is a state variable also we have passed inside this prop key. Now let's open our cart component. So go inside pages, cart component. So first we have to receive those two prop. So let's go here. So inside this cart, I will copy, let's on remove product, and also let's copy this cart and put it here. Now next, what I will do, first I will go and copy this cart, and instead of using this get carts item, let's simply remove, put it here. I'll use again here inside this use effect. This time this cart items is dependent on this cart, so simply put it here, and here inside this use effect, let's say set cart items, and this is cart. Save these changes. Now next we have to copy this function, because by the help of this function we can remove any product. So copy that, then I'll go inside this remove button, and here let's say on click, and simply call that function, and inside this function we have to pass our product object. Save these changes. Let's go here, and what I will do, let's first add this product. So I'm clicking on this add to cart button, product added. Let's go to cart. So we can see that here we have a single product. Let's go again. I think we have some error like API error. No, right now we don't. So let's go again. Click on this t-shirt with logo two times. So one time added, one time more added. Let's add some more products. For example, this cap from here added. So successful into our cart, we can see three products. Click on this cart menu. Here we have all those items. So successfully, right now inside cart, total cost of this cart equals to $63. So for example, I want to remove this cap. Let's click on this remove. It is asking for the confirmation, cancel, no activity. But when we press OK, and now we can see product has been removed from here, as well as the total numeric value of the cart items also gets updated. Let's go again, go back to products. And here, for example, this product I want to buy, click on add product, like add to cart. Let's click on this single product, add to cart, one more added. Inside this, let's say add to cart. I want to buy this belt, click on add to cart. So successfully much more products this time we have added, and it is equals to 6. Click on this cart menu. Now here we have $142. Now this time I want to remove, for example, this polo product. Click on remove. OK. like the items like the total cost also updated, this tabular format also updated, and here the numeric value also updated. So successfully, this is the overall functionality, that is how to handle remove cart functionality. So that's why instead of using the local store right here, local storage right here for the cart items, we have used the concept of this state variable, and this cart is a state variable we are passing from this app component file. So
All
what
right,
friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of integration of user registration API. Let's go back to browser. So successfully, inside this course, we had done the successful integrations of WooCommerce APIs. For example, to list all the products from product store, as well as how to get single product information. Along with, also we had done the successful integration of cart module inside this headless store. So what basically we want from this video topic? So for example, if I go to this product listing and I want to order this product, so let's say add to cart. So successfully, I have added two products into my cart. So along with all this products information, also we can see a checkout button. Let's click on this checkout button, and now we can see that here we have a checkout form. So inside this checkout form, basically the user have to pass some informations like first name, last name, address, and the address parameters. But what I want that before filling these checkout informations, user must be registered and logged in inside this headless store. So for that concept, also we have a menu called login and sign up, and here we can see a login form and a sign up form. So before going to the checkout process, I want that a user first will be registered into this application, and also user have to log in. So in this video topic, I'll discuss the concept that how to fill the informations like name, email, username and password, and how to use WordPress API so that by getting all these informations, how to do user registration inside the WordPress application. Now, if we want to learn the process of user registration and the WordPress API concept, first thing first, I'll go to this WordPress admin panel. Then after, let's hover, click on visit site. So inside this project URL, then after I will type wp-json. Remember, it will open the API endpoints. So inside this endpoints, also will get an array called namespaces. So inside this namespaces, we can see an endpoint called wp/v2. So just copy after this wp-json. If I type, let's say wp/v2, hit enter. Now it will open all about the API endpoints, and inside these endpoints, I'll find one more endpoint that will be responsible for user registration API. So if I go and close one by one, now here we can see that wp/v2, wp/v2, like post, pages, and if I search for wp/v2/users, and now we can see that here we have an API URL. Now, next after this, if we closely look over this API URL, so we can see that this API URL we can hit using two request type, that is get request type and post request type. So it means I want to create a new user to our WordPress setup, so we have to use post request type. So what are the parameters we have to pass? So to get the parameters information, simply go inside this endpoints. Let's close this first object because this is using get request type. Now here inside the second object, here we have post request type. So while calling this API URL using post request type, the parameters we have to pass like username, name, first name, last name, email. So here we have much more parameters what we have to pass to create a new user inside WordPress. So what is the plan? Plan is very simple. This is our form. So simply whenever user will pass any informations like name, email, username and password. So whenever they click on the sign up button, we have to call this API endpoint using post request type, and also we have to pass all these informations. So successfully by following this approach, we can create a new user inside WordPress. But here comes the concept of authentication. while calling this API using post request type, additionally, we have to use a authentication concept. So to use the authentication, I'm going to use a basic authentication plugin for this WordPress application setup. So simply, let's open a new tab and simply type basic authentication WordPress plugin. Now, once you type this keyword, simply it will open the bulk plugin suggestions into search result. So either you can select this one, but I would prefer which is the best. And here we have a GitHub repository. So simply let's click on this GitHub link and it will open a repository called basic-auth. So simply if we go here, we can see a file called basic-auth.php. So let's click on this file and here we can see the complete plugin code. If you are not able to find this plugin code from this repository, what you have to do for the alternative solution, so simply just navigate to github.com/owthub. Then after, click on repositories. And then after, if I scroll down into this repository, and now we can see a link called Basic Auth WP plugin. Let's click into this link. And now we can see the same file with the same set of code called basic-auth.php. So what will be the next step? So simply let's copy the complete code by clicking over this copy icon, code copied, move back to our WordPress setup. Let's go inside WP content folder, plugins folder, and inside this folder, let's create a file called a folder first, basic auth. And inside this folder, I'll create a file called basic-auth.php, and inside this file simply I'll paste the complete code what basically we have copied from GitHub repository. Then after, let's go back to our WordPress setup, go inside plugins, click on installed plugins, and into this plugins list, and now we can see a file called JSON basic authentication. So simply let's click on activate button to activate this plugin. Now successfully, as you can see that plugin now activated. Now here overall we have the complete plan that this is our sign up form. Whenever if I pass all these informations, click to this button. So by click over this button, simply we have to call this API endpoint called WPV2 users using post request type, and additionally we have to use an authentication concept, and that is achievable by using this JSON basic authentication. Let's get started to integrate step by step all these processes. So I will go into our React store. Let's go inside SRC folder, pages folder, and then I will open this auth component. Remember, inside this auth component, we have created our login form and sign up form. So in this video, we have to work over the registration process. So I will go and over this function called handle sign up submit form. So inside this, what I will do here, let's use first try catch block, and inside this try catch block, in case of any error, let's say console.log and error. So simply what I will do, I'll go and open one more file called api.js, and inside this file, let's create a function. So this will be for register user API, and here let's export const, let's say register store user async in nature, and inside this will pass the user information, so I will call it as user info. And then after, let's use the concept of try catch block, and here let's say console.log and error. Then after, I will go into this, not here, into this try block, and here simply let's say const response equals to await API dot post, and inside this we have to use the API URL. So remember, API URL is all about up to this WP JSON, and after that we have to pass WP v2 users. So what I will do, so for static, if I copy this complete URL, let's go here. If I pass So something like this. Then after wp forward slash v2 forward slash users. So now next after this, let's go at the top of this file, and here instead of passing this static URL, I will have to create a new constant here. So let's call it as const, and I will call it as wp user API URL, and here let's use backtick symbol. Then after I'll copy this project URL, and here let's pass it here, and then after it means project URL, I want to bind this WP-JSON WP-V2 users. So I'll simply copy, and then after let's paste here. So simply let's copy this API URL, the constant. Then I'll go here. Let's pass it here. And inside this second argument, we have to pass the user data. So all those user data will get from this user info. Let's pass it here. Inside this third argument, here we have to pass the authentication. So let's pass an empty object. Then after, I will go and pass headers. And inside these headers, I will pass a key called authorization. I'll use basic authentication. So here, basic is the keyword, space, concatenate with our B2A. It means base64 encoded value of username and password. So here, the username of admin panel is admin and password is also admin. So this is something, a authorization format actually we have used behind the scene inside WordPress application all about this basic authentication. It means we have to pass JSON encoded informations of username and password. So that's why, and we can see that inside headers here we have the authorization keyword. Basic is also a keyword, and we just concatenate with the base64 encoded value of combination of WordPress username and WordPress password. So then after getting this API response, let's say return response dot data. Let's copy this function name, and inside this function we have to pass user informations, and these informations are on the basis of API documentation parameter. So simply let's copy first this function name, then after I'll go into this auth component, and here let's say import from api.js. So here let's call this function. Then after I'll copy this function name, then I'll go here into the sign up form submit, and here let's call await function name. As we are using await, so this will be async in nature. And here inside this function, we have to pass the parameters on the basis of API documentation. So while creating user, as discussed, we want the informations like username, name, first name, last name, email. So all these parameters, and additionally, we have to pass the user password. So while creating user, also we can see that all these parameters are not required. So on the basis of some required parameters, some mandatory parameters, already we have designed this sign up form. So it means while creating user, we want only these informations like name, email, username, and password. So after all, we can create a user inside WordPress. Let's go back to editor. So here inside this, I will pass an object. So we want name, then after we want username, then after all we want email and password. And remember, these informations of sign up form we can get from a state variable called sign up data. So this is what we done inside our previous video topic. So simply let's copy this state variable. So in front of this name, sign up data dot sign up name, username sign up data dot sign up username, for email sign up data dot sign up email, and for password sign up data dot sign up password. So successfully it is calling a function, and this function is going to register a user inside WordPress by the help of this API URL. And additionally also we have used the concept of authentication. Then after I'll go and simply, so what I will do, let's cut this line of code and put here before this try block. And after submission also I want like the form will be reset. Let's copy, remove this console.log, And here, let's paste here. And one more thing, if I open app.jsx file, so let's go at the root of this src app.jsx. Now here, if I scroll down, here we can see auth component. So inside this auth component, also we can pass a function that will be for loading, and that is set page loading. So let's copy, and here I will pass, let's say, set page loading, and this will be a function name. So as a prop, let's copy, go here inside this auth component, and let's go and destructure. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go here, and after this event.prevent default, so I will pass first true here, and after successful registration, simply after reset data, simply I will go and make it as a false value. And one more thing, also I want to display the toaster like the notification user registered successfully. So in that case, what I will do, as we know that inside this app.jsx also we have handled here, if I go, so that is toaster container, and also if I go to this add products cart, now we can see that here already we have used the concept of toast.success. But before using this concept, this toast, which is an object, also we have to get from this React Toastify. So what I will do, simply I will copy this line of code, go inside auth component, and here let's import. So we don't want this toaster container, only we want this toast. So let's copy this toast. Then after here, it's a toast dot success, and here let's say user registered successfully. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and if I go, let's reload. Let's pass some informations, and one more thing, if I go here, let's go inside users. So as we can see that right now inside this WordPress, only we have the admin as a single user. Let's create a user. So I will pass some informations, some dummy informations, and password is something from 1 to 8. Let's go and inspect first. Go into console. So we don't have any error. Let's click on the sign up button, and we can see loading is running successfully, user registered successfully, and also we don't have any error. If I go and let's reload, and now we can see that successfully we are able to create a user inside this WordPress application. Here we have the name, and also if I click on this edit link to get all the user information, so what basically we passed. So if I scroll down, here we have the username, like name here, email, and also we had done the password. So by default, WordPress registered this user as a subscriber user role. And after registration, also we can see that form is automatically now reset. All right, friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss a very interesting concept, and that is how to integrate user login API. Let's go back to browser. So successfully into our last video topic, we had done the user registration by using WordPress API. Now in this video, as you can see that here we have a login form, and inside this login form, we have two input fields called username and password. So how to use this form, and also how to use WordPress API to do a user login from this headless store. So this interesting concept I will discuss inside this video topic. So now first thing first, the question is that what is the login API endpoint, what we have to use for this login form. Let me tell you that inside WordPress there are multiple ways, like by the help of that we can do the user login inside a headless store. But here I will follow one more authentication, and that is JWT authentication, which provides the API endpoint. So whenever that plugin will be installed into WordPress by using its API endpoint, whenever if I pass the WordPress user, like the username and password. So after authentication, after login, it will provide a token value. So as per this course, I'll use this plugin to create a token after login, and this token I'll then store into a local storage so that I'll get the information that the user is logged in or not into this headless store. So how to use the concept of JWT plugin to go with the login API. So here simply just type this keyword called JWT authentication for WordPress REST API. We can see that it is giving like multiple search result. So let's click on this first link, and then after it will open a plugin page. This is a WordPress plugin. So if I scroll to see its settings, and here we can see that it is giving a constant. So simply let's copy this line of code. Then I will go to a WordPress setup. Let's close this file first. And from this WordPress application, I will open this wp-config.php. And here, at last, after this db underscore collat, I will paste this secret key. And instead of this dummy text value, let's pass some random value. Save these changes. Again, go back to plugin documentation. And here, one more constant we have. Let's copy again this line of code. Let's go here, not inside this React store. I have to go inside WordPress application. Let's paste here, save these changes. Again, go back to plugin documentation. And once we install this plugin, so what I will do simply, let's copy this plugin name, go into WordPress application, plugins, click on add new plugin. And then from this add plugin section, simply what the keyword we have copied, simply search here, and it will filter like this plugin from WordPress repository, and in a moment this plugin will be available to install into this WordPress application. So here it is. Let's click on install now button, and successfully plugin is now installed. Only we need to activate, so click on activate button. And successfully, as we can see that now JWT authentication plugin now activated inside this WordPress setup. So then after, what I will do, if I go and click on visit site, and here into this URL, if I type wp-json, now inside this API endpoint, I will find one more API endpoint, and that is from, if I scroll down as per the documentation, it will provide a namespace that is jwt-auth/v1. If I go to confirm inside this namespaces array, and here, if I search, and now we can see that here we have jwt-auth/v1. So let's copy this namespace. Let's open our duplicate tab. So after this wp-json /, if I type that namespace, and successfully, according to this namespace, it has opened multiple API endpoints, and as we can see, JWT auth v1, JWT auth v1 / token, JWT auth v1 token validate. So here I'll use the concept of this token like the API endpoint. What basically we have to trigger using post request type, and we have to pass the WordPress user like the username and password. So once we call this API endpoint using post request type, and when we pass the informations like username and password, so automatically it will authenticate, and after successful authentication it will provide a token value, and that token is nothing, that will be a JWT token value. Now, next after this, what I will do, let's get started about step by step this JWT login API integration with our headless store. So I will go then into a headless store. Let's open src folder, pages folder, and I will open auth component file. So first I will go into this api.js file. So here it will be. Let's open, and inside this api.js, let's create a separate function, and I will call it as login user API. And here, let's say export const, let's say login user, and here async in nature, and we have to pass the user information, and this time it will contain the informations like the username and password. So here, let's use try catch block, In case of any error, simply we have to go and log into console. So console.log and error. Let's go inside this try block here. Let's say response equals to await Exos API instance, that is API dot post request method. And here we have to first pass the API URL, and then after we have to pass the user information, which basically contains the username and password. So first thing first, for the API URL, so I will go and copy this project URL. Then here inside this backtick symbol, dollar curly pairs, so it will be project URL. So after project URL, we have to go and call this wp-json forward slash jwt-auth forward slash v1. Let's copy and go here and put it here. And inside the second argument, simply let's pass this user info. Now after this response, simply we have to return. So here return response dot data. Save these changes. Let's copy this method called login user. Then I will go into this auth component, and here also I need to import this login user from API. Let's copy, and then after this time in this video I will go with this method called login form submit. So here what I will do, let's say try catch block first, error, and here console.log error. Let's go inside this try block. So await this function, and also let's pass async here, and inside this login user let's pass an object. Remember, we have to pass user info like username and password, and all these informations already we are managing using a state variable called login data. So let's copy this state variable, because in this we have an object, and inside this object we have two properties called username and password. Next, inside this login user function, we have to pass the parameters like to authenticate user, username, and password. To get all these data, we have to go into state variable, that is login data dot login username for password, login data dot login password. So once user will be authenticated, this function, like this function behind the scene using this API endpoint, so after authentication, successful authentication, it will return a token value. So here let's say const response equals to, and then after if I go, let's say console.log, and here let's type response, save these changes. And one more thing, let's cut this event.prevent default, and here let's paste here. And also we want to set our form, so sorry, reset our form, so let's cut that code. And after this response, if I paste, and one more thing parallelly I want to implement, that is set page loading. Let's copy, go inside this login form submit method. So before this event.prevent default, let's put true here, and after this form reset, let's say set page loading, and inside here let's pass false value. Save these changes. If I go back to browser, go into this form, let's reload, and if I inspect, remember inside our last video, we had created a user with the credentials. If I go inside users, click on all users. So inside last video, we had created a user, that is Rakesh, and the password is from 1 to 8. So here, the same credentials I will use here. Let's go into console tab. So Rakesh, and the password is from 1 to 8. Click on login button, and it is calling behind the scene our JWT auth API endpoint, and here we have some error, and that is request failed 404. It is not able to find this API endpoint. If I go and WP app, WP JSON, if I compare WP JSON, JWT auth, and if I go, let's reload, and why it is not able to find. If I copy link address, let's open, and it is able to find. Actually it is not able to find. And okay, actually we have to use after v1, like token. This is actually what we forgot to add. So again, if I go here, let's go into this function, and after this v1, let's pass token, save these changes. And if I go, let's reload one more time. And if I pass the same user information, Rakesh, and the password is from 1 to 8, click on login button, and it is calling API. And now we can see that in response, if we see this console, in response, it is returning a valid token value. This is the user authenticated token. And then after, it also returns the display name, email, and the nickname. But in case, if suppose I am passing some dummy informations like this user exists, but the password is invalid, if I click on login, so in return, let's see that what is returning, and successfully we can see that it is returning some error, and that is 403 forbidden. So it means after successful response it will return a token value. Now this token we have to store into our local storage. So what I will do, let's go here, and after this response, simply let's say local storage dot set item, and here let's say auth token, and inside this key, I will store the value called response. And remember, inside response, we have a property called token. So I will just copy and put it here. And one more thing, in case of error, simply let's go inside this catch block. And here, what I will do, set page loading, or even let's get rid of this from here. And I will use a finally block. And inside this, let's say set page loading equals to false. And here I'll use the concept of toast dot error, and here let's invalid login details. And in this case, what I will do, I have to display a successful response. So in this case, it will be instead of error, it will be success, and I will call it as user logged in successfully. And one more thing, after displaying this message, also we have to redirect user to our checkout page. Remember, the concept is that before filling the checkout information, user have to register, or the user already exists, they have to log in first. So after successful login, simply we have to navigate into the checkout route. So what I will do, first we have to use a call. So let's say import use navigate. So use navigate, once it will be imported, let's copy, let's say const navigate equals to use navigate, and simply let's copy. Then I will go to this login API method, and here after toast, let's say navigate, and here simply we have to go into our checkout route. Save these changes. Let's go here. Let's reload. And let's pass our valid detail, or first I will pass like invalid detail. Click on login button, and in this case the user does not exist, and we can see that invalid login details. Now when we pass the correct details, and this time let's click on this login button. So after login, we'll have a toaster message as well as we'll have a checkout route. Now we can see that after successful login, we are on the checkout page. And one more thing, additionally, we have stored the token value into our local storage. So if I go into application, and inside this, if I search local storage, and now we can see that inside this auth token, here we have the token is stored. Now successfully from this video topic, now we have the complete idea that how to go and install JWT plugin into WordPress application, and how to use its API endpoint to authenticate and generate a valid token value. So overall, we have the entire flow like user registration as well as user login flow. So in the next video, I'll discuss the concept about checkout form and how to process the checkout data so that we can create an order into our WordPress WooCommerce. So all right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing concept, and that is how to manage protected URL redirections. So what I mean from this video topic, so to understand, let's go back to browser. So inside this headless store, here we have our top header, and inside this top header, here we have the menu items. So the options are home, products, cart, my account, my orders, logout, and login and sign up. So here, if we closely look, so we can see that here we have three menus like my account, my orders, and logout. So these options will be visible when the user will be authenticated. So right now, user is not logged in, so there is no sense to display all these menu items. So inside this video topic, we'll discuss that how to handle these menu items on the basis of authentication of user inside this headless store. So to start with the user authentication concept, what basically we can do, remember inside our last video topic, if I go here inside this login and sign up, remember we had done all about the integration of login API. So inside that video, also we had discussed if user will be authenticated, also we can generate a token value, and that token we are storing inside local storage. So here, like we have to use the concept of local storage, that if key exists, so if key will be accessed with a valid token, so in that case, these menus will be visible. So what I will do, if I go and inspect, go inside application, I'm using Chrome browser. So go inside application, and right now we can see that inside this local storage, we don't have any key. So what I am doing inside this, I am passing the user what I have registered into this headless store. So let's pass the data. So here I'm passing the username and password. Click on login. And now we can see that after user login, successful user login, here inside this local storage, if I go, so inside application tab, local storage, now here we have a key called auth token. So on the basis of this token, we can check that if this token exists. So if it exists, so in that case, these menus will be visible. Otherwise, this will be hidden. So how to handle? Let's go back to editor. Let's go open src folder. I'll open app.jsx file, and here I will take a state variable. Let's say const is authenticated, set is authenticated, and by default, let's say use state, by default, it will be false. Now what I will do, simply I will create a function here, set user auth after login. So here, let's say const set user logged in status equals to, and in this function, what I will do, I'll use this state manager, and simply I will pass status equals to true, or let's pass status. Now here, this value will come inside this function. Now next after this, let's copy this state variable called is authenticated. I will go then inside this navbar component, let's say is authenticated, and I will pass this state variable. Then after, let's copy this prop keyword. Then I'll go into pages, not pages, into layouts, navbar.jsx. And here, first I will destructure is authenticated. And if I scroll, now we can see that here we have the menu items like my account, my orders, and logout. But this time, on the basis of the status of is authenticated, we have to handle that how to display and how to hide. So here, let's pass curly pairs, and then after, into this curly pairs, let's say is authenticated. If this will be true, so this block, like the parenthesis block, gets executed. Otherwise, this block gets executed. So if is authenticated, it means user is logged in, its value equals to true. So in that case, let's cut all these three allies. Let's go inside first parenthesis, and here JSON fragment. Let's put all those HTML. Save these changes. Now inside the second parenthesis, in case of logout, Let's cut this, go inside it and simply paste here. Next, if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser, go inside our top header, and now we can see that as per the conditions, right now we have the header, the menu items like home, products, cart, and login and sign up. There's no option of my account, my orders, and logout. But I know that you are thinking like here, right now inside this application, inside this local storage, here we have the token value. So if token is available, why we don't have the options of my account, my orders, and logout? And this is because what the conditions we are using on the basis of this state variable, its by default value equals to false. So it means while calling our login API, also we have to handle this state variable. So for that, let's copy this function name, scroll down, go inside auth component, and here let's pass is authenticated, and inside here let's pass this function. Copy this prop keyword that is authenticated. Then I will go into this pages folder. Let's open auth component, and here let's destructure. Let's copy, and if I go into this handle login form submit, so after successful login, right here, let's pass is authenticated, and this is authenticated, which is a prop keyword. This is containing a function name. So here, what I will do simply is authenticated, and I will pass the true value. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload. Click on login and sign up. Now you can see here we have the login form. Let's delete this token value. So simply delete here. It means right click, click on delete option. And if I pass again, called Rakesh, password is from 1 to 8. We can see that right now we have the options of home, products, cart, and login and sign up. Click on this login button. And after successful login, if I go to top header, and now we can see that here we have the options like my account, my orders, and logout. There is no option of login and sign up. Now let's handle the case of logout. So it means when we click on this logout button, simply we have to delete this token value from this local storage, and also we have to like toggle is authenticated value from true to false. Let's go back to editor, and if I go into this nav component, then I'll go here into this logout button, and here let's call on click, or before that I'll go into this app component. Let's create a function, and I will call it as, let's say, user logout, and here let's say const set user logout. And inside here, first we have to delete our auth token from local storage. So local storage dot remove item, and here the key will be auth token, and let's call this set user login status, and we have to make the false value. Save these changes. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go here inside this our nav component. Let's pass here function name. Copy this, go inside nav component. Let's destructure. Then I'll go into this logout on click and just pass here. Save all these changes. Let's go back to browser, and here we have the logout option. So let's click on this logout button, and now we can see token deleted, and also here we have the option of login and sign up. Let's click on this button again. Go here. Let's put credentials, and if I click on this login button, so after login, now here we have the options like my account, my orders, and logout. One more thing also we have to handle. If I go and directly reload, if I go hit enter to this URL, and now we can see we are getting login and sign up. But as we know that once we reload the URL, and if user is logged in, so also we have to get options like my account, my orders, and logout. So how to fix this issue? It's very simple. Let's go inside app component, and here I'll use the concept of use effect hook method. So use effect, and inside here, first I will check that, and also inside this dependency, let's pass empty array. So here, let's say const token equals to local storage. dot get item auth token. So if it is available, let's check here. So if token, so in that case, what I will do, let's copy this function called set user logged in status, and inside here just pass true value. Save these changes. So if I go and if I reload, and now you can see that it is working. If I go click on logout, so user is logged out, click on login and sign up. And if I reload, and now you can see there is no option. If I reload this page again, there is no option of my account, my orders, and logout. Let's do login again. Click on login button. User is logged in. As we can see here, we have options. So if I reload, and now you can see it is still having all these menus. One more thing also we have to fix here. If I go to this product section, click on any of the product, for example this one, and right now here inside this cart we can see zero product added. So if I go add this product to cart, product added, let's click on this add to cart button, product added. So now we can see inside this cart we have two items. So if I go and let's reload this URL, and now we can see there is no data into this cart, and as well as there is no numeric value. Like here we have two number of items. So how to fix? It's again very simple. Let's go back to editor, and inside this use effect, it's very simple. Const, let's say cart items. And as we know that whenever if we add any product to cart, also we are creating a local storage key that is called cart. So here local storage dot get item and the key is cart. So what I will do, let's go cut this line of code, JSON parse. Let's put here. Otherwise, if suppose cart does not exist, we don't have any product into cart. So in that case, double pipe and a blank array. And remember, also we had created a state variable to manage our cart items, and that is called cart. Let's copy this state manager set cart. Go here, and inside this set cart, simply let's copy cart items and put here. Save these changes. So once we save, and now we can see cart equals to true. And here we have two product items. So if I go, let's reload this URL, and still we have two items and two products. Again, if I go into this products menu, let's go and add this cap item. Click on add to cart button, product added. Let's add this belt, product added. So if I go, now you can see four products into this cart. Let's click four items. And if I reload, still we have four items and four products. And also here we have logged in. So successfully inside this video topic, also we have handled that how to manage our URL redirections, also how to fix the issue when the page reloads. Alright friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing concept, and that is how to process place an order inside WooCommerce. So overall, from this video topic, we'll learn the concept of order API integration. Let's go back to editor. So we can see that inside our cart, here we have four product items, and here we have the checkout button. Let's click on this checkout button. So we can see that inside this form, we have to first pass the billing informations like the customer informations like first name, last name, address, and address parameters. So what is the API? Which API we have to use, where we can pass all these informations along with our cart product items. So if I go to the API documentation of WooCommerce, and that is woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce hyphen Rust API docs. And here, if I scroll down, if I go into orders menu, and now we can see here we have the menu called create an order. So the API endpoint, that is WP-JSON wc/v3/orders. And if I talk about the parameters, so here inside the right hand side, we can see all about the idea, all about the concept that what are the parameters basically we have to pass while calling this API. So what I will do, if I copy overall all these parameters, let's copy, go inside editor, let's open a new tab and paste here. So we can see that inside this data, here we have the payment method title, set paid, billing, and inside this billing, here we have the customer informations Again, we have the same piece of information inside shipping, and here we have line items, and inside line items, we have to only pass product ID and its quantity. And one more thing, while calling our order API WooCommerce, all these parameters are not required. So what I will do, while calling that API, I will pass only the required parameters. For example, payment method title, set paid, customer informations, and then after I will only pass these line items. So what I will do, let's go and open SRC. Then I will go into API.js. First, I will create that method which is going to handle to create an order inside WooCommerce. So here, let's scroll down, and here, let's say create an order in WooCommerce. And then here, let's say export const, let's say create an order, and it will be async in nature. And then after inside this, what I will do, I will pass like the customer informations all about the checkout data, what basically the user will fill inside this form. So here, let's say user info. Then after, let's use try catch block. In case of any error, simply console.log, and here we'll have error. Then after, I will go into this try block. And one more thing, if I go to the API documentation, we can see that this API, this time we have to hit using post request type. So what I will do, let's go here. So first I will get all the items from local storage. So let's say const cart items equals to JSON parse. And here, let's say local storage dot get item, and here we have the key code card. Otherwise, here we have blank array. And then after, let's say if cart items, first I will check that if cart items length is equals to 0, so let's pass exclamation. So if it is 0, so in that case simply let's say console.log, and here let's say cart is empty, and in that case simply let's say returns equals to false. Then after, let's say that in our cart we have some products, check cart items. Now next after this, let's say const line items equals to, let's copy this cart items. Simply I'll go and iterate over each product by using this map function, and it's a single item, and here parenthesis curly pairs. So inside line items we have to store the values like product ID and quantity. So let's copy this product ID key. So here product ID, and also we want like quantity. These are the two keywords. So here let's say item, to get the product ID from each object of cart from local storage, we have the ID property. So to verify, if I go to browser, let's go and inspect, go to application tab, local storage into this cart, and now you can see inside each product, here we have the ID property. And remember, also we had stored the quantity to store the product quantity. And if I search, and now we can see here we have the quantity. So let's copy. If I go, so item.id will be product ID, and here item.quantity will be the quantity of product. Now, next after this, if I go to this complete object, so here we have the code of line items. So this complete value we can get from this piece of code. And next after it, also we need the informations like payment method title, set paid, and the billing informations. So these informations I am expecting from this checkout form. Click on this checkout button. So from this checkout form, so what I will do, let's go to editor first, go inside api.js, and here let's say const data equals to, and inside this object, first I will go and copy this user info. This will contain all about the checkout information. So let's copy, let's pass into this data, and along with, also we need to concatenate these line items. But these line items we have to store into a key called line underscore items. So let's copy, put here, and inside here let's say line items. So overall, This is an object, and inside this object, here we have the informations like what we pass from our checkout informations, checkout page, and additionally, we are adding these line items by putting this line items property. Now, next after this, let's say that const API URL equals to, or simply let's say URL equals to, and if I copy the project URL, or even let's say API URL, because it is containing up to v3. So let's copy API URL. Then I will go here, backtick symbol, string literal, and here let's say curly pairs API URL. So after, if I go and check, so after v3 we want forward slash orders. So let's copy, go here. So after v3 also we want forward slash orders. Now next after it, also we have to generate some auth parameters, auth signature, and also in this case we are using post request type. So also we have to pass auth header. So here let's say const auth parameters like auth params equals to generate auth signature, and here I will first pass this URL, and also inside this second argument, remember inside this function by default we are taking the get request, but this time we have to use post request type. So here inside the second argument it will be post, and then after also we have to generate our authorization header, what basically we have to pass while calling this API. So what I will do, let's say generate auth header, let's say const auth header equals to object.keys, and here we have the auth params, and inside this auth params by the help of this function we are getting the values of auth signature, auth consumer key, nonce value, signature method, timestamp, and version. So simply we have to iterate over each key, and we have to bind with all the values and pass inside authorization header. So object.keys, let's pass auth params. Then I will use the concept of map function to iterate over each key. And here it's a backtick symbol, dollar, curly pairs, key equals to. Also, we have to concatenate with its value. So here, dollar, curly pairs, encode URI component, and inside encode URI component function, let's pass auth params, square bracket, and just pass key here. So simply object.keys, we are iterating over each key of auth params, and here we have the key and its value. And finally, by using this join function, let's join with this comma. Save these changes. So here we have the authorization header. Now next after this, let's say const response equals to await API dot post method. Let's pass our API URL. So here, as we can see, like orders, let's copy, put here. Then after, we have to pass our data. So all those data inside this data variable, let's put here. And inside this third argument, let's pass an object headers. And inside headers, let's pass authorization. And inside this authorization, auth will be the keyword, space. And here we have authorization header. So let's copy, go here, and instead of using double quote, let's say backtick symbol, auth, then I will concatenate, let's say dollar, curly pairs, and auth header. And finally, at last, let's say return response dot data. And one more thing also we have to change, as we know that from this entire object now we have the complete idea that what type of object and what are the properties we have to send to an order API. So we can see that payment method title set paid. Here we have the billing key, and inside this billing key here we have the complete customer informations. So what I will do, let's go and open our checkout component. So pages checkout component. So as we can see that right now all these informations right here without this billing keyword. So what I will do, first let's copy all these things from here. Then I'll go here. Let's pass inside this use state. So right now inside this course, as we have discussed inside our demonstration video, that we have to use only cash on delivery. So here let's pass the keyword called COD, and for the title I will call it as cash on delivery. And then after, let's do some formatting. Set paid equals to false. Then after, let's do formatting for this billing. And inside this first name, last name, what I will do, as you can see that right now we have all these properties. So let's remove all these things from here. And according to need, according to form, we have to change something. So if I go and search, let's also close this first, because also we have to customize this checkout component all about form items on the basis of these values. So first name, let's go and remove or make it as an empty value. Let's remove this static value, remove this static value. We don't want this address to. Address one is okay. Let's remove this city, state, postcode, country, email, and phone number. Save these changes. So according to these parameters, if I go now this time, checkout.firstname does not exist. Instead, we have checkout like checkout data dot billing dot first name. So let's copy this first name. And if I go here, so for this first name, checkout data dot billing dot, and we can see first name. For this last name, here we have the checkout data dot billing dot last name. For this address, checkout data dot billing dot address one. And here for city, checkout data dot billing, and here we have the city. Then we have here we have the state information. So checkout data dot billing, and if I search for state here, then we have the postcode. So checkout data dot billing dot postcode, and finally here we have few more fields, that is country, email, and phone number. So for country, checkout data dot billing dot country. For email, billing dot email here, and for the phone number, billing dot phone. So successfully, on the basis of all the properties what basically the API provides, on the basis of that we have updated this state variable. So this is not only the update, also we have to do inside this handle on change input, and also inside this form reset. So for this concept, what basically we have to do, it's very simple. If I go, let's copy this entire object what basically we have updated. So after copy, just go and replace with this old pattern of parameters. Save these changes. Also, we have to update one more thing, that is all about handle on change input. Right now, it is working on the old pattern of parameters. But as we can see that right now here we have payment method title, set paid, and all about billing properties. So it is okay because it will go and return all about payment method title, and set form like payment status. But then after also we have to add billing, and inside this object we have to get the previous form data dot billing. And also let's cut this line of code, that is name value, and let's add inside this billing object. Save these changes. So I think we done all the things, except here we have to handle our checkout form submit. So for this what I will do, let's go and add try catch block first. And here, let's cut this event.prevent default. I cut, put here, and let's cut this entire code of form reset. Let's get rid of this console.log, and also inside this try block, let's paste at the end of this block code. And here, what I will do simply, first I will go and attach this api.js file right here inside this checkout. So it will be import object here from, and this will be from api.js, and from this we have to import the function, and this function is create an order. Let's copy, go here and pass it here. Let's copy this function name And then after I will go into this form submit. Simply let's pass create an order, and inside this we have to pass the entire object like the state variable. So checkout data, pass here. Let's use promise block. So then here, and after response, simply we have to display a message like notification that order has been placed. So for that we have to use toast. So if I go, let's import from, and this is from the package called React Toastify, and here it will be called toast. Simply let's copy this object. Then I will go here. Let's say toast.success. It will be order has placed. And next after this, what I will do, let's cut this code that is form reset, or in fact, what we can do, let's remove that. I want to navigate, it means after order placement, I want to redirect user to products page. So here, let's go first import, let's say import use navigate, and here let's copy, let's say const navigate equals to use navigate, and then after let's copy this navigate. After this message, simply I want to redirect user to products page. And one more thing, like as we know that all the order data, like all the product items we are storing while ordering into our local storage. So also we want to remove all the products from the local storage after order placement. So here what we can do, let's go inside app.jsx and let's create a function, and here let's say remove cart items, and here let's say const clear cart items equals to, and simply while calling this function, simply we have to remove that is local storage dot remove item, and that is cart key. And also the set cart, like what we had created a state variable, also we have to make as an empty array. So let's copy this set cart, and here let's say set cart equals to an empty array. I will then copy this function name. Then I will go here into our checkout component. Let's pass. So clear cart item equals to, and here we have clear cart item. Let's copy this prop key. Then I will go here. Let's destructure. Let's copy. This is containing a function. So before navigate, let's call that function because it will remove all the cart products from local storage, as well as it will set the state variable as an empty array. So I think almost everything has been done for this checkout process, order placement inside WooCommerce. So save these changes. Let's go back to browser. So before doing anything inside this headless store, if I go to this WordPress dashboard, click on WooCommerce, click on orders, and right now we can see that inside this we don't have any order. So let's create our first order. So if I go to our carts, here we have all these products. Click on checkout button. Also let's go and inspect. And if I go to console tab, I think we have some error. And let's reload. Okay, everything is okay. So let's go and pass. For example, and I can see that I'm not able to type anything right here inside this input box. And why it is happening, if I go to this checkout component and on change, like handle on change input, and if I go, so event dot target previous form data billing previous form data, and what is the mistake? Actually, I can see that I'm not able to type any value inside checkout form, and I think that the error is from this line of code like name and value. And I think that I got the issue, and issue is with the name attribute value of each input field. Because first name here, first underscore name, let's check the name attribute value of our first field. And here we have first name. So let's go, let's copy, put here, save these changes. I think it will work. Let's do all for all those fields, last name. last name here, address 1, address 1 for city, it is okay. For state, it is also okay. Postcode is also okay. Country, it is okay. For email and for phone number. Save these changes. Now, if I go to browser, let's type anything. And now you can see that it is working. And one more thing, before doing anything, let's go and check again one by one about each step of the code. Or it's better, let's do a quick unit testing here. So I will pass the informations here. Let's say sample address, sample city, sample state. We are trying to create our first order. It's a zip code here. It's India. Then we have sample email for the phone number. So after passing all these values, let's click on place order button. And OK, order has been placed. But also inside console, here we have some error that is 401, which means that we are not passing correctly all about authorization header. But if I go and let's confirm, and here we don't have any order. So what I will do, let's go inside api.js. And here, while calling our API, if I check all about authorization, and here, let's cut this authorization pass without double quotes. And here I think that instead of small a, it will be capital A. Save these changes. And if I go, let's check this URL like API URL / orders. So here we have the API URL and then after / orders. So it is okay. So after doing update over this auth keyword and authorization, let's save these changes. Let's go here. And if I go, so right now cart is empty because after order placement, cart has clear. So let's place some more products. Click on this first product, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. And here, let's add to cart. So once adding all these products, let's go to this cart menu. Here we have all the products. Click on checkout button and let's quickly pass all these informations. Sample address, sample city, sample state, dummy zip code, India, sample email, and here we have something, a dummy phone number. Additionally, also you can put the form validation, but for the time being, there is no validation implemented. So after passing all these data, click on place order, and this time we don't have any error and successfully we can see that order has been placed. Let's confirm. If I go, let's reload, and now we can see that successfully order has placed inside this WordPress WooCommerce inside this order section. Here we have the user information, and if I click on this order, it will open all about the order informations like all the products. Here we can see the billing informations. If I scroll down and successfully we can see that here we have all the products what we have ordered from Headless Store. And one more thing also we can notice inside this WooCommerce setting that currency is coming inside Indian currency, but from this Headless Store we have ordered each product in dollar. So how to set the currency inside this, like inside this WooCommerce? So for that, let's go and open the settings menu into new tab, and then after go into this general tab, and right here we can see that here we have the Indian currency set. So I will choose, let's say dollar. So if I type United States, and now we can see USD now set. Click on save changes. If I go, let's reload. And right now, the order has been placed using this INR currency. So let's create one more order. So if I go to a headless store, let's close this inspect. For example, I want to order this product, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. Click on this cart, go inside this checkout, and here let's pass the same informations like sample address to sample city to sample state to postcode. Here we have India country, sample email. Let's put some dummy email value, sorry, phone value. And after passing, click on place order and successfully order has been placed. Cart is empty. If I go, let's reload, go inside orders. And now we can see here we have the second order that is of 10 seconds ago. Click here. And this time, if I go to check the currency, and this time we can see that total order item price is equals to $54. So successfully, by the help of this interesting video, now we have the overall idea that how to use the WooCommerce API and its properties to create an order from our Headless store. All right, friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss another interesting concept, and that is how to attach the orders what we have created with customers. What basically I mean from this video topic, let's go back to editor. So to understand this concept, if I go back to our WordPress admin panel, let's go inside WooCommerce, click on orders. So inside last video topic, successfully we are able to create some orders inside WooCommerce order. So we can see that here we have the first order and second order. But if I go into single order detail page, now from this order, we don't have any idea that of which user this order has to deliver. For example, if I open the users list, so we can see that inside this users list, here we have a user that is of administrator, admin, and the second user what we have created from Headless Store. So actually this user has done this order inside this WooCommerce store. But if I can see that, so here there's no linking of this order with this user because as we can see the email value rakesh@gmail.com of this user, but here we have something different email value. So it means overall there is no relation between this order and with this customer. So for example, if I want to get like if suppose let's go first and log in here. So for example, if I want to get all the orders of this logged in user, how to get those data? So to get those data, first thing first, we have to create a relation between this logged in user. It means with this user with this order. So how to get these things? So in this video topic, we'll create a relation between a customer and a order. Now to achieve this task, we have two options. First, while creating any user from this Headless store parallelly, we have to register same user as a customer for WooCommerce. I mean to say that click on logout. Click on login and sign up. So we can see that here we have a sign up form. Remember, inside our previous video, after filling all these informations, additionally, we called a WordPress API. And after calling that API, simply bypassing all these details, simply we are creating a user inside WordPress. So I mean to say that after creating a WordPress user parallelly, also we have to do a customer registration for WooCommerce. If I go into WooCommerce, click on customers, and now we can see that inside customers the list is totally empty because inside our last video topic we had done only the user registration for WordPress. Now this is the first option, like while creating any user also we have to do the parallel registration of customer for WooCommerce. And second, while creating any user we have to call one more API to get the user ID. It means if I go to the users list like users, all users, and here we have the second user what we had created. So if I click on this edit link, now inside this URL we can see that user ID equals to 2. So it means while login that user from this headless store. Also, we have to call one more API to get the user ID value. So once we get the user ID value, so when we do or create any order for WooCommerce, so additionally, we have to pass one more parameter inside order data so that we can bind that user ID with the order data. So this is the overall concept what we'll discuss inside this video topic. So I will go with the second approach, like after login, we'll call one more API to get the user ID, and on the dynamic way, that user ID will be attached with the order data. Let's go back to editor, open SRC, just go inside pages, and I will open auth component. So here, if I see, so this is our login form submit, and here the user is logged in. So if I go and check that what basically this response returns, let's go back to browser, go here, inspect here, and if I pass the informations, go to console first, let's say username, password is from 1 to 8, click on login. And now we can see that after login, we are getting the data like token, display name, email, and the nickname. But here we don't have any option of user ID, but we want user ID to bind that user ID with the order data. So for that, what I will do, if I go and open this WordPress setup into a new tab, first, I will go and analyze a API endpoint that will be helpful to get the user ID. So let's copy this URL, open into a new tab, and here wp-json wp/v2. Remember, we have an API endpoint called users, but in this case, let's type only v2, hit enter, and inside this JSON document, let's do some zoom. And if I search for Control F forward slash WP forward slash V2 forward slash users forward slash, and now we can see that this is our API endpoint, and this API endpoint we can hit using get request type. So whenever we call this API, and additionally also we have to pass the authorization, it means the logged in token value. So once we pass the authorization token value while calling this API will return complete user data on the basis of that authorized token. Now next after this, what I will do, let's go back to editor. So after login, as we know that we are getting the token value. So here, let's say is authenticated equals to true. And then after, I will call an API to get user data. And in this, also will get the user ID. So let's open api.js. And here, let's scroll down, create one more API endpoint. So this will be function to get user data. So here, let's export const get logged in user data, which is async in nature, and in this function I will pass the authorized token value. So here, let's say try catch block, and in case of any error, simply throw that error into console. Otherwise, let's say const response equals to await, and here api.get, and inside this we have to use this API endpoint URL. So it will be wpv2, then wpv2 users and me. So for this, what I will do, if I go to the top of this file, and here if I search, so this is wp user API URL, it will give up to users endpoint. So let's copy, go here, so backtick symbol, put it here, that is users API URL, and then after we have to call additionally me. So let's copy. So after that, let's say forward slash and me. Then after also we have to pass the authorization token value. So inside the second object here, let's say headers, and inside headers, let's say authorization, and it will be bearer and the token value. So here we are passing the token value. So let's copy, go here. So either we can concatenate with the something like this, or it's better, let's use backtick symbol, bearer, space, dollar curly pairs and token. And finally, let's say that return response.data. Let's copy this function name, go inside this auth component, and here let's say const user data equals to await and the function name, and inside this function I will passing like the response dot token. And then after, and one more thing, let's create one more constant and I will call it as, let's say, logged in user data, and here it will be an empty object. So for the time being, if I go, let's say console.log, let's pass here, save these changes. So what we get from this API call, simply we have printed into our console tab. So if I go back to browser, let's go here and one more time, let's click on logout, go here and click on login and sign up, clear here and let's pass the username and password, click on login button. And now we can see that, okay, here we have some error that is get logged in user data is not defined. And it is because that we are using this function, but this function before used must be imported. So let's save these changes, go back to browser. And again here, let's pass the username and password. Click on login. And now we can see that here we are getting the token value and still it is loading. And also here inside the second response, we are getting the user ID and all these parameters. And this is returned. Actually, we had called the second API concept. Now, next after this, what I will do, let's go inside this auth component. And here inside this handle login form submit method. So we had created this constant. Let's go here. So logged in user data dot id, which is for user id, and we get user id into this user data dot id, like user data dot id. Then after also we store some value like here for the name value, and the value we get like user data. If we go and closely look over this response, so we can see that here we have, if I go, let's open. So we can see here we have the name. This is the username. Here we have the ID, or we can get this name value from the second response, or also we can get from this first response as user display name. So let's get the same value from the second response. So it will be user data dot name. And second, let's say logged in user data dot email, and we get the email value from first response, and this will be from user underscore email. So let's copy and it will be response dot user underscore email. And fourth one also we need like the username. So logged in user data username, and we get this data from this first response as user nickname. So let's copy, go here and it will be response dot user nickname. So after storing all this data into this logged in user data variable, what I will do, I'll create one more local storage variable. So let's say local storage set item, and here let's say user data. So JSON dot stringify, and here let's pass logged in user data. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and again if I go click on logout, click on login and sign up. Let's remove all these from console. And if I pass again the username, password, click on login button. So successfully, user not logged in, data is generating. And if I go to this application tab, and here inside this application, inside this local storage, now we have one more key called user data. And inside this user data, now we can see we have an object. And inside this object, we have all those data what basically we need for this logged in user. So this ID we can use as a customer ID to create any order for WooCommerce. Now next, to bind the user ID as a customer ID with our order data, what I will do, let's go and open our app component. And here I'll go into a use effect, and also we can check that if user data exists or not. So let's say const user data equals to local storage dot get item, and here it will be user data. If I confirm this key, so it will be user data. So if it exists, what I will do, simply let's create a state variable here. So let's say const logged in user data, and here set logged in user data, and inside this user state initially it will contain an empty object. So simply call this state manager, and here so set logged in user data, and inside this simply pass this user data. Now what next? So this is our state variable, so let's copy, go here inside our checkout component. So if I scroll, we can see that checkout component. So inside this, let's pass one more prop, and I will call it as logged in user data. And inside this, here we have the state variable. So let's copy, and I will go and open our checkout component. So checkout component, first I will destructure. So here it will be logged in user data, and here inside this checkout data, which is also a state variable. So by default, email is going to contain, let's say, logged in user data, and from this we can get the email value, because remember, inside our local storage also we have stored the email key. Otherwise, if suppose it is not containing any value, so in that case it is going to return an empty value. So now here we have the email value. So if I save these changes, let's go back to browser, and if I go, let's click on this logout button, again log in and sign up. So username, password is from 1 to 8. Click on login, and after login, it has redirected into checkout page, but still we are not getting any email value. If I go to console, so it seems all okay, but why we are not getting the email value? Let's check here. So logged in user data dot email. So if I go, let's say console.log, and if I print the value, what we are getting into this, so as we can see, we are getting the ID, name, email, and the username. And the issue is that actually we have to use the concept of JSON parse. So let's go inside this auth component, and here, or it's better inside this checkout, what I will do, let's go and logged in user data, or even let's say const user data equals to JSON parse, and here it will be logged in user data. Otherwise, let's pass an empty object. Now, if I copy this user data, let's go and put here, save these changes, and now we can see that this time we are getting the email value into our email field. So successfully, now this is the email of logged in user, but the concern is that we are not still added the user ID or the customer ID with the order data. Let's go back to editor. Now to bind the customer ID or the user ID with each product, concept is very simple. Just go inside these parameters list, and here we have to add one more parameter, and it will be called customer underscore ID. And inside this property, inside this key, we have to pass only the logged in user ID. And remember that logged in user ID we get from this user data dot id. If suppose this value is not available, so inside that case it will contain an empty value. So successfully, once we pass all these data, as we know that by calling an API like a function here inside this data, here we have the complete data, and this user info actually we are passing from this checkout component. So successfully, whenever if we create any order, customer ID will be attached and we get a relation between order and customer. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's do an experiment by creating a new user. So just go to sign up form. Let's pass the username. So here, let's say that this is the username, email is something aman@gmail.com. Username will be Aman and password is from 1 to 8. Click on sign up button and successfully we can see that user registered successfully. Let's go back first to our users list, all users. I just opened into a new tab and now we can see that a new user now created into this WordPress application. Then after go inside this login form and if I pass the informations like the username and password is from 1 to 8, click on login and now we can see user logged in but still it is loading. So to correct that, what basically we can do, let's close here and I will go here. Let's go inside auth component. So we are getting this toaster. So let's cut this line. This is inside handle long login form submit. And here, after doing everything, then after, let's put here, save these changes. Again, if I go here, click on logout and one more thing I need that we need to update because on logout also we have to destroy or also have to delete the key called user data because if I click on this logout button and now you can see cart exists and user data also exists, but in case of logout these data also should be removed. So what I will do simply, it's very simple. Let's go and open our auth component and I think not auth component inside our app component and here inside user logout here let's say local storage dot remove item and it will be user underscore data. Save these changes. So if I go click on login and sign up again and if I pass the user informations, click on login after passing the username and password and now we can see it is loading and successfully user logged in and here into this application local storage now user data. So if suppose if I click on logout and now we can see that successfully we have removed the user data from this local storage value. And one more thing also we can do here that after login, instead of redirecting into checkout page, that user should be redirect into a product list page. So what we can do, let's go back to editor and then after I will go into this auth component. So after login, instead of navigating to checkout page, simply let's pass products. Save these changes. If I go click on login and sign up, and then after let's pass the username and password. Click on login. So after login, and now we can see that we are on the products page. So quickly, if I go and add some products, so added, added. So if I go to our card, three products we have successfully added. Click on checkout button, and now we can see that automatically after login, this is the logged in user email. Let's pass our user informations because as you know, already we have attached the user ID as a custom ID to create this order. So here, let's pass any name, for example, last name. So this is the last name. Let's cut from here, put here. It's a sample address, city. I'll call it as test city. Then here, let's say test state, postcode, something dummy value, country will be India. This is our email value. So if suppose if you want to change this email, obviously you can do that because behind the scene, the logged in user ID we have attached to create this order. Now here, let's pass something dummy phone number. Inspect here, click on place order. Click on place order and I think okay. Actually, we hit two times the same button. And if I go to WooCommerce order section and successfully we can see that two orders now placed. So if I open, for example, this 117 number product ID into new tab, so we have to just verify that actually that order is attached with our customer and successfully this is our email address and also we can see that here inside this customer here we can see that this customer is now attached with our WordPress user. So what we can do also we can see a profile link here. If I click on this customer profile and successfully it is opening the user what we have registered from our headless store. So successfully now we can see that in this headless store we had created a relation between a customer and a WooCommerce order. So if suppose if I will go into this WooCommerce, let's go inside customers and inside these customers of WooCommerce, there is no entry. And it's because that we have followed the second pattern to create an order and attach with a customer. So what basically we did after registration, after login, simply that logged in user ID we have attached with that order and automatically behind the scene it has created a relation between our logged in user ID means the user of WordPress and order of WooCommerce. So it means we didn't follow our first approach inside first approach while creating any user from Headless Store. Also, we have to parallelly create a customer for WooCommerce. So instead of doing two things, simply we have followed a pattern to attach the user ID of WordPress with the order of WooCommerce. So successfully in this video now we have the complete idea that how to create a user and bind that user ID to create an order inside WooCommerce. Let's create one more order. So simply I will go here, close this inspect, and inside this product section, let's add this product first, added, added, let's add it as well. And if I go to my account, or sorry, let's go inside cart here, click on checkout, and inside this checkout, let's pass some informations. And here, sample address, sample city, sample state, some dummy postcode, India, email is okay, phone number, something dummy value, click on place order, and as we can see, order has been placed. So successfully to verify, if I go and let's reload this order section, and right here we have this order 12 seconds ago. Click on this order and this order now attached with this user ID equals to 6 and this is a WordPress user. Alright friends, inside this video topic we'll discuss another interesting concept and that is how to get my account user data after user login. Let's go back to browser. So as we know that inside last video topic we had created a relation between an order and a customer inside this headless store. So before fetching, before retrieving all the orders of logged in user, first thing first I want to set my account user data. So let's go click on login and sign up, go inside this login form and here if I pass the user information like username and password, click on login. And now we can see that after login, we are on the products page. But when we go into this My Account, we can see static data. But as we know that also inside last year topic, if I go and inspect, click on application tab, go inside local storage. Now we can see that inside this user data, a local storage key. Also, we have stored the information like email, user ID, name, and the username. So what basically I mean to say that for this my account, all these data already we have inside this local storage. So instead of putting the static data, we have to render the dynamic data on the basis of that key. Let's go back to editor. Then I will go into this src folder. Let's open pages and my account component. And one more thing, also let's open our app component. And inside this app component, remember, if I go at the top of this file, also we have a state variable called logged in user data. And remember, inside this logged in user data, the state variable, also we are setting all those data what we have inside this local storage, inside this key called user data. So what I will do, simply let's copy this logged in user data, and then after I will go into this my account. Here we have the component, and let's pass logged in user data equals to, this is our prop key and this is the prop value. Simply let's copy, go inside my account, let's destructure, and then after, if I go and say const, or let's say even console.log json dot parse, and inside this, if I pass logged in user data, save these changes, go inside console, and now we can see that here inside this object, here we have all these informations like ID, name, email, and username. So we want informations as per the page like name, email, and username. And these three data already available inside this object. So what we can do, let's go back to editor, and here if I go, let's cut this, and instead of console.log, let's say const user data equals to JSON parse and logged in user data. Let's copy this user data, and then after I'll go into this name field, and here instead of this static value John Doe curly pairs, and this time it will be user data dot name. If I save these changes, and now we can see that in place of a static value, now here we have the dynamic value. Let's change this email and the username. So in place of email, here we have the static value. Let's remove curly pairs, and this will be user data dot email. And finally, for the username, let's go and put user data dot username. Save these changes, and now we can see that on the basis of logged in user data, here we have the name, email, and the username. One more thing, actually this is not required, but also we can customize this input, like instead of ID, let's remove this one because we don't need this here. Also, let's remove this ID from email field and also from this name field. Now successfully, on the basis of user information, now here we have the logged in user data. Now let's go and check one more time. So in this case, click on logout button, login and sign up. Let's do and one more sign up, or in fact we have one more login. So Rakesh, password is from 1 to 8. Click on login, and successfully we are logged in into user account. Let's go into my account, and here still we are getting the old information of last logged in user. And why this is happening, click on logout, go into login and sign up, login screen. Let's pass one more time the user information. Click on login, and after login, if I go to my account, and still we have the old data, and I think that we are not able to read the local storage value properly inside app component. So if I go into app component, remember inside this use effect, here, we are reading the value from this user data of local storage and putting inside this state variable. So instead doing this, what we can do, let's copy this set logged in user data, and here if I go to a auth component where we had done the functionality of handling the login form submit, so just go inside auth component and inside here, let's pass a prop. And inside this prop, this is our state manager. Let's copy this prop keyword. Then I'll go open auth component and inside this auth component, first thing first, let's destructure and then after, let's go inside login form submit and here after successful login, here what we can do, let's say set logged in user data and inside here simply let's copy JSON stringify and put here. Save these changes. So once we do, and now we can see that automatically the value has been updated. If I click on logout, let's log in with the other user like Aman. Click on login. After login, if I go to my account and now we can see that user information now updated. So successfully, now here we have a complete flow that we have the products page. Inside this products page, we are getting all the products from WooCommerce. Whenever if I click on any of the product, we are opening the single product. And in this case, also we are calling a WooCommerce API to fetch our single product information. Additionally, also we had handled like the functionality of this cart section. And inside last video, also we had done the relation between the customer and the product from this checkout form. And finally, inside this video, also we have done the concept of this my account. Now in the next video, we'll work with the function and the concept of my orders so that what the user is currently logged in on the base of its ID, we have to retrieve all order informations. All right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very interesting concept and that is how to retrieve all the orders what basically a customer has placed. So in this video, we'll understand one more API endpoint of WooCommerce. By the help of that, whenever if we pass the customer ID, it means logged in user ID, how to get all the orders. Let's go back to editor. So before starting the implementation of that API, if I go to the API documentation, let's go back to browser. Here inside woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce REST API docs. Inside left hand side, here we have an option that is of orders. Let's click here and inside this orders, we can see list all orders. So inside this list all orders, whenever if I call, remember this is the same API endpoint what basically we have used to create an order inside WooCommerce. But the thing is that this time we have to hit using get request type. And additionally, as we know that we want all the orders on the basis of logged in user ID, so additionally we have to pass customer ID while calling this API. Let's go back to editor and then after, first I will go into this src folder. Let's open api.js and here let's scroll down and at last let's create one more function that is fetch all orders by user ID. And one more thing, if suppose while calling this API, if I will not pass any customer ID, so in that case, it will return all the orders of WooCommerce. But here, inside this video topic, I want user specific orders. Let's go back to editor. And then after, let's create our function. So export const, let's say get orders by user ID and here it will be async in nature and inside this function I will pass user ID, let's say try catch block and here let's say console.log simply print in case of any error. Otherwise let's go inside this try block and here what I will do, let's say const API URL equals to, and if I go at the top of this file, we can see that API URL which is up to v3. So if I copy, go here, so after URL backtick symbol dollar curly pairs, so API URL, and then after we have to call API endpoint as orders. Then after let's say const auth params auth params equals to generate digital signature. It means generate auth signature, and simply I will pass URL, and then after let's say const response equals to await API dot get, and here orders will be the endpoint inside this second argument. Let's say params equals to auth params. Save these changes, and here let's say return response dot data. Save these changes. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go and open pages and my orders component. And here, first thing first, let's import our api.js. So import, this is the function name, and this function is from will be from API. Let's copy this function name. Then I'll go here. Let's create a state variable, and I will call it as, let's say, order items set order items equals to use state. And here let's pass an empty array. Then after, I'll use the concept of use effect, and here let's pass the empty array as a dependency. And before that, let's create a function fetch all orders equals to async, and inside this I will call that function inside this try block, inside this catch block error console.log error. Let's go inside this try block, or let's add one more block, that is finally. And let's go inside this try block. So here what I will do, const let's API response equals to await, and here we have the function name, and inside this function we have to pass the user ID. But for the time being, let's say that I'm not going to pass user ID. So in that case, what will happen, as I told, it will list all the orders of WooCommerce. So if I go, let's say console.log response here, save these changes. Let's copy this function name fetch all orders. I'll go here inside this use effect, and let's call here save these changes. So if I go back to browser, go here inside this headless store, click on login and sign up. Let's inspect. Then I will go here into this login screen. Let's pass the user information. Click on login. And after login, if I go to my orders, inside this console tab, and now we can see that here inside response we are getting 5 object, and this is we are getting from my orders component. And if I open, and now we can see that here we have the order ID as 114, 115, 116, 117, and 118. And here it is not coming user specific, so that's why it has listed all the orders of WooCommerce. So if we go inside WooCommerce, click on orders, and now we can see that inside WordPress WooCommerce orders, here we have total orders equals to 5. But this time we want user specific. But before that, let's bind all this data with this tabular format. So what we can do here, after fetching order, like instead of console.log, let's copy this state manager, set order items, and here let's say response. Save these changes. So once we get all those items into this state variable order items, let's copy, go inside here inside this tabular format, which is containing the static data, and here curly pairs, it's order items. And then after, I will use the concept of map function. We have to iterate over each single item. So here single order, and then after, let's go and put parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we cut all this HTML and put inside it. So simply let's go and put here, let's do some formatting. So inside first TD, we have to put the order ID, and this order ID we can get from this ID parameter. Like here inside each object we can see, if I go and search for ID, so this is nothing, this is order ID. So here what we can do, let's copy this single order, and here curly pairs, this will be single order dot id. And one more thing, the same value I can use inside tr as a key prop. So here we have inside this key single order dot id. Now here we have the date created, it means the order date. So if I go and check inside this object, we can see here we have date created. So what we can do, let's copy, go here, and instead of this static value, curly pairs new date here, and inside this date parenthesis I will put single order dot date created, and I will convert into two local data string. Save these changes. Now here we have the order status. So if I go and search, so if I scroll into this single object, so also we can see a status here, status equals to pending. So what we can do, let's go here, instead of this static value, let's go single order dot status. Then after, here we have the total amount of that order. So if I go and search, so we can see here we have property called total. So simply let's copy, go here, and this time let's say single order dot total, and it is returning like the value. So what we can do, let's add a currency here. So also inside this each object, also we get a property called currency. So if I go and search, so we can see currency, and here we have currency symbol. So to make dynamic, what we can do, let's copy this currency symbol property, and here let's add one more curly pair, and this will be single order dot currency symbol. So if I save these changes, so dynamically those two values will be concatenated inside this total. So this is currency symbol and this is total price. Now next after it, we have to get the items. It means what the products we have ordered inside this order ID, and we can get all these informations inside a key called line items. So for example, inside this 118, inside this order, we have three items ordered. So what we can do, let's copy this line items. Then after, I will go here, instead of this static value, let's remove, and here I will put curly pairs with single order dot line items. Then I will use the concept of map function. I have to iterate over each single item. So item, and inside here, let's cut this li, go here, put a parenthesis, put here, and inside here, this is the product name. And inside each single item, if I open, now you can see here we have the product name and product ID. Along with here, we have the quantity key. So what we can do, we have to get first all about the product name. So here, let's item dot name, and inside this parenthesis we have to get the quantity. So it will be curly pairs item dot quantity. And also if I go inside li, also we have to add a key prop, and inside here let's say item dot id. If I save these changes after doing all this update, and if I go, and now we can see that dynamically on the basis of all the orders, here we have the order ID, order date, status, total, items, and inside these items we have all about product informations. And one more thing, inside this date, we are not able to understand that in which format this date is coming. So what we can do, if I go here inside this date, if I go, and one more thing to confirm, let's first go inside our WordPress WooCommerce. Let's click on any of the order. Now here inside a single order, now we can see that the date created the information inside this gender, and it is in format of year, month, and date. So if I go to application, we are using local date string. So in this format, we can use, so if I go to this date header, so it will be inside month, then date, then year. save these changes. So once we do, if I go and now in the format of this label, now we have the clear idea that at what date we have ordered this order with all these product items. Now next after this, as we can see currently we are getting all the orders, but here we have to put one more condition about logged in user ID. So what we can do, if I go back to editor, let's go inside api.js. Now the important thing, we have to put the customer ID as a parameter while fetching orders information. So inside this function, like while calling this function, we have to pass the user ID, and this user ID we can get from a state variable of app component. So let's go and open our app component, and here it is. And inside this, we have a state variable called logged in user data. So let's copy, scroll down, and inside here, like inside my orders, let's pass like logged in user data. And here we have logged in user data. Let's copy this prop keyword. Then I will go into this my order component, and here what I will do. So let's go inside this function. So first thing first, let's destructure. Before using that, then I will go into this fetch all orders inside this try block. Let's say const user data equals to JSON parse, and here logged in user data, and from this user data we can get the user ID, and then after let's go inside this api.js, it will be user ID, and after getting user ID, let's go inside it, inside this generate auth signature. If I go into this function signature, now we can see that inside this third argument we can pass the additional parameters. So what we can do, it's very simple. Inside this function, we are using first get request type, and inside this third argument, we have to pass customer, and here we have the customer ID. So in this case, we are hitting this API. So here we have inside API, also we have to generate a signature on the basis of new additional parameter, and that is customer, which is containing the user ID. And one more thing, let's copy this customer, then I will go here inside this params. Also, we have to update the parameters what we are passing while calling this API. So just get rid of that object here. First, we have to get all the auth parameters, and then after here we have to add customer, and it will contain the user ID. So save these changes. After doing these update automatically, and here we don't have any data. If I go to console, so my account, if I go to my orders, and okay, now you can see that it is bit slow, but here instead of getting all the products, all the orders, 5, now this time on the basis of user ID condition, we are getting only 3. Now next after this, also we can do some minor updates that as we can see inside my orders, no orders found. But we can see here we have some orders. So what we can do for this, let's go back to editor. Then I will go into this my order component, and here let's copy this order items which is containing order response. So on the basis of that here, let's put a condition that is curly pairs, and here auto items dot length, if it is greater than 0 it's okay, otherwise we'll have an error message, and this is an HTML. So simply let's cut this p tag, and here let's put inside it, or also we can put like this complete table tag. Let's cut this complete table tag, and it will be inside this first value. So let's pass parenthesis JSON fragment, and here inside it we have the complete table code. Let's do some formatting, save these changes, and now we can see that according to that changes, here we don't have any message, that is no orders found. Instead, we are getting all these items. And also, like whenever if I go and switch the tabs, for example, my account, my orders, still we are not getting any like loading icon, but behind the scene API is running. So what we can do for loading icon, again it's very simple. Go inside app component, and here we have created a function that is set user logged in status. No, this is not set page loading. Let's copy, go inside our my orders, and here it will be set page loading. Let's pass it here. Copy this function name, go inside my orders. So while fetching our data, so before this try block, let's put like set page loading, and it is going to contain first true value, and also before using let's destructure. So set page loading equals to true, and after getting all this data inside this finally block, let's say set page loading equals to false. Save these changes. So if I go and switch the tabs, for example, my account, click on my orders, and now you can see that after loading, it has loaded all the order items. Now, one more thing also we can do here inside this layout, inside this my orders layout, we can see a button called refresh orders. Now, the question is, what is the purpose of this button? So it's very simple. As we can see, if I go and switch the tabs, for example, let's click on my account, again my orders. So we can see we are calling API, and after API call, we are reading all the data of orders and fetching and putting inside this layout. So it means we are doing every time an API call inside my orders. So to save time, what we can do after getting all the orders at the time of login, whenever the user will login, after login we can get all the data of my orders and put inside local storage. But here, if suppose after that, if I have done any new order, so in that case, if I click on this refresh order buttons, automatically it will pull the updated data. Otherwise, these data, what we are seeing is a tabular format. This will be read from local storage. So this is the concept what we can implement from this click event on this button. Let's get started. So it's very simple. If I go inside my orders, first let's find that button. This is refresh orders, and here let's on click, and here let's say handle refresh orders. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go here, let's say const function name. And in this case, what we can do, first we have to read that any order exists into a local storage. But before that, let's go inside this fetch all orders method. Here, what we are calling inside this use effect, and here after getting order items, let's say local storage dot set item, and here I will pass order items, and in this case let's copy this response and simply put here. Save these changes. Now once we call inside my orders component, automatically after getting all this data, it will save all this data into this local storage key. Save these changes. So if I go and check, let's go inside application, inside local storage, and here if I go and see, and now we can see that inside our order items, here we have the complete information which is an object format inside this local storage. So instead of object, what we can do, let's cut this response, and I will call it as json dot stringify, and let's put here. Save these changes. So if I go, and now we can see that inside this order items, now here we have a complete array, and inside this array here we have three objects, and inside each object we have the order informations. Now next after this, let's go back to editor. Then I will go and go into this handle refresh orders function, and here first I will check that let's say const order items equals to local storage dot get item, and inside this simply I will pass this order items if it is available. So in that case, let's cut json parse and put here if it is available. So this is a key inside double quotes. If it is available, let's check first. So if it is available, so in that case, what we can do, simply call our state manager, that is set order items, and here let's put set order items, and inside here let's pass order items. Otherwise, let's go inside else block, and in this case I will call this function. And the same piece of code we have to go and repeat inside our use effect. So inside this use effect, first go and check that if it exists, like this local storage exists, if it exists, so in this case, let's copy, put here, and just get rid of that. Save these changes. Now, if I go, let's go inside my account. And if I go again, my orders, now this time the data, what we are seeing, this is loading from local storage. But whenever, if I go and click over this button, so in this button, I want to call directly the API call. So in that case, let's cut this function and put here. So if I go click on this button and now we can see that it is doing API call, and on API call it will fetch all the orders. So here now this is the successful implementation of my orders page with all the orders data. In the next video, what I will do, whenever if I want to see the complete detail of this order, so whenever if we click on this view button, it will open the single order information. So successfully inside this complete video, now we have the complete idea that how to get all the orders on the basis of a specific customer ID. All right, friends, now successfully we have all the orders on the basis of logged in user ID. Now this time inside this video, I will discuss the concept that if we want to get single order detail on the basis of its ID, it means order ID, how to fetch that data, that details by using WooCommerce API endpoint. Let's go back to editor. So before discussing further to get single order detail, if I go and open our api.js from src folder, so we can see that inside this API file, here we have three configurations, that is project URL, and here the project URL is nothing. This is a WordPress setup, what we had done the installation into our local system. And into this WordPress setup, remember we had installed WooCommerce, and from WooCommerce plugin REST API settings, we have generated this consumer key and consumer secret. Now before going further from this video topic, I'll use a remote WordPress URL. If I go back to browser, so here this is a URL what basically I have created for this course, that is teach.digitalwebtutor.xyz. Now we can see that this is a WordPress setup. So what I will do, simply I will copy this project URL or the base URL of this WordPress setup. Let's go back to editor and simply I'll replace with that. And then after, let's go here, click on WooCommerce, go inside settings, let's generate consumer key and consumer secret. So then after, inside WooCommerce, let's click on advanced, click on REST API, and here let's click on add key, and let's call it as headless store. This is our admin URL, like admin email, and here permission is off, read and write. Click on generate API key, and successfully here we have the consumer key and consumer secret. So let's copy. I have simply copied. Then I'll go here, replace with this consumer key, save these changes, and let's copy this secret and replace with that. So for the time being, if I save all these changes, let's go back to browser and here click on products. Now this time all these products are listing from this WooCommerce of this remote URL. So if I go and inspect, let's go and inspect, go into network tab, and if I reload one more time to this headless store, and now we can see that it has called an API, and this time this API is of remote URL. So successfully now this time this headless store is now connected with this remote URL. Now let's do some order and create some order inside this WooCommerce. So if I go inside WooCommerce orders, and now we can see right now we don't have any order. But here if I go, let's go first login and sign up. So login and sign up, and here let's say create a new user at gmail.com, username from 1 to 8, and not from 1 to 8, let's say Vikram, and password is from 1 to 8. And one more thing, while hitting the sign up button, if I go back to api.js, remember While click on sign up button, simply from this API file, we are calling this method called register user API. So in this API, what basically we are doing, we are hitting an API URL and that has an endpoint of two WPV2 users, and additionally also we are passing the base64 encoded value of WP admin panel, that is admin and admin. So up to last video, remember we had used all about local WordPress setup and that these are the details of that WordPress setup. But right now we are using a remote URL. So in this case, the login of user, like the username and password of admin panel, is totally different. So in this case, we'll get some error that is of unauthorized. So in this case, what we have to do, according to the remote URL, according to the WP admin of that URL, simply we have to pass the updated informations. So in this case, it will be this is the username, and here this will be the password. So automatically when we go and hit our sign up button, this method will be called and automatically it will use this remote URL what we have passed here, and with this API endpoint automatically it will pass the updated username and password and it will do registration into an admin panel. Let's go back to browser, and here after passing all these data, let's click on sign up button. And now we can see that here we have the success message, user registered successfully. Let's go back to admin panel. Then I'll go click on users, all users. And now we can see that successfully this Vikram user as a subscriber now registered into this admin panel. Now let's go click on login, and here I am simply passing Vikram, and then after let's pass our password. Click on login button. So successfully, user is now logged in, and as we can see the additional options of My Account, My Orders and Logout. Now let's go click on products, and here then after let's add this product into add to cart, added, added, click on add to cart. So successfully we have added three products into our cart. Let's click on this cart, click on checkout. And now we can see that here we have the checkout form. Let's pass all these informations. So let's pass quickly. Sample address, sample city, sample state, something, a dummy postcode, India, email is okay. And here we have the dummy phone number. Click on place order, and successfully we can see that order has placed. If I go and let's go inside WooCommerce, click on orders, and now we can see that successfully we got our first order into WooCommerce into order section. Now next after this, let's go back to a headless store, click on my orders, and now we can see that successfully the same order is now inside this my orders. Now let's go and do one more order. Click on products. Let's add some more product here. So add to cart, added, added. Now if we go to our cart section, let's go click on checkout button. Let's pass the same piece of informations, sample address, sample city, sample state, dummy postcode, India, email is okay, dummy phone number. Let's click on place order. So successfully, as you can see that order has been placed. Let's go and click on my orders. So right now we have only a single order, but whenever if I click on this button called refresh orders, and now we can see that here we have two orders. Now the main concept of this video, now we have to start, and that is whenever if I click on this view button, simply we have to pass or get the dynamic informations on the basis of order ID of that single specific order. But right now we can see that here we have the static informations. Either we can click on this first order or on the second order. But this time we have to call an API. Inside that API, we have to pass only the order ID to get single order data. So let's go back to API documentation, and here woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce REST API docs. Then after, click on orders, and inside here we can see retrieve an order. So here is the API endpoint. Using get request tag we can call wp-json wc v3 orders, and then after we have to pass order ID. So this time, if I talk about the order ID, so here we have 116, which is the order ID of this first order. 114, this is the order ID of this specific order. So what basically we have to do, let's go back to editor. Then I will go into this api.js, and here let's create a function that will be, let's say, get single order data. And here let's say export const get single order data async in nature, and in this function we'll pass the order ID. Let's go inside it. Then we have the try block. Also we have the catch block in case of any error. So simply at that point console.log and error. Let's go inside try block. So const ul equals to backtick symbol. Here we have the API URL, and this API URL is going to contain this API endpoint. Now, after V3, what basically we want, so after V3, we want this orders, it means forward slash orders forward slash order ID. So let's copy, go here, and then after right here, let's paste. So instead of this ID, it will be called order ID. And then after, let's say const auth params equals to generate auth signature, and in this case let's pass URL. So we have to use get request type, so we don't need to pass any second argument, only URL here. And then after, let's say const response equals to await api.get, and here simply inside this get method backtick symbol, let's pass or copy this API endpoint. So forward slash orders forward slash order ID, and here inside this second argument object here headers, and inside headers, not headers actually, we have to use the params concept. So params, and it will contain, let's say, auth params. And finally return response.data. So let's copy the single order data method. I will go then inside pages. Let's go inside my orders. So first I will import this function, and here it will be. Then after, if I go and search for on click event on view button, and here it is. So right now we can see that this is, I think, a state manager. This is only toggling this state variable. So what basically I do in this, let's cut this piece of code, and here let's say get single order information, and inside this function let's pass our single order dot id. It means the id of that order. So let's go at the top of here. And after that, let's create a function that is handle view button click. And here, let's say const get single order information async. And inside here, simply we are passing order ID. And inside here, let's say try block. Then after, let's say catch block. In case of any error, simply let's go and console. So console.log, and it will be error. And also let's include a finally block. Now let's go inside this try block, and here const let's say response equals to, it will be await and the API method. And here let's go and copy this get single order data method. Let's scroll down and put here, and inside this let's pass order ID. So for the time being, let's say console.log, and here response. And one more thing, remember, we are just toggling this state variable. So also let's go close this, and close this. Let's copy this, set show details model, and after this console log, let's make it as false. Save these changes. Not actually false, because by default it is false. So I think it will be true. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser, and here, if I go and reload, let's inspect, go to console tab, And if I click on this order that is 116, click on view button, and now we can see that here we are getting a single object, and that is from WooCommerce API. And this object is containing all the informations on the basis of order ID 116. Let's go close, click on 114, and now we can see that again we are getting the order data of 114 ID. So what then we have to do? Let's go back to editor. Let's create a state variable that is const. Let's say single order data. Let's say set single order data. Let's say use state. And we can see that here we are getting an object, and this object is containing the order data. So inside use effect, let's pass an empty object. So initially, this state variable has an empty object value. Now then after, let's copy this state manager. I'll then go here, and before this state manager, let's pass response. So simply by getting our WooCommerce object, simply we are setting that response into this state variable. Now next after this, let's copy, go here, and in this model, here we have the static values. Like this is the model what we are toggling to view our single order data. So instead of static values, let's go and pass that is single order data. This is state variable dot id. Now next after that, here we have the date. So to get the date value, if I go, let's open any of the objects. So inside here, if we closely look, so it is containing date created. So what we can do here, let's say single order, or first let's say new date, single order data dot date created to local date string. Save these changes. Here we have the static value that is completed. So in terms, let's say here, single order data dot status. Then after here we have the static price. So first we have to get the currency. So single order data dot currency symbol. Then after also we have to get the total price. So single order data dot total. And then after here we have the items. So if I go, so items we are getting inside this line items, and remember inside our last video topic also we had used the same concept to iterate over line items inside this tabular format of orders. So what I will do to save the time, let's copy this complete UL, and if I go, let's replace this UL tag from here, and then after instead of single order, this time here we have single order data. Now let's save all these changes. I think everything has been done. So if I go, let's reload. Now if I click on this 116 order, and I think, and now we can see that here we have the information that is of 116. Let's click on this view button of this 114, and here we have the 114 information. But one more thing also we can do, instead of directly opening this model, also we can show a loader icon. So what we can do, let's go here. So remember here we have a destructure functions that is set page loading. So simply I'll just copy it, go here, and here let's pass to here. It means I want to display a loader icon, and once model will be displayed automatically or inside this finally block, let's go and put this false value. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Click on view button of this 116, and now we can see order data of 116, and here order data of 114. So successfully, our new concept of WooCommerce API endpoint now successfully have integrated inside this video topic. Now in the next video, we'll see the concept that if suppose I want to remove this order from this my orders tabular format, how to remove on click of this delete button. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss another interesting concept, and that is how to remove single order data from our orders list. So what basically this topic means, to understand this topic, let's go back to browser. Inside this headless store, click on then login and sign up. Let's pass user informations. Click on login button. So successfully user is now logged in. click on My Orders, and now we can see that this user what is currently logged in has two orders. That is an ID of 116 and 114. Now in this video topic, I want to discuss, for example, I want to remove this 116 order from this order list by clicking on this delete button. Simply how to remove that. So in this video topic, we will also learn a new API endpoint of WooCommerce by the help of that API endpoint by passing order ID, how to delete any specific order. And additionally, one more condition we will add while calling out delete API, and that is right now we can see that the status of each order is in pending state. But I want that this delete button will be visible into those orders whose status will be completed. Now the question is how the status will be completed. So for example, we had done these two orders. If I go back to our WooCommerce order section, let's click on this 116 order, and here I can see status equals to pending payment, and here from here I will set this completed. Selected here, let's click on this update button, and if I go click on this button refresh orders, and now you can see that status is now completed. So what basically I want to remove this status equals to completed order from this tabular format, and also this delete button will be visible only whose status equals to completed. So for that, what I will do, let's go back to editor, then I will go and open my orders. Let's say my orders. So if I scroll and if I go to the tabular format, and if I can see, so here we have the delete button. So this delete button will be visible when the status equals to completed. So what I will do, simply let's put a condition here. So curly pairs, and here single order dot status, and if it is equals to completed, so in that case this delete button will only gets visible. So here let's pass this HTML, otherwise will have an empty value. So if I save these changes, and now you can see that this delete button is visible only for this status equals to completed. And one more thing, also we can see that inside the status value, that is completed and pending, we can see that the first character of this word is in lowercase, and also this P is in lowercase. So I want to make the first letter of this word either completed or pending is in uppercase. So how to do? Let's go back to editor, and if I search, so here we have the single order dot status. So only we want to convert the first value, like the first character P or C, in capital letter. So single order dot status dot character at the character which is at the 0th place, I want to simply make it in uppercase. So this will be character at 0 dot to uppercase. If I save these changes, and now we can see that automatically we are getting the first letter is in capital. But the thing is that what about others? So simply if I go here, let's add plus sign to concatenate value. So single order dot status dot slice, and here if I pass 1 here, and before passing 1, let's remove this function, save these changes. Now we can see that completed and pending. But the concept is that here we have the capital C, and also here we have the small c. So I want only one c, so for that I will use the slice function and pass the one index, save these changes, and now we can see completed and pending. Now next we have to work on the functionality of this delete button. So as we can see, this delete button is visible only for this completed order. It means that I can only remove this status completed product from this, or sorry, order from this order list. Let's go back to editor, and here what I will do, simply I will go over this delete button. Let's add a function on click, and here inside this function, let's pass delete single order item, single order data, and here I will pass the order ID. So this is single order dot ID. Let's copy this function name. Then I will go here. So handle order delete button. So const function name async, And this function is going to take the order ID, and then after, let's go and open api.js, and here let's create a function. So delete order by order ID. So let's export const delete order by ID. Async in nature, it will accept the order ID. So try block, catch block. In case of any error, console.log and error. Let's go inside this try block. Then after, let's say const API or simply URL equals to backtick symbol dollar curly pairs. So it will be API URL. And if I talk about the API endpoint, let's go back to documentation. So it will be woocommerce.github.io/woocommerce REST API talks. And here, let's scroll down, click on orders. And here we have an API endpoint that is of delete and order. Click into it. So we can see that we have to use delete request type and the API endpoint WP-JSON WC v3 orders, and here we have to pass order ID. So what I will do, the API URL in our case, this API URL is returning up to this v3. So after v3 we want only this /orders and then order ID. Let's copy, go here, and if I go, let's paste order, and here curly pairs, this is order ID. Save these changes. Now next after, let's say const auth params equals to generate auth signature, and in this case let's pass URL. And also inside this function we have to pass second argument, that is because we are using delete request type, so here it will be delete. Then next after this, as we are using delete request type, so also we have to pass authorization header value. So here inside this line of code, let's say generate auth header. So it will be const auth header equals to, then I will use the concept of object.keys, and inside this function simply pass auth params. Then I will go and iterate over each key, because as we know that in this auth params we get the values of auth signature, consumer key, nonce values, signature method, timestamp, and then version. So simply we have to iterate over each key, backtick symbol, dollar, curly pairs, let's pass key equals to double quotes, and inside here, let's pass dollar, curly pairs. So in quote URI component, and inside here, let's pass auth params, and simply we have to get the key value. Save these changes, and one more thing, after doing all these things, we have to concatenate. It means we have to join using simply a comma. So once we get the authorization header, let's go and call our API. So const response equals to, it will be await, then API dot delete method, and here we have to pass only the API endpoint. So it will be /orders and /order ID. And then after here, let's pass an object, and inside this object headers, and inside these headers we have to pass authorization, and inside this authorization we will have the auth as a header key and along with the value. So instead of using double quotes, let's use backtick symbol, so auth dollar curly pairs, and here we have authorization header. And finally, let's say return response dot data. Save these changes. Let's copy this delete by order method. Let's go here, and if I go import from this API, save these changes. Let's scroll down, and inside this function, let's say try block. Then we'll have catch block in case of any error. So console.log error. Then after, let's say finally block, and inside here I'll use set page loading equals to false. So set page loading equals to false, and before this try block, let's say set page loading equals to true. Let's go inside this try block. So const response equals to, let's say await, Then after let's copy means call the function delete order by ID, and here we'll pass the order ID. So let's go and console.log. So console.log response here. And after that, also I want that after deleting any order, this list should be refreshed. So in that case, what we can do if I go bit up, so inside this handle refresh orders, we can see that we are calling fetch all orders function. Let's copy, go here, and let's put after this console log. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, and if I click on this button 116, first inspect, go to console tab, click on this delete button, and here we have an error that is object.key, and I think that this is not object.key, it will be object.keys. Save these changes. Let's go and reload, and again if I click on this 116, let's go and scroll down inside orders, delete button, and now you can see that successfully order 116 now deleted from this orders list, and here we have our refresh orders list. If I go reload here, and now we can see that only we have one more order into this orders, and that is of 114. Where is now 116? 116 order is now moved from this published state to this trash mode. So trash simply means that order has been deleted. It means soft deleted from WooCommerce and orders section. So successfully inside this video topic, now we have one more API concept, and that is how to delete any order from orders list. But one more thing also we have to do, if I go back to editor, also we want some confirmation before deleting any order. What basically I mean to say that if I go, so while calling this function, let's go and cut this function, and here let's if I'll use JavaScript confirmation box. So window.confirm, let's say, are you sure want to delete this order? Question mark. If user presses OK button, so in that case only we'll call this function. Otherwise, no activity will happen. So in this case, if I go after save, let's go click on this 114 ID, status from pending. Let's go click on completed, update here, completed. Let's go click on refresh orders. Now we can see completed here, and now we have the delete button. So whenever if I click on this delete button, and now we can see that we are getting a confirmation that are you sure want to delete this order. So here if I click on cancel button, no activity will happen. But whenever if I click on this OK button, automatically this order will be go and soft deleted from published mode to trash mode. Let's click on OK button, and now we can see that no orders found, and successfully that order now deleted from this orders list. And if I go, let's reload, and now we can see no orders found into this orders list. So simply let's go again, go to list here, click on products, let's add some more products. So add to cart, added. If I go, click on cart, click on checkout, and here let's pass the user information, sample address, sample city, sample state, dummy postcode, India, email is okay. This is dummy phone number. Click on place order. Order has been placed. Click on my orders, refresh orders, and now you can see that successfully, but this time this order is in pending state, so that's why we don't have any delete button. So whenever if I go and make this pending order to completed order, automatically will have a delete button, and that delete button will give some confirmation why deleting that order from this orders list. And additionally, I want to fix an issue inside this headless store, and that is, as we can see currently, user is logged in. So whenever if I add any products to our cart, let's add this one, go to our cart. So whenever if user is logged in, if I go and click on this checkout button, we are redirecting into this checkout page. But the question is that whenever the user will be logged out, so where the user will have to redirect. So the straightforward answer is that whenever if user is logged out, simply when we click on checkout button, it will go to authentication layout, that is of login page. Click on logout. Now here, if I go to cart, click on checkout, and now we can see that again it is opening the checkout page, which is not making any sense. So whenever the user will be logged in, so after login, user can access this checkout page whenever if we go from cart to checkout. But whenever if the user is logged out, it means there is no current active session. So inside that case, if I go to cart, click on checkout, it will go to the login page. So right now, this is an issue. So how to fix that? Let's go back to editor. Now next after this, let's open our app.jsx component. And remember, inside this component file, we have taken a variable that is state variable called is authenticated. So after login, remember this state variable is going to be true. Right now it is false. So after getting true, it means the user is authenticated, user is logged in. So what we can do, let's copy this is authenticated, and then after simply I will go into this component file called cart. Let's pass a prop here. So is authenticated equals to, and here it will be is authenticated. Let's copy this prop keyword. Then after I will go into our my cart. It means cart component. Let's destructure. And then after, let's go inside, go to checkout page. And here I will check that if is authenticated is going to contain the true value. So in that case only we have to go into this checkout page. Otherwise, if it is containing the false value, so in that case we have to go to this login route, save these changes. So if I go click on login and sign up, right now there is no current active session. So here, if I click on checkout, and now we can see that we are going to our login page. But whenever if I go and log in, click on login button. So in this case, user is now logged in. Click on cart, click on checkout, and now this time we are on the checkout page. So successfully, now in this video topic, we had done the integration of one more API endpoint of WooCommerce, as well as also we had fixed an issue.
So
Alright friends, in this video topic, we'll discuss another interesting concept, and that is how to use Sweetalert or NPM package inside this headless store. So first thing first, inside this video topic, we'll understand that what is Sweetalert. Let's go back to browser. So if I go here, and now you can see that Sweetalert is an npm package what basically we can install into a React application. So the command is very simple, npm install or I. So npm I Sweetalert. Sweetalert is the package name. So whenever if we install this package, automatically it will give some kind of very informative, some kind of very eye-catching design in terms of notification. So here, if I go to my orders, let's go first complete this order. So I go and click on this order, and then from this order data, if I go inside the status, let's say completed, click on update button, order updated. And if I go, let's click on this button, and now we can see that order has been completed. So once we get the completed status, automatically here we'll have the delete button. So if I click on this delete button, and now we can see that we are getting a JavaScript confirmation, that is, are you sure want to delete? So this is some kind of user notification like the user confirmation. So whenever if user click on OK button, then we have to perform the delete functionality. But in place of this JavaScript confirmation box, I want to use some kind of alert into a React application. So what basically we can do, so first thing first, let's install this Sweetalert into a React application. So I will go here, let's go into view, open a new terminal, and inside here, what I will do, let's copy first this package name that is called Sweetalert, or simply let's click on this copy icon to copy the complete command. And here, let's type that is npm I Sweetalert. So before installation, if I open package.json, so now we can see that right now inside these dependencies, we don't have any package that is of Sweetalert. Let's go and install. And successfully the installation now is started and completed, and now we can see that inside its dependencies here we have the Sweetalert. Now the question is, successfully we have installed. Now the question is how to use this package inside this React application, so that instead of this JavaScript confirmation box we can get something kind of eye-catching design in terms of notification or in terms of confirmation. So here if I scroll to this documentation, that is npmjs.com/package /sweet alert. So then after, now we can see that here we have Sweet Alert, a confirmation model box. So if I copy the complete command, let's go back to a React application. Let's go and open my orders. And inside this my orders, here we are using the concept of window.confirm. So simply once we install Sweet Alert package, let's type or copy this complete command. And here we can see that inside this SWAL, which is a function. But first thing first, we have to import this function. Import, then after SWAL, and it will be from the installed package called Sweetalert. So once we import, now we are able to use now this time this Sweetalert confirmation box. But before using that, let's remove for the time being. Let's go back to documentation, and then after, first thing first, I will use the simplest confirmation. And here we have an error block. Let's copy piece of code, then I will go here, let's paste it, and let's return equals to false. Save these changes. Now this time this will be a heading. This is the message, and this time I want to display an error message. So after save, if I go click on delete button, and now we can see that here we have an error message. So it means that successfully now we have integrated Sweet Alert package into this React application. Now let's use one more case about our success block. So here, if I copy this piece of code, let's go and replace this error block. So here we have the heading. This is our message of that block. And here I want to display a success message. Save these changes, click on delete button, and now we can see that successfully I integrated a delete box into this application. Now this time I want to use a confirmation alert something. So for that, let's go and copy this piece of complete code. And if I go, let's remove this, paste this complete code, save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, click on delete button, and now we can see that it is asking for confirmation, something kind of message. And here we have an OK button. But also we want a cancel button as well. So for that, I will add one more property here, and that is buttons. Let's pass the true value. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, click on delete button, and now we can see that OK button and the cancel button. So what we can do here, let's customize our message. So in place of, let's cut this REO show, and I want to put that message in place of this message. Save these changes. And what I will do, this piece of code, first thing first, let's remove this return equals to false. I want to execute these three lines of code whenever the user will press the OK button. So whenever the user will press OK button, so inside this Sweet Alert, it will go inside this done block and inside this if block. So here, let's pass it here. But now we can see that here we have a red color arrow with this await keyword, and this is because now this time this piece of code is now moved inside this then block. So what we can do, let's go at the top of this function signature, let's remove this async keyword from here, simply go inside this then block, put here, and then after let's wrap inside this parenthesis. So if everything is okay, if user presses OK button, then we have to go and call this function. But before that, what we can do, set page loading, it is equals to true. And after delete here, let's set page loading equals to false. Save these changes. So once we do, and also let's update this message, it will be successfully order has been deleted. Next, I will save all these changes, and one more thing I can see that right here inside this done block, as you know that this model will open with two buttons called OK button and cancel button. So whenever if user will press OK button, so loading opens like set page loading equals to 2, loading icon will be visible, it deletes the order, then the loading icon will be disabled and will get a confirmation message. But the question is that if suppose the user will press the cancel button. So in that case, this loading icon will keeps loading into our screen. So for that, what we can do, let's else block set page loading and let's pass false value. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser and here click on delete button. Let's press cancel, no activity. But if I go click on OK, loading, an order has been deleted and successfully, as we can see that no orders found. If I go, let's reload, and now you can see that order has been moved from this published mode to trash mode. So successfully inside this video topic, now we have integrated one more package that is quite very interesting, that is Sweetalert, into a React application. All
So,
right, friends, inside this video topic, again we'll discuss a very amazing concept of React, and that is how to use the concept of context provider inside this headless store. Let's go back to editor. So before going and implementing the concept of context provider inside this headless store, first thing first, we have to know that what basically it is and why we use inside React application. So first thing first, let's go and open our SRC app component. So here inside this app component, we can see that here we have the multi lines of code. Here it is also containing multiple functions and multiple parameters what basically we are passing inside each of the component as a prop value. So let's get started with a very simple example. So here inside this app, we can see here we have the first state variable, that is loader, set loader, use state equals to false. Remember why we had created. So this state variable we had created because to set the loading icon over the screens of this headless store. So parallelly, also we had a function to set the loading icon, and that is called set page loading. So this is the function what basically we have created inside this app component. And remember, if suppose I want to use a loading icon inside our products page, we have passed this function like set page loading. If I scroll, and now we can see that that function we are using a prop inside this product component. We can see again here if I go set page loading, we are using inside this my orders component, here inside this auth component, and here inside this single product component. So it means that if I want to create a global function, a global parameter, what basically we can use throughout the application, the best place is that we can simply define inside app component, and easily we can pass as a prop keyword, and easily we can get access over that component file. For example, here we have passed this set page loading inside this product component. So if I open pages, product component, and now we can see that simply we have destructured and used that global function inside this product component. Now from this concept, we can understand that if we want to use some global parameters, some global functions throughout the application, it's better to go inside app component, define there, and according to need, according to use, just pass as a prop to that related component. Let's open a new tab. So far inside this course, what the concept we have used, all those functions, what basically we are trying to call as a global functions, we define all those functions inside this app component file. So it is containing some global parameters and maybe some global functions. And then after we have called these global parameters, these global functions inside related component files. And inside these component files, simply we have passed as a concept of prop. And now one more thing, what will happen if suppose we have any child component, what basically we are calling inside related component. For example, as you know that inside this app component, we have multiple functions, multiple parameters, what basically we are using globally inside related components. So inside any related component, for example, inside product component, also we are calling a child component. So here product component, and inside product component also we have one more component as a child. Let's say single product component. So if suppose this global function I want to use inside single product, what is the process? So what the things so far we studied inside this overall course, the concept is that this function, like the global function, first we have to pass inside product component as a prop, and then later on the same function we can pass inside single product with the same concept as a prop. Now, this concept will be known as drop trailing concept, where the property travels from this parent component to this child component, and then after from this child component to this inner child component. Now, to solve this issue, here comes the concept of context hook API. So, by using context hook API, simply we can understand that it's a common place, a global place where we can put our global parameters or the global functions, and easily by the help of context hook provider, we can call those parameters, those functions into a much easier way inside any of the component. Either it will a parent component, child component, or inner child component. So let's get started that how to create our context hook provider and how to define global functions so that we can easily access inside any of the component file. Now to create a context and its provider, it's very simple. Just go inside src folder. So either we can create that context inside any of these subfolders, or it's better, let's go inside src, and I will create a file and call it as my store context.jsx. Then after, simply import, and I will import, let's say, create context from React and use context from React. Then after, let's create context here, and I will call it as, let's say, const my store context equals to, and I will use create context. Then after, let's create a custom hook. By the help of that custom hook, actually we can access the functions or the properties what basically we provide by the help of this context hook. So simply here, let's define a custom hook. So I will call it as export const, let's say my store hook equals to, and it will simply return use context, and inside this use context let's pass my store context. Now then after, in between these lines of code, here we have created and here we have used, but what the functions, what the parameters we provide to our component, all these things will be decided inside these lines of code. So here let's export const, I'll create, let's say, my store provider. After this store provider, let's say parenthesis, curly pairs, and in return from this provider, let's say return parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis, let's copy this my store context dot provider, and here what the functions, what the parameters we define inside this provider, it will be available for all child component. So here let's pass children, just copy and put inside this provider, save these changes. Now let's try with our first global function. So I will go into this app component, and here, as you know that this is for loading icon, so let's go here and let's pass here, and then after also we have the function. So if I go, let's get this set page loading, I simply cut that function and put inside this my store provider. So this is use state. So also we have to import, and let's use state. Now next after this, let's copy this set page loading. Now I want that this function will be available for all components. So let's copy, go inside this provider syntax and add a value prop, curly pairs, then again curly pairs, and here it will be set page loading. So automatically what the things we passed here, this will be available for all the childrens, and in this case, all the children will be all the component. So next after this, what basically we have to do, let's go inside our main.jsx, and here let's import my store provider. As we can see, this store provider is now available from this store context.jsx, and then after let's copy and call here. Now automatically let's go and cut this app component and put here. So now as we can see that inside this my store provider, this is a child component, and this child component here we have used inside the children. So it means what the values we pass, automatically these values will be easily accessible inside this children, inside this app component. Now next after this, I want to use the concept of loading icon, what we have triggered here. So go inside app component. If I will go at the top of this file, let's import our custom hook what we have created. So inside this my store context, remember this is our custom hook called my store hook. So simply if I will go and import, let's say import my store hook, and now you can see that automatically it has provided from this my context JSX. So it's very simple. Let's copy, go here and here, let's say const. So I want to use the concept of set page loading. So set page loading, and it will be from use store hook. Now automatically this function, like this value will be available from this hook, and this hook provides, like here we have the definition. So it's very simple. Now we can see that set page loading now inside app component already we have passed as a prop inside any of these components. So if I save these changes, let's go, and I think we have some error here. Let's go inside console, and okay, like here we have the return spelling error. So first we have to fix that. So let's fix, save these changes. Again, if I go to console, and okay, loader is not defined. And if here we are using the loader, and this is a state variable. So also I want that this loader will be available for all the components. So it's better. Let's copy, go here and just pass here. Now this is also available for all the components. So let's go inside app component. So while calling our custom hook, simply let's call our loading as well. If I save these changes, and now we can see that error has been fixed. Let's go and reload. So if I go and click on products here, and now we can see that our loading is working. So here, this time, this loading or the loader is coming from our context hook, and this is the global place where we can define our all the parameters, all the global functions, what basically we need throughout the application. Now let's try the same concept with one more example. So if I again go inside this product component, so remember inside product component, here we have function called render product price, and the same piece of code also we have inside this single product component. So what basically we can do, as we know that this is a function, what basically we are using inside product component as well as single product component. So why actually not make this function as a global function and simply call inside these two component files? So what I will do, simply I will cut this function from here, just go inside my store context.jsx, and let's put here. Now save these changes. Let's do some formatting. Simply, let's copy this function name, then I will go here and simply pass inside this value prop. Now this function will be available for all the components. So then after, let's copy, go inside first inside this product component. I'll remove this function from here. And once we remove, so if I go inside product component, and now we can see that here we have some error, that is, and the error is render product price is not defined. So how to fix that? It's very simple again. Let's go and import our my store hook. So it will be my store hook. It is available. Then after here, let's say import, and not import, it's const. And this is the function what basically we have passed here, and it will be from my store hook. Let's copy, and this function same we have used right here. Now this time it is available. So if I go to browser, and now we can see that if I reload, error has been fixed. Now let's go inside our single product component. Now this time if I save this component file, again we'll have some error that render product price is not defined. So if I go click on any of the product, here we have the same piece of error, that is render product price is not defined. So what we can do, just go at the top of this file. Let's import our custom hook. So my store hook imported. Then after I will go here, let's say const from my store hook, and I want to import this render product price. So just copy and call from here, save these changes. Now this is available. So once it will be available, easily we can use it. And now we can see that error has been removed. Additionally, also we can do some more customizations. If I go here, let's open our app component. So we can see that inside this app component, here we have much more settings. Like here we have add products to cart, then after remove items from cart, here we have set user logged in status, set user logout, and clear cart items. So what we can do, if I go and cut all these functions from here, let's cut, go inside our My Store context, and here let's close this function and paste here, and in between also we can check that it has dependencies on some state variables. So if I go at the top, so here we have is authenticated. Now what we can do, just go and cut all these things, and also if I open, here we can see set cart items. So what we can do, let's cut all these code from here and just go inside my store context, and here let's close step by step all these functions and just put here. So these are the state variables. So I will cut, go at the top, put here. So if I save these changes, let's figure out that what are the errors right now we are getting inside console. So if I go, so use effect is not defined, and it is because first we have to import from React. So it will be use effect, save these changes. Now again we can see set user logout is not defined, and it is coming from app.jsx. So here set user logout, let's copy, go inside this value prop, put here, go inside app component, and just get from here. Save these changes. Now if I go to console, now again we have the error that is authenticated is not defined. So for that, what we can do, again go to my store context, and if I search for is authenticated, here it is. Let's copy, go here, just pass here, go inside app component and load here. Save these changes. Let's reload, and we can see another error that is cart is not defined. So where is the cart? And here it is. Just copy cart. Let's go pass inside this value prop, go inside app component and just get here. So let's do formatting to get all these values. So set page loading, loader, set user logout, is authenticated, and cart. And also if I go to my store context, let's do some formatting here as well. So set page loading, loader, render product price, set user logout, and cart. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, and add to products, like add products to cart is not defined. So in this case, this is the function. Let's copy, go here, just pass, go inside app component, and let's load here. In the same way, we have remove items from cart. So what I will do, let's copy this remove items from cart, put here, and get here. Now logged in user data. So for logged in user data, if I go to state variable, here it is. Let's copy, put here inside app component, just get here. Save these changes. Now clear cart items. Here inside this console, actually we are getting like all the idea that what we are missing from console. So simply here we have the clear cart item. Let's copy, pass here, and inside this app component, let's pass here. Save these changes. And if I go and see set user logged in, like set logged in user data, if I go set logged in user data and it is here, let's check again set logged in user data. So I have copied, go and paste, and just use here. Save these changes. And here we have set user logged in status. If I go set user logged in status, so let's copy, put here inside this app component, just put here. And now we can see that if I reload, there is no error and all things are working. Go to home, it's working. Go to products, working. Let's click on add to cart. And inside this add to cart, we are getting some error into console. And this is toast is not defined. And this toast actually we are calling inside this store context, like here, my store context. So what we can do, if I simply go here, let's go at the top. So we have to import. So import toast from, and it will be React Toastify. Save these changes. So if I go, let's reload, click on add to cart, product added, click here, product added. Now we can see three items. Click here, three items. If I click on remove button, OK, product removed, click on checkout. So right now user is logged out. So we have login and sign up. Let's say user is logged in, click on login, and user is now logged in. Go inside our my orders. Right now there is no order. Go to cart, checkout. Let's pass the information. So for the time being, I am passing the dummy values. Email is okay. Click on place order. Order has been placed. And if I go to my orders, refresh orders, and now we can see that successfully all things are working inside console. And also we have means we don't have any errors, so successfully all these functions now working. But in this topic, in this video, we had used the great concept of context hook API. We had seen that how well organized we had done all the coding sections into a separate file, and easily inside app component we have called something like this. Also, not here inside this, inside only inside app component, also you can call this my store hook inside any of the component file where you need all these functions. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss an additional concept of this course, and that is how to add products from React to our WooCommerce product store. Let's go back to browser. So successfully, to last video topic, we had completed this interesting journey of this interesting course where we had covered each and every concept, what basically we need to create a headless WooCommerce store. Now in this video, we'll discuss an additional concept, and concept is pretty very simple, that how to add a product, how to create a product from React application to our WooCommerce product store. Let's go back to WordPress admin panel. Then after, I'll go into this product section. So we can see that here all these products, what basically we have imported from a CSV file. Remember, this was the concept what we had done at the earliest stage of this interesting course. But this time, I want to create a product in dynamic way by using React.js. Now, next after this, what are the parameters we have to pass while creating any e-commerce product store? So it's very simple. Let's click on this button, add new product. So simply I will click and open into new tab. So we can see that while creating any WooCommerce product store, first thing first, we have to pass product title. It means product name. Then after product description, here then we have regular price, sale price. So regular price is the normal price of this product, and if suppose I want to give some discount, so that will be on the sale price. And also inside this right hand sidebar, we can see some parameters like product image, product gallery, and product categories. So we can see that there are lots of parameters what basically we have to pass while creating a WooCommerce product. But remember, these parameters are not required. Only we have to pass few parameters which is required to create a product inside WooCommerce. So it's better. Let's go to API documentation. So here I'm inside woocommerce.github.io/WooCommerce Trust API docs. Then after, I'll go here and let's scroll, click on products, and inside this product section, here we have an API endpoint called create a product. So we can see that here we have the API endpoint, and this API endpoint we have to hit using post request type. And additionally, inside this right hand side, we can see like inside data, it's an object. And inside this data, we have to pass only these parameters to create a product inside WooCommerce. So what basically I have planned, simply I'll create a method inside our React API.js file. And into that method, simply these are the parameters I will pass to this API endpoint with using post request type. Let's go back to editor. Then I will open src api.js, and then after let's scroll down, and here I will call it as let's add product to WooCommerce product. So now here what I will do, let's export const add product to store equals to async method I will use. So async, and inside this method I will pass product data. And right here inside this function, it's a try block. Then after also we'll have a catch block. So in case of any error, simply let's log into console. So console.log error. Then I will go into this try block. So let's say const URL equals to backtick symbol dollar curly pairs. So I'll use API URL. And remember, the API endpoint is up to products. If I again go back to our, so we can see that this is V3, and after V3 here we have forward slash products. So here API URL is nothing. API URL is up to V3. After V3 only we have to add forward slash and products. Then after I'll generate auth signature. So const auth params equal to generate auth signature. Let's pass URL here, and then after I'll use post request type. And here let's say const. Additionally, also we have to pass authorization header. So next after this, I want auth headers. So object dot keys, and inside here, let's pass auth params because this auth params will contain these values like auth signature, auth consumer key, nonce value, signature method timestamp, and the version. So simply, I have to iterate over each value. So key, and then after backtick symbol, dollar, curly pairs, key equals to double quotes, let's say encode UI component, and inside this parenthesis simply auth params square bracket and simply pass key here. And finally all these values I will concatenate with this join method. Save these changes. Now next after this, const its API response equals to await API dot post method, and here simply I have to pass API endpoint, that is products. Then after we have to pass the product data, and to this third argument simply we have to pass the authorization inside these headers. So headers authorization backtick symbol, and it will be auth, and then after it will contain auth header. Now successfully, this is the complete method where we are passing the product data to this API endpoint by using post request type, and additionally we have passed authorization, and here we have authentication header values. And then after let's say return, and here it will be response dot data. Now next after this, what I will do, if I go back to browser, let's go to a headless store, and here if I click on this my orders, so we can see that inside this my orders, this is our orders list, and additionally here we have button called refresh orders. So for the time being, this is an additional concept. So to implement this concept into this headless store, what I will do, I'll create one more button here, and that is called add product. And while clicking on that button, simply we'll pass some static values like this here, this complete data object inside this method what we have created. So simply let's open pages folder, then I'll go into my orders, and here let's go and search that button. Here we have refresh orders. So let's copy. I'll go then here, put here, and this time this button will be, let's call it as add product. And here inside this on click, and if I go, and now you can see here we have button called add product. So we want some space between these two buttons. So for that, what I will do, let's add a style attribute here, that is inline CSS. So style, one more curly pair, let's say margin left, it will be left, and let's pass a value, maybe something 5 pixel. Save these changes, and now we can see that there is a space between this button and this button. Now next after this, what I will do, let's go to this on click event of this add product, and here I'll call it as handle add product to store. Let's copy this function. Then after, let's call here, so add product to store const function name async, and inside this function, what I will do, I'll call this function what we have created inside this api.js file. But remember, while calling this function, also we have to pass product data. So for the time being, what I will do, if I go here inside this function, event handler function, let's say const data equals to, and for the time being, I will pass the static values from this API documentation. So let's copy name, type, regular price, description, and sort description. Let's copy all these parameters. I will pasting it here. So we can see that inside this data object, now here we have the name property, type property, regular price property, description, and sort description. Now next after this, what I will do, let's use try block, catch block, and in case of any error, simply console.log, and here error. Let's go inside this try block. Let's say const, and here let's say response equals to await, and let's copy this function name. So I will copy, go here, and inside this function, I will pass this data value. Now inside this data, here we have a complete object of WooCommerce product values. Now next after this, simply let's say console.log, and if I print the response, let's say only response. Save these changes. Now let's go here, and if I reload, let's inspect, go to console tab. So when I click on this add to product, simply this button will call this event handler function, and inside this here we have the static values, and these values we are passing inside this function, and this function will call an API endpoint with all those data, and it will create WooCommerce product. So if I go, let's click on this add product button, and now we can see, okay, here we have add product to store is not defined. And if I go okay, actually this function we are calling right here inside this event handler function, but also we have to import here. So import, and this is one more function from API file. Save these changes. Again, I will go here. Let's click on this button. And now we can see, and I can see that inside this console.log, it has returned complete object values whose ID is 135. And look at the product name, that is premium quality. And remember, this value, this product name, actually we have passed as static value while creating that product. So it means successfully we are able to create this product into a WooCommerce product store. So to confirm, let's go here. And if I reload, and now we can see that inside this product store, now we have one more product added, and successfully this product is now available in the product store. So if I go here, let's click on products, open into a new tab, and now we can see premium quality. This is the product what we have added, and this is all other informations. But here, this image is missing. Also, we can see there is no sale price, and here category is also missing. So to fix or to pass all these values, if I go back to this API documentation, and here for categories we have to pass categories property. So what I will do, let's copy this categories key, and here inside this data, let's add one more categories. we have to pass here an array, and inside this array simply we have to pass id, and inside this id we have to pass the category id. So this product, I want that if I go into this WooCommerce, not WooCommerce, product categories. So if I open now, for example, I want that product will be inside this clothing. Let's go click on this edit link. So inside this URL, we can see tag ID equals to 16. So 16 is nothing. This is the category ID. So I want that what the product I am creating, this will go inside this category like clothing. So simply let's pass here the 16 value. Now category is fixed. Now I want to fix one more thing, like here we can see inside this premium quality for this product only, there is no SKU value. But here if I see other products of WooCommerce, so all these values are coming inside this SKU, and this is stock keeping unit. So I want also this value should come with this product. So what I will do, I have to pass one more attribute here, and that will be SKU, and this is a unique identifier of each product of our product store. So here we have to pass some unique identifier name. So I'll simply call, for example, I want to create this time premium quality one. Let's copy, go here. Let's say premium quality, Q in small. Let's add hyphen here. Now here, SKU value also has been fixed. Now we want two more attributes, that is product image and product sale price. So to pass product image, if I go to the API documentation, so here we have the image property, and inside these images we have to pass an array, and inside this array we have to pass the image ID and the image source URL. So let's copy this property. Then I will go here. So images, and inside these images, let's pass an array. And inside this first object, we have to pass the image ID. And then after into this second object, we have to pass our image source URL. So what I will do, if I go and here we have something, a dummy source URL. So let's copy this URL. So I will just copy. Then after, let's hit enter. So we can see that this is the image. So either we can go and download this image, and after download, then we have to upload that image into this media. And into this media, whenever if I click on any of the image, also we can see into URL, that is item equals to 107. And 107 is nothing. This is image ID. So for example, I want to use this image for our product. So simply let's copy this 107, pass here, and we want source URL. So in this case, if I go scroll down, so here we have file URL. Let's copy URL to clipboard, copy it, and then after into this src, let's pass that image URL. So image is also hasn't fixed. Now we want sale price. So for sale price here, the property is something called sale underscore price. In this case, so as we can see, the regular price is 21.99. So in this case, I want to give, for example, 18.99. Save these changes and let's update. So product quality is one okay. All other values. Now if I go here, let's reload. Now if I click on this add product button, and now you can see in return, I'm getting an object, which means that successfully product has been created. Let's go and reload. And now we can see premium quality 1, and here we have the SKU value, and also we can see the sale price values 18.99, and also we are getting the categories like clothing what we have given, and additionally we are getting a product image. So if I go to our store, and inside this, if I reload, and now we can see that successfully on the basis of informations what basically we have passed while creating a product, all these informations now we are getting into this product store. So successfully, this is the overall concept that how to call an API endpoint of WooCommerce to create a product into our product store. So successfully, now we have completed this interesting journey of this interesting course where we had created a WooCommerce headless store using React.js and WooCommerce APIs endpoints. So this is only a thank you video where I'll give you the idea of complete source code. For example, in case if you want some assistance, if you want some help, so obviously you can go into that code base and you can search any code that you want to put inside your code files. So here, as simple as that, you have to go to our GitHub repository, that is github.com/OWT hub. Then simply click on repositories. So all the code what we did inside this complete course I post into this GitHub repository called Headless WooCommerce React Store. So simply click into it, and here you will find the complete code. For example, if I open src folder, let's open app.jsx file. And here, remember, inside our earlier video, we had used the concept of context hook provider. So this is the code. So in the same pattern, you can find all those code stuff, all those code files, what we had done step by step into this complete course. Now, one more thing, what I will do, I will go and run this application one more time. So let's go to products. And here, let's add this product, add to cart, product added. Product added, let's add one more product. So for example, this long sleeve, product added, and then after I will simply go into this cart, we can see three products added. Click on checkout button. So currently I am logged out, and now you can see it has redirected into authentication page. So first thing first, either we have to create an account or simply if account exists, we have to log in. So let's create a fresh account here. Click on sign up. Now we can see user registered successfully. So if I go here, let's pass the username and the password. Click on login. So successfully, I am logged in. Again, go to cart. Here we have products. Click on checkout. Then here we have the billing informations. So I will pass the value, sample address, sample city, sample state, something, a dummy postcode, email is okay, dummy phone number. Click on place order. So successfully, order has been placed. If I go to WordPress store, click on WooCommerce, click on orders, and now we can see here we have new order arrived. Now, if I go to a headless store, click on my orders, and now you can see this is the order what we have ordered right now from this headless store. Click on view button. So here we have the detailed information of that product. Now here order ID equals to 138 and the current status of this order is in pending state. Now next after this, if I go click on orders, and then after if I change from pending payment to let's say completed, click on update button. So if I go click on refresh orders button, and now we can see the order is now completed, and additionally we get one more button that is called delete. So if I click, and now we can see this is the sweet alert pop-up what we had integrated into our earlier video. So it is asking that I'm sure this product I want to delete, sorry, order. So if I click on this OK button, it will delete this order from this order history. So if I click on cancel, no activity, but if I go click on OK, and now you can see that order has now removed from this order history. So friends, for this amazing course, interesting course, please hit the like button to like this interesting course, subscribe to this channel. Now let's meet to our next amazing course. So for this video session guys, thank you for watching and have a great day.